The radio.
Real vital now, going to JFK.
Okay, we need a 39th District Supervisor to take Jefferson in reference to one of the injured officers.
39 Barney, I'll take care of it.
931, you're there, 931.
39 Barney, give us a call.
39 Barney, when you can. 39 Peter, give us a call.
Sir. Grant firefighter en route. The captain's handling the rest of the assignment.
Father, for you another vehicle on fire for the City Hall, full court side.
Alright, there's another vehicle on fire in front of City Hall, another RPC on fire.
George 30, I have fire extinguishers. Can I get in front of City Hall?
Alright, can George 30 get in front of City Hall?
RCC2 Charlie, they're trying to get into those wagons. I'm 31, the rear of that march is reached Love Park.
The rear march has reached Love Park. The rear of the march has reached Love Park. '69.
It's unattended. I needed the Durango key. If anybody has it, we can get it out.
Alright, you there for Rodden Arch, the head injured officer, Rodden Arch.
racist police. No racist police. No racist police. No justice. No peace. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Quick story. So 4 years ago, we did this march. They arrested me and they charged me initially with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, right? But a white person from the Greenville News reported it, the whole ordeal, and he turned it over to me. And while I was in jail, they changed the charges and got those charges and gave me some blueprint, nothing to me. Because they knew they were making me false. So they told me, if you don't hurt me, not raise my hand, small, but they ain't saying no water. Ever heard that? They charged me 3 times the power of my person. They charged me 3 times the possession of my weapon. Right? And it was I was going to here. I don't think I was able to get it. It was for everything about it. It's man that I go to jail for anything in the world. They are no justice. No peace. 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 No racist. Police. No racist. Police. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
Hey, Black Lives Matter, you heard? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than the commenters talking about sheep, as if they're not, basically guilty of their own. I don't even know what you guys are on. What do you guys do? I mean, what makes you so unique? I'm curious. Internet commenting? Just get off your ass and go do something about it. You can question it all you want, but until you take action, you're just blowing hot air and COVID everywhere. Yeah, I'm a journalist guy. I've been doing it for a long time.
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
Get off the internet and go do it in person. off the internet. I don't. My accent is the point of an asking question, but George Floyd. Looking into my history, Rocco Castoro, I've done quite a few things that have nothing to do with the phone. Here we go.
Trouble to clear Broad and Cherry, Broad and Arch, so we get the MERT guys in there to secure the rest of these vehicles that are not on fire. They're trying to bring in the fire truck also.
And where are your MERT guys? Right now, we're in Broad and Cherry. I'm going to meet you there with the team, and we'll do what we did before to get these vehicles out of here. Let me just coordinate with Chief Kelly. All right, we're clear. We could drive right down to Arch, but then we're going to need somebody to just make the bubble get us.
Isaac 19. All we have to do is slide down. We have a line.
All right, appreciate you. Thanks.
Same 7X. We're just going to walk down to Broad and Cherry. George 1X radio.
George 1X.
Radio, once you get list compiled of the police vehicles that were damaged or burned, just notify me and we'll make arrangements to get them out of there once it's died down.
Good for you. That's what good humans do. You don't deserve an award for that.
Car 5 to Sam 7X. Sam 7X, sir.
Scanner radio, 10,000.
We're going to send some highway patrol with you. Where do you need them?
Philadelphia Police, citywide.
We're forming up right now. We're going to walk down. There's actually a squad of uniformed officers walking southbound now. We'll be coming in right behind them. We're just going to walk in. So if they can open up all north, we'll walk in and come wherever we need it.
2143.
What location do you need highway to join you?
You guys all are reactionary. You question real time. Like, let's question the narrative.
Looks like I can see where they're at from here. They're good where they're at.
Cannon City, CO region, United States.
Do you know somebody have keys for these vehicles we need to move?
I absolutely don't deserve an award for holding a camera. I'm grateful. I'm happy to do it.
Poor Andy, that's the problem we have with all the wagons. We have them secure. We made a circle around them, but we don't have keys to move them. I can give you numbers. It's 3900 203 502.
Just go back to the.
George 1X and Sam 7X, please advise them for the Ford wagon. They're key special.
I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
39
39
CO6, trying to raise me.
You're saving people from hurricanes?
Car 5.
Shut up. No,
Car 5?
whatever I start talking shit.
I need these other vehicles that I mentioned moved. So can you raise the supervisor that's over with the pile of cars in front of City Hall?
Keyboard that has no life except to sit there.
Supervisor over in front of City Hall.
I make it my mission to hunt you people down.
94A. 7 extra car 5. Sir, some of the cops I have with me have keys. We're going to try and see what we got.
All right, let me know if you need more people. Isaac 3 to car 4.
Got ammo and it's going to blow up a car. A cop car is burning.
1244. Isaac 3, can you raise car 4 for me, please?
Rated car 4?
Yeah, Beverly Hills going to burn. That's what I think. I mean, you don't have this kind of shit happening in Beverly Hills every day.
Sir, Isaac 3, I got a package of 50 from the Northeast for you. 50. Where do you want them?
Car 5, where do you want that?
Questionable actions and actions of destruction. I don't know what to tell you other than
Isaac 3 to car 5.
the history. If you're surprised, then
Car 5, go ahead. I got a package of 50 on 2 buses. Where do you need them? All right, send them to the MSP. MSP. Then go right to 1-5 Arch. Roger, sir. Car 5.
Car 5.
I need that supervisor on the west side of City Hall with these cars. Come meet me at TD Bank.
I just supervisor west side of City Hall. Meet him at TD Bank. Meet car 5 at TD Bank.
everybody thinks they know it all. And really they don't know shit.
George 30.
George 30.
I got a couple rescue trucks looking for a command post where they're supposed to be setting up. Does anybody know where?
Anybody know where the command post is supposed to be for these rescue units?
Beverly and Fairfax. Los Angeles.
Sure, okay, I'll find out for you.
Alright. Radio is 1244. 1244 in the air.
Six 7X, we're for all the JFK. Where do they need us at? So yes, what's the status of EPW Blake 1?
EPW Dice 1? Down 4?
This is the Solon Police at Stephen Arch Radio. Do you have a badge number? Or a set of numbers? You drop it?
We didn't drop any numbers yet. You needed numbers for Assault Police 15th and Art?
Stand by. It's whoever got assaulted drops the numbers for you.
Drop any numbers at all.
Okay, thank you. Isaac 10.
Isaac 10.
Yeah, can you raise Isaac 30 for me and ask him if he can take a call?
Radio Isaac 30.
Isaac 30.
From Isaac 10, can you take a call?
Yes. One Andy.
Like 1A.
All right, Radio, we got the 3 of these wagons started. We're going to make their way around to 15th Street, the west side of the MSP, south of Arch.
All right, you got the wagon started. You're going to take the 15th and Arch, west side of MSB.
Yeah, Radio, we got the all 4 coming over. So 800, 3900, 03, and 502. Yeah, Isaac, now we just cleared 15th Street. You guys find another spot to put them, please.
Come to your hometown. You can talk sense into it.
Like what Andy received, raise the officers driving these wagons. See if they can take them over 13.
All four of them.
That's what we're trying to do, sir. We're headed there now.
Isaac 3, I got a safe staging area if somebody wants to call me. Isaac 3, I have a safe staging area if somebody wants to call me.
Like what Andy, I'll call you. Give me the number, boss.
Isaac 3, we're being monitored.
Like what Andy, you just give it to me over there. I don't have a number.
215-605-4448. $800.
800.
We're taking these damaged wagons.
Sorry, repeat that.
Where are we taking these damaged wagons?
Not reading your radio.
Where do you take the damaged wagons?
Anyone know where they're taking the damaged wagons?
Like one Andy, raise the officers in the damaged wagons. Head over to the PAB. They have a safe area over there. I believe it's Isaac 10. See him. He's going to tell him where to go. They got a garage for him.
All right, take it.
86 and Arch.
Just to confirm, the wagons are going to 6th and Arch, right? The broken ones? Yeah. Like one Andy, the wagons that are damaged are going to make their way over to 6th and Arch. So raise those officers again, 6th and Arch. City inspector over there has got a safe location for you.
All right, the damaged wagons go to 6 and R.
So we're all headed there now in like a convoy, but there's tons of traffic. We're trying to get through it. Like we intercede, thank you.
Beverly and Fairfax, Los Angeles.
3X, thank you. EPW 1 and 5, 1515 Arch Street, please.
PW 1 and 5, 1515 R.
EPW 1 receives. Yes, there is. We're in around there, too. That was what, the George 12? George 12. Yeah, 3900 Fairhill. You got a Honda Accord coming. 3900 Fairhill. Right.
Don't shoot. Okay, here we go. Los Angeles.
RTC Charlie.
RTC Charlie.
Alright, there's a large crowd inside City Hall. And
All right, the large crowd at the 15th and JFK near the store.
Okay. Pretty funny thing to say.
Like when we get a thing up there, fireboard for us.
Los Angeles.
Hey, Isaac 9. Check here, we got folks running. Can you tell me what's going on over there?
RTC Charlie. They're at Mount City Hall around that store that's in there, in the courtyard.
Oh, the store in the courtyard. That's where they're running from. Huh.
That's correct. It looks like they lit fire to that store that's in the courtyard of City Hall.
I'm just getting my goggles.
7X fireboards on location. We're going to start extinguishing the one on 15th Street. On Broad Street, and then we're going to work our way around. We're going to have to pump this crowd out once that happens.
Receive.
CO Center City, Yokai, you're going to have to get fireboard, CO 35, you're going to have to get fireboard over to that, to Dilworth. That thing's going to go up. Yeah, they want to hit one at a time. So the one that they're pulling up to now, they're going to start with, then we're going to hit the other one that's on the City Hall side next. Car 5, race, Charlie 6.
I don't want to stick Jenny, man. I don't like sticky stuff. I prefer napalm.
Charlie 6.
You know, if you put styrofoam and gas,
Charlie 6.
napalm. Fun fact.
Jim, can you get to this TD Bank and meet me?
Napalm, but it will stay lit, it will stay sticky. You can put it to
RTC 2 Charlie. It looks like they're gaining entry to City Hall.
That's what I like to do.
Alright, looks like they gained an entry to City Hall.
Bullshit.
Charlie 6, alright, let me get the Strike Force bikes over there.
Craft lessons
Okay.
that you're getting in this live stream.
George 1X to Sam 7X.
I actually did the whole video from Google.
RTC 2 Charlie. The Dilworth Plaza that they just set on fire, there's a door that's on, the glass is broke open, so they possibly get entry inside.
Give it a Google. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Maybe you'll learn something.
Second floor, we checked out that center courtyard. I couldn't see anything from our perspective as far as being on fire yet.
Yeah, all our protesters here, or do we have other locations where they have protests?
I'm going to keep talking, because last night people were complaining I wasn't talking.
Bike 2X, you got Bike 1 Andy on the air?
Bike 1 Andy.
Car 5.
Car 5.
Bike 1 Andy, go ahead. Yeah, Chris, where you at? Look over your left shoulder. Car 5.
Car 5.
Can I get all available MERT and Highway Patrol? We got to stop them from breaking into City Hall.
All available MERT. Go ahead, sir.
RTC Charlie are trying to push the air conditioners and break the windows in City Hall all along the market side at 15th Street.
Alright, market side of City Hall by 50. Next.
On foot from 13th and Arch. We were reaching the MSC, but we're going to divert to City Hall. I got a group of 29 officers, 2 lieutenants, and a sergeant. Isaac 7.
Isaac 30. I got 2 bike teams going there for City Hall. RTC 2 Charlie. That female with the blonde hair that I've already come over with, she's setting fire to City Hall. Someone has to get that female with the blonde hair.
That's a black female with a short blonde hair, sir.
Track a company with a black male wearing a black t-shirt. Throwing items at the police, and now she's setting fires to City Hall.
Where exactly is that?
She's in the courtyard on Market, like right where Market is on 15th Street side. She should be right at the opening in the middle. There's this explosion in City Hall.
Isaac 7, give me highway teams in the Dilworth Plaza.
Alright, highway unit starting to Dilworth Plaza. Highway unit starting to Dilworth Plaza.
Get all my teams together, we're hitting one up here.
Okay. Alright, do you still have eyes on that black female with the short blonde hair?
I had to go to the explosion. I'm going to try to locate her again. She's probably somewhere still in that crowd by the opening. They're throwing devices into the windows.
Okay.
Yeah, my power pack is in the car. I'm going to go get it.
Second floor, we're going to be reporting area, turning it over to Second floor.
Okay.
A short break.
203 Dayworth. We're with the convoy of all the damaged wagons. We just got rerouted to the PAB. Is that okay? Is that correct?
The damaged vehicle?
2 Charlie, she's in the grass right now. Walking across. She's going southbound.
All right, she's in the grass going southbound. Black female, short blonde hair, accompanied by black male, black t-shirt.
Her white or light blue jeans. She's got a black tank top. She's accompanied with a black male and a black t-shirt.
Wow, this is a real shutdown.
All right, that's black female, short blonde hair with a black tank top, light blue jeans, accompanied by a black male with a black t-shirt. She's the one that's setting the fires.
This is a real shutdown.
Total of 7 police with unknown items and those balloons or whatever it was.
Same 7X for car 5. Boss, the only way we're going to be able to get in is on foot coming around east side of City Hall. Where are you going to use from there?
Push, give us space from the building out. They're against this building, trying to break the windows and break in.
Isaac 30. I'm running around there now with two bike teams. I'll let you know. Same 7X Isaac 30. Sir, you want to just let me know where to come in at?
RTC 2 Charlie, there's 7 more explosions. I don't know if they're large fireworks or what they are, but around City Hall.
Be careful going over.
Pulling up on something now. I'll let you know.
I will get over this little hump over here.
1601, what's the staging area for additional officers?
Proceed, 6 and Arch.
Proceed.
Chairman Party, be advised, we're in the area of City Hall, bomb disposal if there's any devices found.
Receive.
RTC 2 Charlie, that female should be somewhere around the southwest side.
That female was last seen up on the southwest side. Black female, short blonde hair with a black tank top, light blue jeans, accompanied by a black male with a black t-shirt.
I got a couple bike teams on the west side of City Hall. That's where we're going to need the merc guys. Just come right across and take our spots over. Right at Dilworth Plaza. 7X, we're going to be walking over with Highway Patrol. Isaac 30 to Isaac 3. Isaac 4. Isaac 30 to Isaac 3. Isaac 30 to Isaac 3.
Radio to Isaac
3. Isaac 3.
Isaac 30, Isaac 3 is on the air.
Look, expedite that merc team over here now. Have that Isaac 30, have Isaac 3. Have that ERT come right down here to City Hall, dropping people off around here. Fine, I got that, thanks.
RTC 2 Charlie, you have a large mounted aircraft going southbound on 15th Street.
Large crowd is southbound on 15th Street. Large crowd southbound on 15th.
7X, we're coming around to the Dilworth Plaza right now.
Okay.
Isaac 30. That ERT we had a broad in mind. Have them come around to the south end of City Hall, drop them off, and then meet us at Dilworth Plaza. Come in single file and come in hard. Isaac 4, ready car 5.
Car 5.
Go ahead. Before I can get 5 board in here now. Can I get them in here and put these cars out?
Absolutely, if you can get them in.
We got them held off right now, but we could use more support here to cover more of this line here at City Hall.
All right, J to T, we need more units on the south side of City Hall from Dan 80. They've got windows being broken out on the south side of City Hall, and they say they don't have any presence over there.
Hey, raise 2 X-ray. Have that package over there.
2 X-ray.
Isaac 4, raise the EOC. Give me fireboard.
EOC fireboard. EOC fireboard.
See, they're coming up, they just left this past me at 2nd Arch.
Fireboard A. Are you want them inside the Dilworth Plaza, sir?
94. Okay, tell me to come right over to JFK. You can pull right onto the plaza here and put all 4 cars out here.
I'd say probably sometime.
7X, we got a line on the west side of City Hall. We're going to try to make a line around the west side perimeter of the building. Right now we have the west side secured. I got an alert team here. 7X, that's correct. They're throwing stuff. When you're ready, we're lined up. I say we make a push and push them right out of this plaza. We're going to have to do something. We're just sitting here taking it. Let's go. Let's go. Bar 5, let's push them west, off the plaza. RTC 2 Charlie, there's several Moundsville fire stations firing through the police with them. Use caution. Isaac 30. Do we have that ERG coming down here? Let them come in on the south side.
He's coming on the south side. URT's coming on the south side.
We're at 21. The other guy over the laser, he's shooting in everyone's eyes out here. You gotta get him out of here.
Ooh, somebody called that here. I heard that.
Charlie 6 to Isaac 19. York 2, A to Sam 7X.
19.
Isaac 19, if you can spare a few strike force flights, we need them up on Dilworth Plaza. We're pushing them off. Hey, boss, I'm going to need some more guys over here to the left side. We're getting surrounded. I got 6 guys over here.
What? Traffic. Yeah.
Car 5, what was that last transmission?
Somebody car got hit. I heard that. Ooh.
They're being surrounded, sir.
What's the location?
Stop it here.
Dilworth Plaza.
I just for a 5 boards on location. We're trying to get these cars down.
RTC 2 Charlie, throwing barricades at the officers around City Hall.
Alright, they're throwing barricades at officers around City Hall.
Isaac 30. Is that ERT coming down here or no? Charlie 6 to Isaac 19. We need to strike force flights over here now.
Jerry and the T from Central, 1500 Chestnut, 15 in Chestnut. They got a large crowd of the stores looting in the Apple store right now, 15th and Chestnut. They're looting at the Apple store, 15th and Chestnut. Looting at the Apple store, 15th and Chestnut.
Can't stop the revolution.
Wait, what? We need the bikes at Dilworth Plaza to start pushing.
Bikes at Dilworth Plaza, you need to start pushing.
Any more units over here?
So units start over to Dilworth Plaza. Additional units start over to Dilworth Plaza.
We need more Dilworth Plaza.
No units.
Help Furious to hold the line and push the crowd.
Have everyone use caution. It's all types of objects. Spray paint, cage, everything. We're getting bricks on us now.
Bricks are being thrown at the officers. All you need to do is caution. Yeah, bricks being thrown.
6-3, I got another package of 30 heading into City Hall. Package of 30 heading into City Hall.
Have them take Dilworth. Have them take Dilworth.
Roger. Isaac 3 to CL 15. Make sure that your lieutenant knows to take Dilworth.
Sheriff and City Hall.
Isaac 30. Is that our red bird up there? Let me know what we got on Dilworth Plaza, please. Numbers wise and how deep.
Mike 2X, we're coming over to the west side of City Hall.
Take on the Lakeshore Drive.
More units, Dilworth Plaza.
RC2 Charlie, you got about 200 to 300 people on the west side, and you got about 30 officers out there.
Isaac 9, I'm redirecting flights to you now. They're coming around the side. Same 7X. We need more people on the west side to be able to get this push. Mike 2X, I got bikes coming to you. Alright, we're just going to need more people, especially up around towards the south side of City Hall on the east side.
No justice.
Take it to the patch.
No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. No justice.
No racist ass police. State name of Radio 34, detail 34.
No racist ass police. No justice. No peace. No racist ass police. No justice.
Radio 34.
No racist ass police. No justice. No peace. No racist ass police. No justice.
Have a unit on day with detail 34 radio.
No justice. No racist ass police. No justice. No racist ass police. Yeah.
You got the old school beat. That's the classic.
I'm recording your tape.
That's the classic. That's like the 8
Your tape.
See. DOC proceed.
We must know in cars out here. A good job. Listen real quick. We don't additional resources. I need resources on Chestnut and Walnut Street. We're getting a lot of retail thefts and breaking windows.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Our people
are coming with us. They're catching up.
Car 5, can you raise Charlie 23?
Radio to Charlie 23. Charlie 23.
Got attack.
27. Charlie 27.
Correction, radio to Charlie 27. Over on the 1500 and 1600 blocks of Chestnut and Walnut, requesting more units. 1500 and 1600 Chestnut and Walnut. All the stores are getting broken into.
Central,
At the intersection.
So. That is correct. Central to J&T Tom Band. Units stay off the air. Be advised. Central to J&T. Be advised.
Street, make a rest.
That's so nice.
Mike 2X, we're going to have to push this crowd back in the plaza.
Say their name. Say their name.
34 the priority.
Say their name. 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 Say their name.
Yeah, I got blue there.
Mike 2X.
Mike 2X.
Yeah, I got an engine officer west side of City Hall.
Chicago Avenue.
Engine officer west side of City Hall, sir. You have a badge number?
Yeah, he's a leg with a brick.
Okay.
Isaac 30. We got the whole side. The whole west side of City Hall we got secure now.
You said the whole west side of City Hall is secure?
All right, hey, Joe, you want to hear?
Now, I want that ERT still here, please.
Okay. Our people.
Hey, boy, Joe, real quick, we're getting killed over on Chestnut Street. They're breaking into the stores.
Car 5 to Isaac 30.
Nice, boy, can you raise that car 5, please?
Radio to car 5.
Car 5.
Boy, it looks like we're almost ready to get all these cars distinguished. Got one more to go. And then just want to know, you want them towed or you want this photographs or what do you want to do?
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Boy, thanks, boss.
Car 5 to Isaac 30. Isaac 30. Joe, do you have spare wagons? We're going to start making arrests here. I need them to pull up where the cars were on fire. There's no crowds there right now.
They're coming down that hill.
Okay. Isaac 30, raise 3 X-ray. And any available wagons we have for arrest. Where's he want them?
Take the apron to City Hall.
The apron to City Hall.
And your
Radio to 3X.
by 3X, I received that on the Market Street side.
Car 5, put them at the northeast corner, City Hall, and we'll send prisoners to them.
3X, I received that.
Radio to detail 34. Only 6.
Location on car 5.
Car 5 location.
Car 5, I'm right up against City Hall at 50th and Market. You can get in from the north side.
Man, we need more units from 15th and Walnut. I have a large crowd heading eastbound on Walnut towards the Wawa, armed with crowbars. I have units start over.
31.
Like what
At Isaac 30. Where is that ERT radio? Bringing them in by bus, and then we're going to have to dismount to get the bus out of there on foot. They shouldn't be that far off. It's 15 command. Oh, yeah, if we get them on the south side, even the south side, like 13th and Market, we just march them right on in. Right on the west side of the apron here at City Hall. Then we're going to push. Isaac 3, there should be another one at Broad and Vine. Broad and Vine. I'll call you real quick. Car 5, we are going to be pushing Dilworth Plaza. We're going to use MERT as arrest teams, and we're going to be taking prisoners to the northeast corner of City Hall.
Three officers shot down at Trump Tower, somebody just said. Three officers down, shot down at Trump Tower.
Robert 1.
That's what it said.
Robert 1.
Three officers gunned down.
Can you have them call the EOC?
Just got a word.
We'll call EOC.
Three officers shot down at the Trump Tower.
Robert 1 negative. Have Charlie 11 call the EOC when he's available.
Correction. Charlie 11, when available, call EOC. Charlie 11, when available, call EOC.
Like 180.
Spike 1 in.
11 received. Be a set for an injured officer. It's going to be the west side of City Hall. I guess that'll be the unit block and North Broad in the 9th. And I'll add 4 front desk.
Yeah, that is fucked up. Thanks.
Okay.
Actually, I'm on location. I have 3 wagons here. Robert 1 Andy.
21 Andy.
Okay, CSI, myself and 6 officers going inside City Hall. Check the premises.
Alright, Highway 1 Andy is going to go inside with 6 officers to check City Hall.
Car 5, we're entering City Hall now.
Alright, all units use caution.
26 Warning, they're starting to fire at the Starbucks on the west side of City Hall.
Alright, they're starting to fire on the west side of City Hall at Starbucks. They're starting to fire on the west side of City Hall at Starbucks.
Isaac 4.
Isaac 4.
They're trying to break into the cafeteria up on City Hall Dillard Plaza.
They're trying to break into the cafeteria at Dillard Plaza.
It's 15 to JFK. They're getting a hole in the window now. 30. Boss, you want to do this push before they set the Starbucks on fire? I just for your correct. Charlie 11, have Isaac 3, give me a call.
Isaac 3, call Charlie 11. Isaac 3.
Calling you now. Yeah, 26 Warning, they're starting to set the Starbucks on fire next to the City Hall, west side.
West side?
Northwest corner of Dillard Plaza. We do not have enough officers on the northwest corner to push the crowd here.
I get additional units started over to the northwest corner so they can push that crowd northwest corner of City Hall.
Ain't no justice in this town. Ain't no justice in this town.
M7X to Isaac 30. The Starbucks is about to go up in flames. Do you want to do this push now?
Ain't no justice in this town.
Never mind, it's on fire already.
Mama, can't you see what the system's done to me?
926 Warning, the Starbucks is up in flames.
Starbucks is on fire, guys.
High location. Isaac 4, what's that location?
Ain't no justice.
Southwest corner of City Hall. Starbucks.
Ain't no justice in this town.
Isaac 4, okay, they're trying to break into, it looks like a cafeteria or something here as well. Alright, Car 5, let's start this push on Dilworth. Push right to up to where the fires are and use MERT as a rest team. Same 7X, we're kind of engaged along the line right here down on the one side. White 2X, what's the Sam 7X's location? I'm right about 100 feet away from the Starbucks.
Alright, Jay to T-Van from Dan 89 on westbound from 15th on Chestnut Street. Got a large crowd going west, breaking all their windows. Then Chestnut westbound, you have a larger group breaking windows.
3X, I need a solo car on my location, transport this injured officer to the hospital. No, can't get in here. Isaac 32, car 5. You ready to do this, Commissioner? We're ready, Joe. Push him. 1X, we need cops on the northwest corner, or they're going to get behind us. Yeah, the car, we're a little thin on the southwest corner as well. And 7X, we're pushing. Push forward. Let's go. Everybody's pushing. Get them into the street.
They trying to come down here.
Alley 23 to car 5.
They think they can get through.
Radio 18 with the message.
Commissioner, I spoke to the chief of detectives. He's going to have personnel from the major crime start the investigation on the arsons.
All right, thank you. Could you see if we have an available K-9 that we can get in here safely to go in City Hall with Highway Patrol to do a search?
Absolutely. Okay, I'm in route.
Thank you. Isaac 3, Isaac 30. Continue pushing till we get him to the street.
3 X-ray, can we contact the 6th District to get a solo car at the apron and transport this injured officer? His badge is 2817. How many for?
I got a Marine unit. He's in Radio 3.
Dental.
While we're on the air, State Police is asking Stock Air what's going to be their lowest altitude because they do have a drone from State Police and they don't want to be near Stock Air.
Stand by. SWAT unit using Radio 58 with a priority.
Number 4950.
Thank you. Please reset your radio. Do I have TAC air on J-Band still? Stop and break. Thank you. State they're trying to break into.
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo, okay.
Man, do we have any specific location we're taking injured officers?
See if we have TAC air, can they switch over to J?
2 bikes, southwest corner of City Hall. Forthwith, I need 2 bikes, southwest corner of City Hall.
Car 5.
Car 5.
On the south end of City Hall, can we get a fire truck into this Starbucks? Is it safe to do that?
Same 7X, we can get them in. They come up if they counterflow from Broad Street.
All right, I'll let them know.
Well, they're still here trying to put out the other building. Hold on. 368. It's got a still work. Both rated a prison route. Where are they stationed at? 7X, we can still use some more people on the southwest corner. We got a whole open side. One sergeant's holding it by himself. Get 30 people over from Billworth to come down there with you. All right, I can see where they're at. If they look straight across to where I'm at, this is where we need the help.
All right, 62 Charlie, on the southwest side of City Hall on the street, they've put several barricades off, blocking the traffic. There's a wagon out there also.
Alright, 6 Party, I'm being told that there's a gas line inside the Starbucks. I don't know if that makes a difference with the flames going up. I'm with fire company now. They're trying to get their hoses up now for what they put out. CO6, is there an injured officer that needs a transport that's on the skirt of City Hall?
That's correct, sir.
All right, 3X, 1519 car, pull up, he's going to take them over.
Okay.
Who's going to be going with Jeff? You have a 6th District officer, meet him over there, and I'll make notification. CO6, I got that. I'll have a 6th District unit, meet him at Jeff. Is the 15th District car taking him up?
622, we're going to be en route to Jeff to meet that officer.
Somebody needs to open up the barricade. Fort North. For fire board to come through.
Or they need to open it up for the fire department to come through.
Total squad, the door's not.
Doors not.
Sir, go to Apron Race. They have 3 vehicles to be relocated.
RTC Patrol, you have a lot of vehicle traffic coming on 15th Street onto around City Hall. Somebody just stop all this traffic from coming in here.
I have a unit start over to that location. This is the officer, police by radio 16 in Walnut. Again, assist the officer, police by radio 16 in Walnut. And by point of information, the PDO is accepting only DUIs and diabetics at this time. All other prisoners and female prisoners remain at district booking centers. Again, PDO is accepting diabetics and DUIs only. All other prisoners and female prisoners need to stay at district booking centers. And by point of information, the PDO is accepting diabetics and DUI prisoners only. All other prisoners and female prisoners all remain at district booking centers. Again, PD is accepting diabetics and DUIs only. All other prisoners need to stay at district booking centers. PD is accepting diabetics and DUI prisoners at this time only. All other prisoners need to stay at district booking centers. Again, PD is accepting only diabetics and DUIs. All other prisoners and female prisoners are to remain at the district booking centers. WPRW 510, time is 6:30.
For an arrest and hospital case numbers.
There's another group of people that's on that street right now. We gotta regroup. There's another group of people.
Do you have injured officers at any other hospital other than Johnson?
Thanks, good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't get the answer. Was there a wagon near City Hall I could utilize?
Wagon for prisoners at northeast corner.
7B, I think northeast corner is where they're taking all prisoners.
All right, 1500 Walnut in front of the Apple Store. I have a unit inside of their vehicle. The protesters are trying to light that vehicle on fire. 1500 Walnut in front of the Apple Store. I have 9 specialty support inside their vehicle. They can't get out, and the protesters are trying to light the vehicle on fire.
Alley 23, what band is that coming across?
That's J Band coming over here.
One got pissed to get one out. That's what it said. Somebody said on here, whoever that's saying on here is actually watching. If my phone do down, I'm going to take a break and come back.
Is that 12 Andy?
Yeah, we're on 3rd and Spear. 3rd and Spring Garden, rather.
Alley 1 Andy?
And 7th floor, we hold clear, we're moving out to number 6.
Highway 1 Andy, you said City Hall was clear?
Just the 7th floor, just the 7th floor is clear, we're moving out to the 6th floor.
Okay, you caution.
7B to Highway 1 Indy. I'm on the ground level. I'm trying to locate a wheelchair or something.
Yeah, 3 officers taken down in front of Trump Tower. They took him down.
Charlie 23.
Charlie 23.
In front of Trump Tower.
Yeah, can I get that location where they took the damaged police vehicles?
50, you're over with us at 6th and Arch Underground. Okay, 6th and Arch Underground.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
31, have units use caution about 40 to 50 third plates and ATVs going down 7th Street at JFK.
AFK, you have 40 to 50 dirt bikes and quads.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Stay here as long as I can. My phone died. Just gotta go to the car and keep it charged. Why is everyone wearing masks? You sound like a dumbass. That was a real dumb question. That's a real dumb question. You sound dumb too. It's the medicine they take. There we go. Okay. I'm watching his back and I told him if the police come, I got maybe. That means they try to handcuff you.
Central.
But you gotta be quick.
Have 936 and 9 South Street 4 all accounted for at this time.
I guess they said right
Well.
we're supposed to be cleaning up.
Sir, can you give me a call?
Change my connection to just regular 4G.
Okay.
LTE won't work anymore.
EPW1.
TW1.
EPW1 from Broad and JFK. One prisoner transferred to Jefferson Hospital. That's what miles and 77.
All right, sir. W4W578. Your time is 6:36.
And 7 morning. The officer left a prisoner on the bench up here on the plaza.
I'll leave a prisoner on the bench inside the plaza.
480, that's not a prisoner. That's a female who was trapped by the crowd.
Okay.
Special needs. We need to get her some transportation as soon as possible, but just put her there for the time being.
Isaac 9, Isaac 30. Can that hooking ladder get out there? We have a pass for that to get out there. I just want to keep one engine in. Isaac 30, what's that? I only want to keep one fire truck here. The rest I want to get out here so they decide to start bothering them. Alright, you need the bubble. You need us to bubble that?
She snapped right there.
If you could get them out, the chief is recalling them. But I don't know what the street looks like over there. Just throw up to the chief. Just let me double check.
Boy, the other groups that came. That's another group came. Oh, they got on black too.
All right, hey Joe, can you get all the fire apparatus around? They need it around on the side here, in front of the hotel. Can we get all that fire apparatus around?
Very common people, they don't play.
My life was always what has guided me, and I'm not gonna bore any.
Highway 36. Is Sefton Police able to close the underneath the City Hall at the Broad Street Market lot? People coming up.
Big G.
Highway 36 or 60.
Highway 36.
Yeah, can you check with Sefton Police, see if they can close the Broad Street Market line right at City Hall?
That's what I'm talking about.
One X-ray.
One X-ray.
The one that is closed.
Concourse access to City Hall. If they have any gates, can they lock them? We've had a few people come up from underground behind us.
That's the one I'll take care of that.
Thank you.
That's the real one.
Charlie 11, have Isaac 4 give me a call, please.
That's my buddy from the Laquan McDonald protest.
4 call Charlie 11.
Oh, you got to go that way to miss it. Oh, yeah, this one. Ain't nobody talking no street.
Bravo 1.
That's why the helicopter right there.
Proceed.
Please information, fire board is sending 2 medic units, 1 unit to 11th and Vine, and 1 unit to the 100 block of Spring Garden to stand by at staging areas. Isaac 30. We got to get this wagon out. We got to get these fire trucks around. Give me some more bikes over here.
Bike to us. Give me about 10 bikes on the south side of City Hall. Right across from the Rittenhouse residence.
South side of City Hall, you need additional bikes. South side of City Hall.
Hey Joe, if you can't get them around, I have an engine on the backside. They're driving the line now. If you can pull them straight down 15th Street, then let them go straight down 15th Street.
So Paul already committed here. I need these bikes, and we got to move this opening.
Okay then. Isaac 4.
Isaac 4.
CTSC, let them know we got mobile break-ins on 1500 block of Chestnut Street. At 59 Chestnut, we got mobile break-ins.
EOC received. Beta T, I've got K-18 coming up on City Hall now. They need to know what entrance they're wanted at. K-9 coming up on City Hall. What entrance do you need them to enter?
This is real. He said, they arrested a cop. No, y'all go.
Highway 18. Right 2, Andy.
Road Vine's covered. We're starting down the City Hall.
Road Vine is covered. Okay.
The police has it.
Highway 1, Andy.
You gotta move so light. You gotta,
Yes, I have K9 on location. Where do you need them to enter?
That's right.
Bike to us. Give me some bikes over on the south side. We're getting this wagon out of here.
Need units to start over the south side of City Hall. Additional units south side of City Hall.
There's more crowd here. I'm trying to get through, but there's a lot of it.
Receive. I'm still waiting for TBM to get back to me where they need you.
That never happened. I'm on Periscope. I don't do Facebook Live. Periscope, because Facebook Live, they're blocked. Like if you do a protest, your connection will cut off.
RTC Charlie, what was that flash?
Green, a black man.
Get me some bikes around this wagon now. And where's the ERT?
I need additional units start over the south side of City Hall. Additional units south side of City Hall. ERT.
Car 4, I got a bike group coming right to them right now. They on Moore Street. They're on the north side. They hustling to them.
Okay.
Bike 2X. I need some bikes over here. We got to get the wagon out of here now.
RTC Charlie, reference that man with the green shirt. If he had dreads, he matches the flash for the TD Bank, so you might want to hold him.
Sam 7 Barney, I got that. We got a green vest, shirtless underneath, faded black pants, gray sneakers.
It was almost like a green tie-dye looking kind of t-shirt.
He had like a green and yellow mask around his neck. Maybe he thought that's what it was.
Bike 2X. Whatever bikes I got coming over, have them take the front of the wagon, make a hole so we can get them out of here.
Units are starting over the south side of City Hall. Take the front of the wagon so they can make a hole so they can get it out of there.
2 Andy making a hole.
Okay.
Check here, 3.
Check here, 3.
See a pretty big fire, 16th and Samsung, on Samsung Street, east of 16th Street. They keep feeding the fire. Huge orange flame.
Jason Sampson, okay.
I just put with on fire.
Flames are leaning a little bit towards the building before it catches.
I just put, okay, make sure we got fireboard in there.
ELC.
Alright, fireboard's trying to come down from the south, and it appears they're being blocked.
Alright, 9th District needs more units at 1414 South Penn Square. 901 wagon tires were splashed. They can't get out of there. 1414 South Penn Square. WPR, W South Media, Thomas 640. Additional units are over to 1414 South Penn.
Exactly.
Jada, when you get a chance, K9 still doesn't know where to go.
Now 16th and Samsung. Those are the protesters blocking the street with furniture. Looks like the fire department's trying to remove it now.
Okay. Radio to Highway 1, Andy.
Yeah, I will win it. You just have to cannot stand by. We're on the 5th floor. We're trying to up pretty fast, so if you can just stand by for a minute.
Alright, K9 can stand by. K9 stand by.
This is not factual.
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
Yeah.
Can you get medics for Broad Arch, a female with facial laceration?
EOC, Broad Arch, female with laceration to the face, Broad Arch. EOC received.
Yes, sir.
Andy 200.
Andy 200.
Can you raise it, K9 supervisor?
K9 supervisor on air. On J-Band, Sam 107. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to send numbers from the rest, 1500 JFK. We'll be transporting a diabetic male to the PDU, seatbelt. Sam 3X.
Sam 3X.
Free Sam 107.
Sam 107.
Sam 107.
Yeah, make a U-turn, return to headquarters for equipment, please.
See you.
11.
Charlie 11.
Trace car 4, please.
Car 4.
Car 4.
Sir, I got 20 step officers en route to that location we talked about.
I didn't hear that. Give me that again.
20 step officers en route to the location that we talked about.
Proceed, thank you.
Or J-Band. He came over T-Band, T-Tom, but the captain just called for sergeant. He wants to call him ASAP.
The detail at police headquarters.
Robert 10.
50 is stable down here right now.
Stable at the PAD. Stable at the PAD.
All right, thank you. How about the MSB?
Status for the MSC building, status for the MSC building.
Charlie 100, the MSC secure.
MSC is secure, MSC is secure.
Robert 10, PAB is secure.
PAB is also secure.
Received, thanks.
Sands up morning. Black, green vest, white star colored jeans. Sorry, white black jeans. He's gonna be released.
K18 on C-band.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, man. You're trying to raise me. I was on J-band. They said you were trying to raise us.
Andy 200 wanted you. Andy 200.
RCC's Charlie. The majority of your crowd is starting to gather on the southwest side of City Hall in the middle of the street. They're actually surrounding officers from all sides. So you might want to send a couple more bikes over there.
Can I get additional bikes to start over?
Can we open eastbound 676?
I'll cut you off. Repeat your message.
Yes, can we open eastbound 676?
Can I open the eastbound 676?
Tom 84, let them know there's a whole lot of police vehicles, and they believe that they're all on the roadway down at the end of the ramp. Isaac 9, can you raise Isaac 3 and have him give me a call, please?
Isaac 3, give Isaac 9 a call, please.
Tom 80, Charlie 23. Not good. 2016, can you raise Isaac 3?
Isaac 3.
Raise Isaac 3 or Seal 15?
Seal 15.
Seal 15. 6 Seal 15. So they're requesting that you get additional person if you can bring them over to the south side of City Hall. They just have to come down. I'll grab them as they come down. Seal 15, I got it right now. We're still waiting for anything else we have. Thanks.
Dan 89 there. Data T-Band, just an update from Dan 89. 16th and Sansom. They've got 2 fires in the street. Seems to be trash cans or other items. Also, multiple stores in that area are occupied. Again, just an update. 16th and Sansom. We've got 2 fires in the middle of the street there.
Ask Isaac 3 if he can use the state police on Chestnut or Walnut. They got 50 bodies at Broad and Vine if he needs them. Car 5.
Car 5.
Isaac 30. I want to just make everyone aware that we're going to arrest anyone that we can safely arrest that's throwing an object or pushing police or throwing punches. I want them arrested. Isaac 30. Raise 3 X-ray. We got a highway gun pinch here. I want him to meet them at Broad and Vine, and it's clear. Huh? Highway 14, that is. You can raise them on the air, and we'll get that prisoner safely out of here. Chris, I received that. You're riding them with Broad and Vine and myself, so Luke.
I might have to take a little break.
Charlie 6, Isaac 7.
Yeah, I might have to take a little break.
Central to T-Town. Isaac 7.
Isaac 7. Charlie 6, Isaac 7. Meet me on the other side of Starbucks if you can.
Central to Central.
We need additional units if you can free anyone up to come to 1600 Walnut, 17th and Walnut. We have a large crowd there vandalizing all the businesses in the area, setting fires.
Can I get additional units start over to 1700 Walnut?
Isaac 9, we have a package of 50 state troopers at Broad and Vine. Had them start down there. Isaac 30. Did you lose 3 X-ray? No, Lieutenant for the wagons.
Radio to 3 X-ray, 3 X-ray.
3 X-ray, copy your order, sir. Alright, thank you. It's Highway 14. We'll see where we can safely put that person in the wagon.
Flight Command, you be advised we're trying to break the windows of residences. Tom 81.
Tom 81.
I'm here with State Police. Where do they need them at?
Alright, do you want them to start down to 17?
That's not Greg.
16th and Chestnut, 16th and Chestnut.
RTC to Charlie, you got a large crowd running from City Hall towards 15, 16th and Chestnut.
Tom 81.
Tom 81.
Tom 81. I just spoke with the major from State Police. They have a boss en route with troopers. They're going to break them all from here as soon as I get here. It's already en route from Belmont.
Tom 81, receive.
You got to wait till it get nighttime. That's wait till it get nighttime.
RTC 2, you got multiple people on the fire truck for the 15th and Chestnut.
I have multiple.
I'm going to need to get to the ladder 5.
Can I get you to start over? 1600 Chestnut.
Mike 2X, be advised, we're getting ready to try to start breaking glass on the residence. That's a break.
4-5, do we have murder on the south side of City Hall to stop these windows from being broken? The residents in?
Same 7X, we're filled in all along on the line. We need somebody to relieve us.
Isaac 30. Once we get all our ERTs, hopefully down here, we can replace some of our strike force bikes and patrol bikes, and then we can go mobile. Alright, we're going to need something out here because we have a line on the south side, but between us and that building, we have no one.
That's not cool. No, not ruining shit is not cool. Especially saying you're gonna kill somebody.
RTC to Charlie, reference the 15th and Chestnut, see if we can get hold of the fire board. See if they can get anybody with ladder 5.
Alright, 3X and I'm pulling in line. I got no visual on Highway 14. Can you try J-Band radio?
Alright.
You can't head south on Michigan Avenue because the bridge is raised up.
Back here, 15th and Chestnut, another fire was set. Fireboard walking down and putting it out.
Alright, 15th and Chestnut, another fire was set. You have fireboard on location.
No, the battery is low, and I got to get to the car and take a break.
Highway 14. 3X to Highway 14, what's your location?
Highway 14, we're right by the TJC, loading on the wagon. 3-0, wagon.
RTC Charlie, you're possibly setting fires at 15th and Chestnut also.
We got the pigs outnumbered. Last night, man. Look at this. Man, they was going at it on State and Harrison. That's
RTC to Charlie, it's the northwest building.
Last night, they was turning up on State.
Oh my God, they're in it. They're in the Foot Locker. They're in.
Building, okay.
That's right. Fight fire with fire. Fuck you. Yeah, third degree ain't nothing. Third degree, just like they did Van Dyke. Because Van Dyke getting down to
Tom 7, Tom 3. Tom 3. X12X is at Bronx Spring Garden, coming south. Alright, thanks. I just pulled off.
shortcut. And Trump Tower right there.
CM403, just a heads up, we have a couple of detectives en route to Central conducting interviews. I'm sorry, en route to Jefferson.
Stand 403, receive.
Cut through here and just cut on right.
Unit coming over.
Green Olive and DVP.
Mason 2, what's the address of the residence in?
Actually close. If you go.
Highway 23.
Highway 23.
Charlie 23. I'm sorry for this, but can I get that location again where these vehicles are located, the vehicles that were on fire, the police vehicles?
Way up Periscope. I gotta take a break. Hold on.
6 and Arch Underground.
15. The ones that were able to drive, they brought over here 6 and Archer, put them on the ground. The ones on fire, I believe, are still out in the field.
This is fucking insanity.
7B, are you almost wrapped up and be able to come back over to this line?
Yes, sir. I just released the mail. I'm walking back now. From the CJC.
The unit that was looking for the damaged vehicles, they're currently in the PAB parking lot. The unit that was looking for the damaged vehicles, they're currently in the PAB parking lot.
Charlie 23, that's the wagons. I also know there's some cars. I need to find those cars that were set on fire.
Going to JFK.
Road in JFK?
He's only looking for the police vehicles or the state police vehicles as well.
I need the location for all the vehicles.
Somebody for Reddit, Vine, and Broad. There is a state police vehicle. There's just a shell. It was on fire.
I got that. How about the city police vehicles?
All right, sir. I have some of the city police vehicles in the PAB parking lot.
RTC to try. The vehicles that were burned are the majority going to be in front of City Hall, in front of the new municipal building. You should have about 4 or 5 of them out there. Okay, right out front of the municipal services building across from City Hall, correct? Correct, and then there's either 1 or 2 on the side of the municipal building on Broad. Okay, thank you. Isaac 30.
Isaac 30.
Yeah, we got the second alarmers on the air.
How long are we going to air?
On to Isaac 30.
Even the children's place wasn't safe.
Is there any way we can get you on the apron of City Hall so that we can get our people some water and stuff?
Joe, we're at the PAB lot. You want to come up Market Street and take it from that angle?
We need to keep you secured. If you get up on the apron, then I can secure you. We'll put you in the middle of the apron up here by City Hall.
We're going to leave the PAB lot. We'll come westbound on Market and meet you at the hall.
We'll get you up on the apron. Just let us know when you're close.
I'll go on board.
Oh shit! This is where I parked my car. Oh shit!
Charlie 102, race Charlie 23. Have him call my cell, please.
Charlie 23, receive.
Look at this, y'all. Like almost every fucking store.
I'll go on board. Just be advised. The group that did the damage along Chestnut Street and Walnut Street, they're at 18th and Walnut now. We got a large group.
All right, the group is now supposed to be moving westbound, sir.
Uniqlo was smart. They boarded everything up.
Looks like they're stationary at 18th and Walnut.
Group that was causing damage 17th and Chestnut, 18th and Chestnut is now roundabout 18th and Walnut. Unity's caution in the area.
Perfectly good sign.
Highway 2
Highway 2 Barney.
Yes, ma'am. I know we got a lot going on. If you have any second alarmers out there that can take City Hall, we got a bunch of officers out here that are thirsty. Got no water.
I don't know, but you said you need someone to take City Hall for.
This is the Rite Aid.
Charlie 6.
Charlie 6.
Can you raise Isaac? Now I can have him come over to next to the Starbucks.
Isaac 9.
Isaac 9 feet.
We need you at the Starbucks, sir.
Okay.
Yo, dude is fucking.
Highway 2 Barney.
SA1.
Highway 2 Barney. I was asking if there was any second alarmers. Bring water out here. We have a bunch of officers out here that I need to do.
Alright, sir, you're right.
That arrangement now.
SA1 to Highway 2B. We're right over to City Hall now. We're leaving the PAB line.
Parked in the garage. I said, no way. No way. Oh, he's brave parking there. Oh, shit. Yeah.
RTC to Charlie, you got about 200 people running eastbound from 15th and Chestnut.
Yo, keep your mask up. Keep your mask up.
Alright.
You come back towards City Hall.
Yeah, so approximately 200 people now traveling eastbound from 15th and Chestnut, 15 and Chestnut going eastbound and Unity's caution, please.
CO 35.
CO 35.
Can you raise Charlie 23 for me?
Charlie 23.
What is this? Hotel something. I can't tell. Damn, man.
CO 35, go ahead with your message, sir.
Yeah, CO 35 to Charlie 23. I got my whole West South crew standing by at the 35th District. Is there a second bus coming in over here to transport them down to Center City? 50 to CO 35. Yeah, that's already been arranged by EOC, so they should be there shortly. Okay, we'll stand by.
Isaac 4.
Isaac 4.
Can you raise car 4, please?
Car 4.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Car 4.
We got the second alarmers being escorted over to City Hall. Where do you want them at City Hall?
Barney.
Alright, I'm gonna go back towards some of the action.
Where's he going?
I took
Yes, where do you want the second alarmers to come over there, City Hall?
photo, so I was hoping to take a
Come right through West Plaza. 50th and 100 on the west side.
Alright, that's gonna be the west side, sir, so work the west side. Car 4.
Take care, got it.
Can you raise EOC?
EOC.
Proceed. Yeah, Isaac 4, can you notify car 4? A woman just came by and told me that when it gets dark, part of this crowd is going to go to South Street and attempt to break into all the stores on South Street.
EPW 606 Brown Central, 1 male, that's 269.
EPW 6, I'm out to Central, the time is 7:08.
X to EPW 3 and 4.
Alright, y'all. I'm gonna, take
EPW 3 and 4.
and I'll be back on.
EPW 3. 3X to EPW 4. How's it look over there?
Car 4, you trying to talk to me?
Correct, so they said when it gets dark, they're going to move to South Street.
Proceed.
All right, EPW 3 and 4, 3X right here, the message for you.
Receive.
South Street 1180.
South Street 1180.
South Street 1180. Was that message that the crowd was coming to South Street?
There is word from a citizen that when his sun goes down that they will possibly be moving to South Street to Loop.
South Street 1180 received. Thank you. We're going to mobilize accordingly.
All right, sir.
All 1 Barney.
Highway 1 Barney.
All 1 Barney. Just be advised that that group from 18th and Walnut is now around 18th and Chestnut.
All right, again, a group of about 200, sir.
Yeah.
Car 4.
Yeah, raise Isaac 3. He has any package, send him to South Street. We're going to have Strike Force started over to South Street also.
Isaac 3, we're out here. I can clean it. How much do you need?
Isaac 4, give me a call. Isaac 3, give me a call.
All right, JT from Central.
If you got the second alarmist truck on the air, have them come up around the south side of City Hall and we'll escort them in.
All right, second alarmist again will be entering on the south side of City Hall. South side of City Hall. All right, be advised to...
Got a package from the 25th coming with them.
All the people that's at the Fashion District are now switching over to the 6th District side.
The units know that that crowd is probably going to be about 300. They're going westbound from 19th Street on Chestnut, westbound on Chestnut.
All right, again, that's a crowd of approximately 300 traveling westbound from 19th and Chestnut, westbound from 19th and Chestnut, approximately 300.
Hey, Tech here. Everything's leaving City Hall. Can you let me know where these people are going? On 15.
Tech, I see that, sir. They're just traveling westbound now.
Well, the ones that are going down from here, I don't know where they left it.
Okay, receive that, sir. We'll look now.
SA1, Isaac 30. I'm at Broad in City Hall portal. Mike 180, is CO 15 on the air?
CO 15 on the air. Go ahead with your message.
Isaac 30, is third party candy on the air?
Third party. Isaac 30 is on the air.
Give me a call. Back here.
Back here.
Just west of 15th on Chestnut. That is where most of your groups all congregated now.
All right.
Is 10?
All right, again, that's the...
Okay, thank you.
Great. Isaac 10.
Yeah, advise the officers on the west side of City Hall as they're moving the crowd back. Black male, white shirt, jeans, red bandana on his face. Looks like he has a super soaker that he's trying to escort the officers.
All right, again, units use caution on the west side of City Hall. There's a black male with a red bandana, white shirt, blue jeans with some sort of water gun. Use caution, again, it's a black male, red bandana, white shirt with blue jeans on the west side of City Hall. A squirt gun.
It would be on the south side of the opening there, maybe about 10 deep.
He's going to be on the south side near the opening.
SA1.
SA1.
Glenn Isaac 30 no war location at Broad and JFK, and then once we're done here, we'll make the loop around the wall and take care of it. We got an escort with us.
Isaac 30 received.
Make sure how fast we're off.
Thank you, sir.
Isaac 4. Yes, man. Can you also see if second alarmers can hit the MSP? We got about 200 police officers up there also thirsty. Thank you.
SA1, you got it. You said you were going to loop around, correct?
Car 4, be ready, license 6.
SA1, you did receive a message about units in the MSB also needing some relief. Car 4, sir, you want Isaac 6?
Isaac 6.
Isaac 6, give me a call.
Sir.
Alright, and just be advised, the crowd that was at the Fashion District is now moving on Chestnut.
RC6 Charlie, just be advised, you got about almost 1,000 people at 16th and Chestnut. All I see is one step at top and they're starting to throw stuff at me. You might want to set it in a little back.
Can I get some units at 16 and Chestnut, 16 and Chestnut? For crowd control, again, 16 and Chestnut. You need units 16 and Chestnut for crowd control.
Yeah, RC2 Charlie, they're surrounding the SEPTA officers out there.
Alright, question mark. Alright, city officer. Police by radio, 16 and Chestnut. I got a solo the officer on location, 16 and Chestnut. Again, the city officer, police by radio, 16 and Chestnut. I got a solo the officer needing backup.
You got about 5 of them out there now, but they're still outnumbered.
My third, Earthly Assist 414 South Street, Viewer Zone, Northeast Police. Speed in the 3rd District, Earthly Assist 414 South Street, Viewer Zone, Northeast Control, Northeast Police.
I use this one for the Assist 414 South Street on location resume. This one for the Assist 414 South Street on location resume, no injuries to officer 335 and 718.
In the plaza, next to the bench.
Sammy, fine, I'll take care of that.
Alright, 39th District, reported gunshot, Henry and Tilden. 39th District, reported gunshot, Henry and Tilden. Got it. Check 2B.
Where do they need to start check?
It's gonna be the northwest corner, City Hall, in the plaza, by events, the unattended backpack, Sir 1 X-ray.
Can't you receive? Let them know where the southwest corner we're making our way over inside.
Alright, 1 X-ray, got the adult coming to you, sir.
1 X-ray, thank you. Highway 1 X-ray. Oh, sorry, Highway 1 Andy.
Highway 1 Andy.
Okay, so far City Hall is clear. We're on the second floor, making our way down to the first floor.
Receive against City Hall is clear, and they're making their way down first floor from the second.
Sammy, fine, I'll take care of that package, northwest corner of City Hall.
Receive, got a K-18 as well, I believe, sir. 38 on the air, Highway 38. That's Highway 38 on the air, Highway 38.
Highway 38.
Sir, if you can you call CRD 1237? I have a message for you. 37, call 61237.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have another group going south on 16th at Sansom.
Okay, so approximately how many are you?
Check your target now. Maybe 50 to 100.
Received. Got approximately 50 to 100. A group of about 50 to 100 traveling southbound on 16th at Sansom, 160 at Sansom southbound. Please caution. Can't hear your call sign.
2535.
2535 on TV.
Discord.
And 977.
Band 977.
And be advised, just had about 20 dark lights ATV southbound blow up from Montgomery.
Alright, again, any units in the area, please use caution. Approximately 20 dirt bikes and ATVs are traveling southbound on Broad from Montgomery, southbound. On Broad from Montgomery, approximately 20 dirt bikes and ATVs. Again, use caution.
One X-ray, one clear the unattended backpack. He's still with the police for the rest of the closet.
X-ray received. Backpack has been cleared in the northwest corner.
K2B.
K2B.
Yeah, can you raise Andy 200 level north southwest corner City Hall was clear.
Andy 200.
Some of the most grizzled police officers.
Andy 200 on the air, Andy 200. Alright, again, if Andy 200 is on the air, Andy 200 per K2 Barney, the southwest corner is clear.
200?
Yes, per K2 Barney, the southwest corner is clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. 4 5.
5.
Reeves Isaac 19.
Sure, just be advised, you still have no officers with those step officers out there.
Isaac 19, I'm on the air. Isaac 19, Isaac 19, I'm on the air.
5.
Isaac 19.
Isaac 19, I'm on the air.
Yeah, Isaac 19. You have enough people with you for now? We're going to be sending highway over too.
Right now, where we are, there's nothing going on. Once we start seeing some action, I'll keep you advised.
Okay, thanks.
Alright, just be advised.
Group of dirt bikes and quads, south of Broad, coming up the Spring Guard.
Club up the same 20 from Montgomery again. Now they're at Spring Garden and traveling southbound Verona Spring Garden, about 20 dirt bikes. Still need units with the SEPTA officers that are at 16 and Chestnut, RTC 16 and Chestnut, was that it?
RTC Charlie, that's correct. You got probably about 500 people out there.
Take a
5
literal
SEPTA
step
cops
back
who
and
won't
let
want
the
to
city
just break into
know
stores and drug
it is your
officers.
responsibility, and I thank you for protecting our life, our liberty, and our property here. And I know that our officers are committed to making sure people can peacefully protest, but we also can't have unsafe situations where police cruisers are on fire with bullets in them and other things that could kill not only them, but everybody around them. It is time to move backwards.
Activists have long been calling for prosecution of more police officers in LA County in cases of in-custody deaths of civilians. Have you spoken to the DA's office about this topic? Could you please address this ongoing criticism?
I have in the last couple of days, but as I said, I came from a district attorney who was a deputy district attorney at the time, standing up the first unit that did this. And I've spoken with this district attorney and past district attorneys. It is very difficult to convict a police officer when we all know they have done something wrong. We do need not only to put that on the shoulders of our prosecutors and our judges, but also all of us, so that in the jury we don't say, because they had a badge, this is okay. If you break the law, you break the law no matter who you are, and there needs to be accountability. We need to also acknowledge how difficult this work is and train and change the culture. And also substitute that policing is the only answer for our public safety woes. I'm so proud of our GRID programs in this city. I have expanded them by 50%. I've seen some things out there saying that our police department is 70% of our budget. It's 17% of our budget, 17.6% of our budget. I'm proud that we've expanded our work in homelessness, our work in our libraries to expand our hours, our work for hiring people who come out of jail and prison, and put dollars behind that. Those are the things that end racism, and those are the things that make a safer community. And so that is as critical as any of our work, as well as holding accountable the criminal justice system at all levels, from juries to prosecutors. And I absolutely have had those conversations and will continue to.
You're dealing with two crises at once. Can you describe how the duality of those crises impacts the response and maybe hurts the response?
You know, none of us want this moment. It's the heaviest moment I've experienced as a resident of Los Angeles, besides maybe in 1992 when I saw my entire city burning. A moment in which we had an unseen threat that, while we saved lives, took away livelihoods, and now trying to balance those two things. This was supposed to be a weekend of openings, and then we saw the closing of a life in Minneapolis. This is a moment in which we have to see how these things connect with each other. If you don't see how COVID-19 kills more African Americans, then you're blind. If you don't see how African Americans are more often, disproportionately, and Latinos quite often, the victims of those missteps of bad officers and the crimes that they commit, you're blind. Vice versa, if we don't make this the work of everybody, if we don't see that it isn't enough to be against racism, you have to actually actively work to be an anti-racist, to dismantle things, to put your own capital on the line, whether it's political or economic, to share what you have and to make equality be not just a phrase but a reality. There's no question these two things intersect with each other, whether it's the way that we had to close down testing centers today, and I hope that doesn't lead to a little bit more spread, or the way that we are asking protesters to exercise their rights while not causing unsafe situations, not just in the immediacy, but in the face of COVID-19. But I will say this last thing on this question. I do believe in Los Angeles. We aren't defined by the moments where we set out to do the things we want to do. We are defined at the moments by how we respond to the things we don't want to happen. We didn't want COVID-19 to happen, but you've already shown who you are and what this city of angels is about. This is our second test, a test not to retreat from the demands of justice, but also not to push forward with the destruction of a city. We are not at a place where we see Los Angeles returning to where we were 20, 30 years ago, but our work remains unfinished. And if you can hold both of those, you can hold and get through this moment, and especially to our young people who weren't even alive in 1992, I want to say, your hearts are broken, and ours are too. You should demand change, but change comes not just on the street. Have you filled out your census form? Because if you're not counted, you're erased by this government, and the funding doesn't come for the programs that would change this. Have you registered to vote? Because if you're not out there voting, your voice not only is not heard, but you may have leadership that isn't just your ally, but as hostile and your enemy. Are you going out there each and every day to help erase whether the gender inequities that we have, or to embrace our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, to look at our Native brothers and sisters who suffer at as deep a level as our African American brothers and sisters? This is what this moment should bring us to. Not just the scream, but the next day, the joining of hands together and figuring out how we walk as one.
Can you say which testing centers were closed?
All of them were closed as of 3 o'clock in the city of Los Angeles.
And why was that decision made?
Because of the safety worries across the city.
You mentioned the curfew is limited to downtown because it's a big city, and so there are different parts of the city that have different responses. Why is the response to close testing centers citywide if the curfew is not citywide?
Well, two different things. The curfew downtown is one which we need to clean up the streets, take away things that right now are dangerous, board up our businesses so we don't see people looting till 4:30 in the morning like we saw last night, and dangerous situations where business owners and looters may come into conflict with each other. We need to reestablish that right here. Other parts of the city I believe in, and I believe that we can step back from the situation that we see at Fairfax. If we see other ones, have quick responses to make sure we're not going to stand for the burning of police cars. We're not going to stand for people who destroy shop windows. Those very few people who want the fight, whether you're a protester, a police officer, or somebody watching on TV, none of us should stand for that. All of us should condemn it, and all of us should support making sure that those people are brought to justice too. There's a much bigger call for justice that we need, and that is the one that we should keep our eyes focused on, not lighting up a police car as a way of making a point.
To circle back to what's going on now, there have been various reports of less lethal munitions, rubber bullets, or beanbags being deployed. Things seem pretty tense. What is your understanding of not only the tactics being used, but the situation at hand right now?
I came in here as I saw that happen, and the chief, I said, go there right now and go take care of that situation. So while I've been talking to you, I don't have the latest of that. I'm sure people watching have more recent information. But as always, look, as I said, policing is immensely difficult to do. Police officers are attacked, they are faced with force, and using non-lethal force is an option. But I hope for all of us, we can get to a place where we move past that, we protect protest, we make sure that it's peaceful, and that's not even a question we need to ask. I know last night, in other cities and other places, police officers would not have had the restraint that we did. And you know what? It's right that we did. It's good that we did. It's the result of a lot of hard work that we did. Will we always get it perfect? No. This is difficult work to do. To be there on a skirmish line when someone throws a brick at your head, when you start to bleed as a police officer or break your hand, or as we saw last night, people transported. These are our peace officers. They don't deserve to be attacked, and certainly nobody deserves to be killed in America because they're black. Those things can coexist with each other, and they're not equal. I'm not putting them on equal ground. Obviously, to lose your life is much worse than getting a brick. But people can die right now on the streets of Los Angeles, with and without badges. And if we don't recognize that in the same way in this COVID-19 crisis, we said even not wearing a mask can kill somebody, then we are not doing our duty to protect human life. We are saying that human lives are not all safe. I think I'd take one more question.
Moving through now until 8 p.m. when the curfew goes into place in downtown, are you going to be constantly evaluating other situations across the city to perhaps introduce a curfew in other parts of the city?
No, not at this point. I want to be clear. We're not doing this anywhere else but downtown. Yeah, you can ask it 3 or 4 times. Right now we're not, but we will monitor the entire city. And of course, we consider at any given day, when there's a perfectly peaceful day if something happens, we always have a range of options. Making sure this is a safe city is a #1 priority for me. Making sure this is a just city is an equal priority, but right now when we are in the midst of unsafety, we have to make sure that we are safe. Safe for protesters to exercise their rights peacefully and to make sure their lives are protected, as well as our peace officers and everybody else. And that's what we focused on today, tomorrow. Let us give voice to the pain that we feel, but let us not take that out on our city. We are better than this, Los Angeles. We can prove it, and I know we are a city of angels. With that, let me say a couple words in Spanish as well. Thank you.
Okay, you've been listening live to Mayor Eric Garcetti address the city of Los Angeles regarding ongoing protests first that were happening in the Fairfax district and now transitioning to other parts of Los Angeles and to the city of Beverly Hills. One major piece of news out of this news conference that you see here at the bottom of your screen.
Okay.
Again, there's a unit on the air that relocated 1922 car.
Where was it relocated from? Check here.
Alright, 19 PRC.
I'm trying to get an exact location, but somewhere in that Chestnut Sansom area, you have another fire going.
Alright, probably be about 15, 16th and Chestnut, sir.
Check here, that's close. It's going to be west of 16th. I'm trying to get in these buildings to see exactly where it is.
Alright, any unit in the area or fireboard and possibly a fire west of 16th on Chestnut, near Chestnut.
Oh, 1 bar.
Deliver 1 bar.
XPO guys, they're in the store. They just breached the store, T-Mobile, 18th and Chestnut.
Alright, the T-Mobile store 18 in Chestnut has been breached. The T-Mobile store 18 in Chestnut has been breached. 15 TRC.
19 ERC.
Where'd you say your car was again? The unit block of what?
Was parked on the unit block at North 15th Street, North 15th and Arch.
You said 15 and Arch?
Check here, looks like a vehicle on fire somewhere right around 16th and Locust.
Alright, there's 16 and Locust for a vehicle fire. PLC, get that, can you send fireboard 16 and Locust, check for a vehicle fire.
Check here, it's full recall. 2nd alarmers, it's Isaac 30. Move around here to the southern end.
ELC on the air, you get that there's a fully engulfed vehicle, 16 and Locust, 16 and Locust.
Back there, that's going to try to rest your crowd now, right in that area. Several hundred are going to be heading right over towards that way.
ELC, you receive?
You know, we didn't. Could you repeat that?
16 Chestnut, there's a vehicle fire, fully engulfed. 16 and Locust, 16 and Locust, vehicle fire. From Tech here.
Reference to a Hispanic female attempting to stab him with keys that's repeating in the 15th, Friday 1 person with a weapon, 2139 Granite. No complainant inside in reference to a Hispanic female attempting to stab him with keys, nothing further.
From the area of Chestnut and Cross Market. That's the car's on fire right out front of a business, so that's where all your people are, on that business corridor.
Right here, Miss Receipt. Near the vehicle fire, that's where a lot of the businesses are being breached.
Andy 200.
Andy 200.
If we have Northeast City Hall security meeting out front.
Council stationary.
Andy 200. I'm okay out here. I don't need anything. I just need Northeast security.
Northeast corner, what's your position?
Andy 200. Just fine.
Pressing weapons, 2139 Granite. From Swift, Hispanic female, no further description, trying to stab him up. He's high narcotics.
What's up, Jeff?
Proceed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can we have assist for SEPTA Police is on the 11th and Market on the eastbound platform? They were in pursuit of a male, one of the looters. Stand by for flash.
Arch 1922 RPC was relocated.
16, they checked the federal building basement. That's where we put a lot of things. Somebody would slide down here like under there.
I-19 GRC. One more time, young lady, I didn't hear you.
George on the radio.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Second time. I know you said it already, but where did they relocate these burnouts?
I believe, did they say they were underground, sir?
Yes.
George 30, the burnouts are on City Hall on the north side. They didn't relocate them.
Thank you.
Car 4 to attack here again. Do we have a group moving in any direction? Any large group moving in any direction?
Sector, your largest group is around that car fire at 16th and Locust. Everybody's watching that, and they're on the business corridor, all in that area.
Received. And what's the approximate number?
Sector, it's hard to see in there, sir, but it's at least a couple hundred.
Proceed.
Isaac 30. Do we have any trash trucks working?
EOC, would you be able to check to see if there are any sanitation vehicles out?
Robert, are you looking for sanitation vehicles? Yeah, right around City Hall. So, yeah, I want to get some of this picked up. We got chairs, so that don't get used against us later tonight. Robert, one received. Right, give me a minute, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Check here between 17th and 18th and Walnut. Looks like they're breaking into the businesses there.
Alright, possibly have businesses being broken into 17th, 18th, and Walnut. 17th, 18th, and Walnut.
Isaac 30, we're going to start mounting up some bikes to go down there. Still 39.
Still 39.
Still GRM to react yet for the curfew.
side, it says it's on 1600 Chestnut. We have no flags.
Let me check. Don't have it. I'm going to check, sir.
I'll just give it to you. Effective 8 o'clock tonight, 6 a.m. tomorrow. Mandatory curfew. Streets should be clean, clear. Only people with essential duties are going to be cleared outside.
And again, units be advised from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. There's a mandatory curfew in effect. Only essential people will be allowed out. Again, 8 p.m. tonight till 6 a.m. in the morning. There's a mandatory curfew in effect. Only essential personnel will be allowed out. WKRW 578, the time is 7:45.
Move more corners, move more off the streets, etc. After that, they start.
Charlie 2 to radio.
No.
Alright, street.
Let's try not to.
Street bus will be clear. Charlie 32.
Radio, that's Charlie 2. Can you raise Isaac 7 for me?
Isaac 7.
Car 5, he's on the phone. When he's off, I'll have him get on the radio.
Thank you. Charlie 2, the radio. Can you have Isaac 7 call me on my cell phone when he's available?
Car 5, can you raise the EOC for me?
They're going to try and step in and corral these protesters or move them in some way. But Chris, it's so interesting.
My headquarters, hold on a second, he's probably on SWAT band, I'll get hold of him.
With that curfew, are they shutting SEPTA routes down going into Center City?
Isaac 6.
Message left.
I have pictures on the.
Alright, with the curfew,
You have people like this
he's
who come
asking
out
are the
and they
SEPTA
turn it
routes
into something
being suspended that are entering into Center City.
Waste bins as a barrier. It's hard to tell what their plan is or what they're doing.
SEPTA 1.
But you see this standoff now happening.
There are
at
no
the
routes
intersection.
running
Police are on the
from
opposite
Washington
side
to
there
Girard,
at Fairfax,
River to
and
River.
protesters are gathered on the right side of your
Sir,
screen.
we see there will be no routes running from Washington to Girard, River to River.
Protesters here.
Car 5, I got that, thank you.
It looks like police are using their non-lethal weapons now, shooting toward protesters, presumably trying to push them back.
What do you need, George 9?
Items being thrown in police's direction. One of them looked like a can or something like that. So things are tense, they're escalating. Remember that the newspaper that the mayor just wrapped up, he is asking people, in his words, to take a break.
George 30, you have a message for George 9.
He made it
And a
clear
lot of people
Yes, man, if you ask him to give me a call, I can give him a number if he doesn't have it.
people's First Amendment rights to speak out. And
Go right over.
he's saying he wants people to return to protest when things are peaceful. Right now, at least from this point of view, things are deteriorating a bit now.
Isaac 6.
Isaac
Yeah,
6.
what you see on the right, you see, hundreds
Radio, can you put that curfew information out over South Band as well?
Sir, I actually sent it to all of the dispatchers in the room. The lieutenant said that the news had posted something as well in reference to the
I
curfew.
live in this area and I was driving to work.
For
and
30
I did see a
proceed,
lot of people. I saw some families that were walking away,
267
walking home. But what we see
549
right now are some people,
6784.
There's a lot of frustrated people out there, but when it turns to violence and it turns to a situation where you're literally damaging your community, damaging your city,
Robert
I
1.
mean, that's what they're trying to stop. That's what
Robert
they're trying
1.
to get people to go home. The mayor's talking as well. And one of the things that
Sanitation equipment is en route to City Hall. Could you raise the commander that requested and asked for a call me in the EOC?
emotions are high. People have been self-quarantined. They've been home.
Isaac 30, I'll give you a call.
Plus, and obviously they see the images
Proceed.
coming out of Minneapolis where an unarmed black man
Isaac 3, Oxford 30. I got a package of 16 coming your way. No supervisors though. Where do you want them?
seen throughout the years, and
Straight legs or bikes? Bike.
All right, let's take a look now at these live pictures. We see the fire department is now arriving, going to put out this vehicle.
I got 16 bikes. Want them City Hall?
A couple of their engines and protesters
Yeah.
are using
The
spins as some kind of a lot
southeast corner. Tell them to meet me now. Put them on one of the white teams. Thank you.
Fairfax district. There's a lot going on elsewhere. People are marching and demonstrating as well.
R5 to Isaac 30.
Fires that we've seen so far. I do want to mention
Isaac
the city
30.
of Beverly Hills had put out an alert earlier mentioning
You have fights on that group that's on 16th Street. That seems to be our only crowd.
to stay away from the city for now. So a dynamic situation in terms of what first responders are dealing with, what protesters are seeing.
Mike, what do you have?
I want to bring in retired police sergeant Darren Wyatt, who is joining us on the phone. Thank you so much for your time.
Isaac 30, I didn't get that message.
Service. Can I ask you a little bit about?
I'm asking if we have fights on what seems to be our only moving crowd right now. They were on 16th Street.
We got white teams en route, the motorcycles are en route.
Just mentioned one of them. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, so we not only have to deal with the worries about exposure to COVID, and you don't know who these people are and what they've been exposed to, but now you have extreme levels of violence out there.
James responded, first weapon, 2139 Granite. You can visit us on Founded, first weapon, 2139 Granite.
Support the public's right to vent and to get their feelings out there. But when they start damaging property, hurting other people, that's when it becomes criminal. And really, it's almost counterproductive to the message they're trying to send.
We've heard that message as well play out from different city officials and law enforcement agencies across the country. You mentioned the pandemic. Easy to forget that is happening, and that is such a big part of what our country is experiencing right now in so many places.
What X-ray unit is coming over?
Funny, man, 15th and Market. I have about 25 people walking around with boxes of merchandise. Looks like shoes.
Have to check in with the city repeatedly to see when those testing sites can resume.
Alright, I got approximately Google.
It looks like they've reached the Mitchell and Ness store on 11th Street.
So that was disrupted today as a result of this.
That's not a market in Mitchell and Ness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, is that in reference to the same 25 people X18 just gave me?
For the last couple of months, but there's none of that here in this situation right now.
You know,
Currently 25 people, 1-5 market with boxes of merchandise near any area.
We saw looting, we saw vehicles lit on fire. This protest started around noon today. There were thousands of people out there. It was very peaceful. It's Saturday night. A lot of people are unemployed, but a lot of people are also off today. What
Hey, Radio, we're almost done on the south side of the hall. Who else is looking for water?
See, other cities are just starting these protests, and obviously they want to counter them.
You know of any units still needing water?
They have going into the night.
And some voluntary please.
Manpower, obviously. When you have thousands of people down there and you have a
Isaac 30, strike force, they're down towards South Street. They need water as well.
Alright, that's Broaden Cherry, Broaden Spruce, and down towards South Street, SA1.
Sheriff's deputies there as well. But there will be officers from around the county, from many different police departments.
Isaac 3, can you raise car 4 for me, please?
Fire. So the fire department's going to need what we call force protection. They're going to be protected by officers when they go into battle.
Car 4.
We heard stories last night of people trying to climb.
Sir, we're going to have the Northwest package moving straight down Broad Street on a bus. Where do you want them at? I don't really want to waste the time taking them off Broad Street. You want them right down at City Hall?
Yeah, bring them right down on the west side. Bring them towards Dilworth Plaza.
Yeah, so just to remind our viewers now, you're looking at live images. This was Fairfax and Beverly, and now we're transitioning now to a different part of the
Looks like you have another car fire, possibly. I'll get you an exact address.
We've seen that tactic used last night.
Alright, if any other units see smoke,
another one for you again.
Across the country where officers form a physical barrier to stop protests. Can you talk about why that is a tool that is used and what the goal is of something like that?
It's called mobile field force, and it's a police tactic that really came about after the Rodney King riots in 1992, and it's where you try and literally take control or regain.
I care, looks like 15th and Walnut. I don't know if it's a vehicle or not. Pretty large fire.
And last night, as you saw, you would
see 15 on Walnut. The truck can check 15 on Walnut for a fire in the area. 15 on Walnut.
And clear the area. Then you'll see people.
You'll see receipts.
Those are people that are either there with less lethal munitions.
Sector, this one is it's on the bottom of the building. They can make that a priority for the engine.
Pepper balls or some kind of less than lethal round.
You guys
form an arrest team, and if there's somebody there, as you can just see, it looks like they deployed some kind of a ferret with some kind of
DJ 70.
like tear gas or artillery spray. That's what that yellow would be.
Hey, car 4 to Isaac 30.
The field forces is to have a line.
Isaac 30.
Call it a skirmish line for a reason.
Yeah, let me know when you have your packages of bikes rolling through the center.
Protests have been going around for a very long time. How would you
We're doing it now, Commissioner.
Other protests in recent years past,
Hey,
and what you see going on across the country? Any concern that
1680.
this can develop into, days on end of protest?
I think so. I think we're already seeing that, especially in Minneapolis and areas back there, Atlanta last night. And I think that really some of these have moved away from protests to riots. They're engaging in criminal activity. They're attacking police officers. They're throwing.
Can't be that important. Yeah, so if you have it available, you can deal with it.
And at that point,
Put it on film.
now you're fully engaged.
100 on the field, what you said?
We have to provide some context to our viewers too. A lot of times we show these images that
13 on the field.
Are you available to meet Dan 70, 1300 field?
there are other situations, different parts of the city where people are just marching and protesting.
Car 4, have those units come in, they're going to need to
It's hard. We try to use ground
park their cars somewhere.
shots to give you an idea.
Alright, Jay, the C-Band from Central. They need more units over at 8th and Chestnut. Got a large crowd forming over there at 8th and Chestnut. They need more units.
This is just behind Chris.
Units available, 8th and Chestnut.
Right around the corner from there. And I want to ask you about this.
We have a unit on the air assigned to the 16th District unit using it with badge 1206. Again, any 16th District unit with badge 1206, if you're on the air, please switch over to J or C-Band.
Who have to patrol and police a very, very large city and county. Talk about what are some of the logistical moves that are being made right here. You talked about mutual aid and the possibility of officers coming in from surrounding.
The unit on the air assigned to the 16th District with badge 1206 on the air, please switch over to J and T-Band. Again, any 16th District unit with badge 1206, please switch over to T or J-Band so we can account for you.
Well, there'll be an incident commander who's over.
Badge 1206, over.
And then there'll be an operational section chief who's dealing
This is badge 1206.
elements of the incident.
Okay, sir, what's your location? We've been trying to get a hold of you.
As one of the strongest master mutual
I was on T-Band, I just got the notification.
country surrounding.
Okay, are you everything under control where you are?
On master mutual aid.
That's correct.
Really
Alright.
big into interoperability.
Proceed. When you can, please call 686-1238. Sorry, 3128. 3128.
Comes in, we'll have a supervisor that comes with them. They'll liaison with the operations section chief and incident commander.
18 times, I'm sorry, I mean, they break into it.
From another agency will be there simply.
Alright, somebody said 8th and Sansom, they're breaking into the jewelry store.
Okay, he's saying George Ryder breaking in.
Wherever this is occurring.
Sorry, somebody 8th and Sansom, assist the officer, police by radio. Copy 8th and Sansom, assist the officer, police by radio.
Law enforcement supports that.
Alright, car 4, let's get some bikes down here. We have a package going, let's get some bikes down here also.
Alright, stand by. Assist the officer, police by radio, 8th and Sansom. 8th and Sansom, assist the officer, police by radio.
Things, the males, I was watching them in the camera. They're all out of the store.
Alright, they're out of the store. He was watching them on the camera.
Let me ask you about this. The mayor talked about
Like P3, we're going down there.
has become something
Like you, Andy, as well.
profile over the years. One of the concerns that we're hearing from protesters is that police in many
Fletcher from Jewelers Row, you have 3 that are running southbound, wearing all black backpacks.
situation, and they have legitimate concerns about officers who may not de-escalate the situation, and in many cases, tragic situations have played out like what we saw with the death of George Floyd. That
Craig, how about you go back to that camera and see if they could provide any further flash?
Marching to Charlie Monitor.
Frustrated about what they have
Thank you.
expressed to be a lack of accountability by police in terms of some of these deaths of black and brown people over the last few years.
Central Baptist, you got a multitude of people going through the Jewelers Road. 20 people out here.
Like to think that, and they're selling it.
Isaac 19, I'm getting ready to get a concession of ice. We're going to head down to 8th and Chestnut.
Minneapolis was wrong. The officer clearly, from what we've seen, stepped out of bounds and acted inappropriately. However, here especially, de-escalation has come a long way. If you just watch the officers who are engaged in these incidents right now, and
My post district, no radio MVP transmissions in the area of Cobbs Creek and Springfield in reference to a large trash bag left on the highway. South district, no radio MVP transmission in the area of Cobbs Creek and Springfield.
Taunting them, and you've seen an extreme amount of restraint on the part of the officers.
Here in
California, day in and day out. We've come a long way. I served for 30 years.
Nathan, do I have all my strike force flights started over to George Road?
Like team 3 and 2, we're almost there. We're 11th in Chestnut now.
We've come so far in
Who's that location for strike force?
the last couple of years that this incident in Minneapolis completely cut us off at the ankle. And we're going to have to start
making your way to Nathan Chestnut.
for the people to be out there working.
All right, and we just want to let people know that you're watching CBS 2 News at 5. We are covering a massive protest in the Fairfax district. There have been several clashes between protesters.
Isaac 19, I have a contingent of bank for in damage on this road.
Did give a press conference talking a little bit about this, and we're also
Isaac 4, thank you.
there is a curfew in place.
Right,
for
like we're getting ready to push down, push eastbound on the 1500 block of 7.
As you know, or as you may remember, last night there was a massive protest.
Check here.
Hundreds of people were arrested.
Check here.
A lot of violence. There were
Group that came out of Jewelers Road or west on Walnut, running from 8th Street.
Right now, we have retired.
Alright, west on Walnut, running westbound on Walnut from 8th Street, the ones that were in Julius Road.
Gerald, I want to talk a little bit about this curfew that is in place right now. When was the last time in recent history that the city of Los Angeles has issued a curfew like what we're seeing tonight?
I just want to thank you. Where do I have most of my problems with the looting?
I don't remember another time since then.
Check out our sir. Can you repeat that one time?
Where are most of the crowds breaking into stores? Are they on? Are they still on 1500 Chestnut, or are they moved down?
Check here, sir. We came down to Jewelers Road real quick. There was some people running out of the road. We'll head back down there now.
Like team 3, we're here now. They're all running. There's nobody left on Jewelers Road. They went west on Walnut from 8. We're going to take a ride west. I support just hold Jewelers Road. We have enough cars down there to hold Jewelers Road.
6 down 3, there's that cars here. Yes, sir.
Support, just hold that road. Don't let anybody break into anything. If you see them breaking in, lock them up. Isaac 19, I'm coming down Walnut from Broad Street.
The mayor did say he repeatedly said that he supports people.
Like 2X, be advised, we are pushing off of 1500 Chestnut eastbound.
He wants people to return when protests are peaceful. We have seen various factions of
Car 4, can you raise Charlie 11?
violence and vandalism that is
Radio Charlie 11?
and faith leaders are saying they don't want to see in this city, but indeed is what is echoed in other protests in other parts of the country.
Yeah,
This is
call
not just happening in Los Angeles. And our reporter Jeff Nguyen has been on the ground.
X18.
I want to make sure that we have him with us. Jeff is there now in the Fairfax district, and he has seen.
Hey man, did we find out what was broken into 1500 block? I'm at Market Street, and I have people walking down with boxes of shoes and all kind of clothing merchandise. Mitchell and Ness, Unit Block of North. Unit Block of North 12.
RCC to Charlie, broken into the Nordell's at 16th and Chestnut.
Eagle R&B, also the Wawa at Broad Walnut broken into.
Like to feel 1500 block of Chestnut's going to be clear. Well, we do have a large crowd going eastbound to Broad.
This is where Erewhon is, and this is basically the corner of this road and Beverly Boulevard, where you see basically just thousands of people still on the streets.
Clear the whole time. We're going to stay in the area here. Flight 2 went west on Walnut.
Sheriff's deputies in tactical gear, as well as LAPD officers with the
Out in.
airship has been hovering over us, and the reason the airship
One there.
does that is they want to basically use
One there.
Alvin 1, I'm in front of Dilworth Plaza looking for the highway officer.
and so the co-pilot of the
Alright, how are you around the West Plaza?
on the situation have communicated
Our highway's on the near the southwest border. And can you check with Tesla? We still got people coming up the concourse from underground. Have they stopped trains at City Hall?
you'll see the crowd running
Concourse down. Lock it down twice.
Regular stuff.
I think everything is closed down, and I don't even think we're stopping at City Hall, but I'll check.
George 32. Anybody know where we're stationed these out of township police vehicles?
All right, 24 Command, I'm on T there. We're at, I'm down here at Dixon Arch. The office is on the 25th, 26th. Down here at Dixon Arch. Ready for some orders.
Okay, county. Isaac 9. Is that the county merc team? That's correct. They just turned down Front Street off the Spring Garden. 22X. We're going to need a wagon. 1500 Chestnut. We're going to have a male in custody.
I need a wagon 1500 Chestnut.
They're going to 11th and Vine for the out of town folks. 11. I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that. I'll give you a call when. Isaac 3 to car 4. I got 2 wagons coming your way. 2 wagons. Chestnut. Which way are they headed?
The majority of the people out here have been peaceful. The majority of the people out here have not been destructive.
15 next right.
15 that's right.
If you got a plate key to come down 15 feet from Mark and help us clear up this route.
Them biking is up for Andy.
The wagon, 1300 Ludlow.
You have a wagon, 1300 Ludlow, 1300 Ludlow full way.
Spike 2X, we're also going to need a wagon, 1500 Chestnut.
Also need a wagon, 1500 Chestnut.
So, right now, what we are seeing on television is...
Isaac 30, raise 3 X-ray. How many wagons do we have still available to handle that?
Bring your 3X.
Why they got here in the first place is the grievances that
3 X-ray, we have 2 wagons available.
Americans have had to deal with for generations.
Poor Andy.
We are talking about the disparity of justice.
Maybe 2 wagons. 1300 Ludlow in the alleyway.
They need 2 wagons, 1300 Ludlow in the alleyway, 1300 Ludlow in the alleyway with 2 wagons.
What was meant to be a day of demonstration is now this. It is starting.
Car 4, have Isaac 3 redirect those wagons to that locust location.
Isaac 3.
1X.
I know that a lot of these people want to express themselves. You can see this young man.
1X.
Can I show this young man real quick? And you can see what's going on right here.
Like 1X, right?
Like 1X.
Okay, we're going to have multiple arrests here on Ludlow.
Alright, Mike 1X has multiple arrests on Ludlow.
So this is what's going on right now.
101, we're on location at the west side of City Hall. Do they need us anywhere else?
I understand. So, to this young woman's point, by and large...
You need a wagon and 1500 Chestnut.
There are a number of families that have brought their children...
Alright, 2X. I need a wagon, 1500 Chestnut. Have them coming in off the 16th Street.
A number of people decided to use violence...
Alright, they're coming off the 16th.
...are now having to convert...
101 received, we'll get a 1600 Chestnut.
Their feelings about what's going on to what is going on right now. Right now we are certainly on live TV, so we apologize for some of the language that you are hearing, but it's kind of beyond our control. I think the control room is trying to speak with me, so I'm going to give them an opportunity to get them in. I'm being told to send it back.
Like 1 X-ray.
All right, Jeff, thank you for that update from the ground there in the
1 X-ray.
district. We do have
If we can spare, we're going to need about 2 wagons here.
alongside Sarah Donchi. Chris is going to get stacked.
So we're also learning the city of West Hollywood says
Alright, they need 2 wagons, 1300 Ludlow in the alleyway. They need 2 wagons, 1300 Ludlow in the alleyway for prisoners.
Car 4, I got 2 en route to them.
Restaurants and retail. So
Alright,
a
2
lot
is en
of
route to
those
you.
restaurants
Alright,
in the
1
West
X-ray.
Hollywood area have
Check
announced
the
that they
receipt,
will
sir.
open back up. Obviously, that's not
Everybody's through there.
We are in a pandemic, and there's a lot of people who are out and about. So that's a big deal right there. We're also learning in Beverly
Car
Hills,
4,
they
stand
will
by.
be issuing the exact same thing. We know earlier they were concerned about protesters that were entering the city. They're asking people who live in that area to stay inside, don't drive if you don't have to. And the biggest thing that we're looking at is the curfew that's declared for downtown Los Angeles from tonight at 8 p.m. until 5:30 in the morning. This is something that we have not seen in recent history. But Sarah, as we've been watching the news throughout the country, these protests are taking over the whole country, and a lot of cities are trying to figure out whether or not they're going to have a curfew. You know, that's just one of those situations where these protests are getting out of hand. But we do want to
put a message out. If anybody lost equipment at Dilworth Plaza to see me right in front of City Hall at 15th and Market, anybody lost equipment.
out there, they were issuing their First Amendment rights, you know, about the injustice of this man
Isaac 30.
who was killed.
We're going to have multiple prisoners. We need those 2 wagons. It's Glover Street. It's just 1 block south of Market in the rear.
Charlie Ben.
Or
TC Command.
LASD is helping as well.
Charlie 10, let Charlie car 4, car 5 know. Part of my package has arrived down here. I need Robert you to come down and bring me a couple radios so we have communications. And if one of them can give me a call to determine what the ROE is for these guys and where we want to put them.
Car 4 receipt. I'm giving you a call now.
Charlie 100, can you raise Charlie 102, have someone come over with a body camera to Dilworth Plaza, please. Someone from our unit.
Charlie 102, I received. We'll have somebody right over.
Yeah, this is a
RTCP Charlie, 50 on Chestnut. You have about 20 male, females looting the DTLR store, taking all clothing, speakers, and apparel.
We have a group at 1500 Chestnut at the DTLR store.
Top 7, the address is 1414, and they've been carrying their packages fastest for the last 20 minutes. You can do, is that 801 or 1801? Warner, I did lose some equipment. Where did they want me to go?
At Dilworth Plaza.
Yeah, I was at the northwest corner of Dilworth Plaza.
And our jails, and you find black bodies and faces grossly disproportionately represented.
Equipment, Highway 1 Express, Dilworth Plaza, northwest corner.
These concerns about police and community.
Hi, before holding up 15 and Chestnut.
We had Ahmad
Robert 19.
You know, the Georgia man, young man,
Robert 19.
25.
They don't want Chestnut. They're on with the side. They're hoping. No injury.
Didn't bring any charges against these killers until the Wait, what? Mine's on a raise me? You have George Floyd in Minnesota.
I just wanted to look to know where you were, sir, for the equipment. You're on the northwest corner.
Amy Cooper was
Warner, I'm looking for equipment. I lost equipment. Somebody came over and said if you lost equipment at Dilworth Plaza, they meet in front of City Hall. I'm looking for who has the equipment.
Yeah, Highway 1X, that's me. I'm right in front of City Hall. 15th and Market. And we hadn't had that video. So I think a lot of black people like myself, I'm a law
Robert 19.
I'm on route to you.
Yeah, Robert 19. Where's that Charlie 23 unit at?
Involving law enforcement. So I think you have a confluence,
Car 4.
kind of convergence of a lot of factors
Car 4.
together all at once.
Yeah, you need the radios. What is the location?
Unique moment in which we get to 100 Spring Garden Street. Inside the parking lot there. 100 block of Spring Garden.
All right, Robert 19, 100 Spring Garden. All right, car standby from Isaac 3. He needs 1 patrol wagon from every district in the city at 6th and Arch. 1 patrol wagon from each district in the city at 6th and Arch right now.
Black Lives Matter too. Show care and concern for those black lives, like for all lives.
Take care.
Yeah, and Jody, you know, since we
Take
heard
care.
about this man who was killed,
Cycle Market, Burlington Code Factory. Central just said the window is smashed. If they're still in there or not.
what do you want to tell people who say
9th and Market, Burlington has been
Archie, got about 100 people in the store now.
Well, you know,
about 100.
there are
Where we're going there.
white victims of police brutality and misconduct too. No one can deny that. but it just seems that this
18 Command.
18 Command.
Region Southwest Division to 6 Arch with 60 officers. Say again, 60 officers.
Proceed.
Proceed, I got that.
Walter Scott, right on down to
CO 35.
CO 35.
Yeah, if you can raise CO 15, let him know that our bus is en route to Dilworth with 91 officers and 2065.
You got it, thanks.
In terms of the persistence of these racially charged issues.
Well, I want to ask you about that for a moment because, there have been scenes that have reminded me
18 Command, we also have supervisors.
Ferguson, Missouri, in response to the fatal shooting of Michael Brown by a police officer there.
Where we have 5 prisoners altogether, where we have 16 in Chestnut, where we taking them.
In different places, but major protests in Ferguson. 2014 was not that long ago.
Sam 1.
Talk a little bit about
From Isaac 4, trying to see if you guys can block traffic 13th and Chestnut, 1-3 and Chestnut.
A lull, I suppose, but
From Isaac 4, can we get traffic blocked at 13th and Chestnut, 13th and Chestnut?
Talk a little bit about the parallels between some of what we saw in 2014.
Sam 1.
Sam 1.
Yeah, they're stark.
Someone probably around off both. And it's not ours. I'm not sure if someone else has one deployed or somebody from the crowd.
Alright, Central to T-Band, you meant to say 9th, and 13th for Walnut, 13th for Walnut.
Right, you kind of see.
That's going to be 13th and Walnut where they need more units, not Chestnut. 13th and Walnut, they need units to block off traffic.
And you wonder, what can we do now? We tried different things. We said, well, maybe
we're finished up at Jefferson. Are there still officers at Pennsylvania Hospital?
Training. We tried de-escalation training with the police.
I still have officers at Pennsylvania.
Minnesota was one of those police forces and officers in the country that really implemented a lot of those kinds of programs. And yet,
George 32, can you see if state police have something off of 95, the ramp to Vine Street? There's a guy up there directing traffic.
To start rethinking fundamentally how we're going to approach policing. George
Floyd units at 9th and Vine?
dead over alleged forgery, passing a
101. We have 5 prisoners in freedom out from the 15th District Wagon, 15th Chestnut. Where are we taking them?
Alright, where are they taking the prisoners at? They're coming from 15th and Chestnut. Where are the prisoners going?
Dealing with, coronavirus, and you're trying to keep people.
They're actually being processed at the 22nd District.
Processed at the 22nd District.
101 received. Show us a route.
Maybe the answer is to really make deep cuts in the police department itself in favor of investments in social workers, housing, public transportation, health care, and other services.
2-3, we're going into Burlington.
Municipal
Alright, so you talking?
right now, the police department, LAPD, accounts
Boys,
for
180.
just under 54% of the city's unrestricted.
Yeah, they got into the Wawa going to Walnut. We just did a walkthrough. This will be the only employees here. We'll make that. Give me a set for the rest of your promise. The windows are smashed out.
Right to Andy, we're clearing Brooklyn.
Yeah, and Jody, as we mentioned, this is the 4th straight night of these protests that are going on. Where do we go from here? Because as you see on social media, you see on the news,
Tom, unit repeat.
picking up at cities all across.
Tom 7, let me just see if I get a traffic unit in Divine to check on that guy messing with the traffic.
What's happening next? I mean, obviously you talked about budget cuts and providing more.
Ninth and Vine to check out that mail, 9th and Vine.
But right now, that's not something that's going to happen. So in the next few days, where do we go?
I'm going on past the 9th and Vine now. Nothing showing.
The protesters.
Yeah,
Mike, we're gonna need an engine and 15th Chestnut. We got a trash can on fire.
15th and Chestnut, trash can on fire. 15th and Chestnut, trash can on fire. Fire were needed.
And then there was a lull, and it's kind of like
Car 4. Hashtag here, give me where we have a crowd. Where do we have a crowd? Other than Dilworth and MSP.
And they continue to kind of fester, and here we are again. And so,
Taker, copy that, sir. For now, Twitter groups are moving ahead towards
reality, I'm driving to my class about a year ago to teach my kids.
100 Chestnut.
And I suddenly had a helicopter over my head.
Nice on 3.
Foot patrol, and because they thought I'd represent
Car 4, 100 Chestnut.
until they saw me sitting in the car.
Check here.
right now, sir. Give me 1 second.
From the back, the police officer when he came up to the window and saw me, he was surprised.
32, that was 95 at Vine Street on the off-ramp. The guy's still standing in the middle of the off-ramp.
But, you know, those...
I-95, still standing on the off-ramp.
So it's something that I think we all got to get on the same page with, recognize that we're in a special moment, you know, with coronavirus.
7471. You still have units in the area abroad and finding the culprits and screaming reference to a male threatening suicide by cop, Lake Mel 511, large bill glasses, full T.
And face hard, uncomfortable conversations to get there.
Check there, looks like 18th and Walnut. You have some people going into the stores, and then around 18th or 16th and Sansom as well.
All right, car 4, Isaac 3. Have that bus drop in that area. In the area of 18th and Walnut.
Ask people to maintain social distance. Obviously, we're not seeing that in this situation play out here. And he's also trying to...
Mike 2 West, we're going to need people to drop the 15th and Chestnut also. We got a bunch of businesses with the windows knocked out. Right now, we got it contained.
Everywhere, but certain factions of the protesters were...
I heard two teachers Charlie are starting breaking all the other stores on the 15th block of Walnut.
17 and Mark, I'm also going to need you and the people are breaking into the stores around here.
17th and Walnut, okay?
Oh yeah, you know, we have, when I've been in Black Lives Matter marches through the years going back to 2014.
At IC30, just be advised, we had about 7 arrests here. We got them bagged and tagged. We're going to get rolling again with another team.
Car 4, great. You have a wagon with you, correct?
Good, Commissioner. We're doing wagons here, and I'm going to send 3 X-rays to the other wagons to coordinate that for us.
You can't have instigators and provocateurs and other elements come in and try to free ride under the...
We have more wagons coming down.
...kind of movement. So you have to...
Yeah, Commissioner, what do we have? You wanted them 60?
Distinguish those people who are trying to make trouble.
I didn't catch that.
Who are really actively trying to...
They're going to, where are they staging that, sir?
Even if you do have...
They're going to be over where Isaac 3 is. At Isaac 3's location.
You have to try to understand that. Sometimes
56 and Arch is where we're reading.
17.
They can set blazes.
I got it.
Businesses that they
Thanks.
need in their own communities.
Secretary, you have another group, 8th and Chestnut. They're walking westbound along Chestnut now. They're trying to get into the Diamond Exchange here.
We have a group 8 and
800 Ludlow. Star units, they're breaking into another store.
1700 Ludlow. We have a crowd breaking into the store. 1700 Ludlow.
Can you make sure everyone's aware that the curfew is in effect right now, so anyone that's out can be cited for this emergency curfew. They'll be arrested and transported to the 22nd District. We have arrest teams there that'll process the citations.
Take 2 extras. You got personnel that can take the 1400 block of Chestnut also? It looks like you're going to have a large group. Be advised, roll in the 1500 block.
You have a large group 1400 Chestnut, large group 1400 Chestnut.
Criminal justice, social justice. I want to thank you for your perspective.
Yeah, 157. Could you send a couple strike force bikes back in there? They just spoke to
Jody, thank you so much. And we're also learning the city of Beverly.
Nathan 157, give me that location.
Order, can you repeat that again?
From 8 p.m. until 5:30 a.m.
Nathan 157.
So I got one contingent strike force, 1400 Chestnut. We're clearing out the DTLR. We got a bunch of people losing.
Trying to keep people safe, and we actually have 2 separate reporters that are on the ground. And Christy Fajardo, she's in the area as well. She tweeted this video.
So are you guys aware of the fire at 15th and Chestnut?
Beverly and Edinburgh. No LAPD officers in sight. You can see.
Like somebody asking about 1500 Chestnut.
They said there's a fire there.
100 rounds setting 5 of the Metro. They're breaking in T-Mobile.
1700 Rand.
B fireboard on the southwest corner.
West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. We're saying, all right, once it's 8 o'clock.
Support is needed at 1500 Chestnut on the southwest corner.
Correct, man. We got a trash can full. We can go.
EOC.
15.
to the death of George Floyd has happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
Also seen protests rage.
1500 Chestnut, we have a trash can fire. Can we start fire for it over?
PD officers joining Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department deputies.
Yes, sir, Chief. Your location again?
1500 Chestnut, 1500 Chestnut.
Proceed.
Looks like now as the chopper pans out.
Second, that large group that tried to break into the Diamond House, so are westbound on Chestnut at 10th Street.
Westbound on Chestnut at 10th Street, they're trying to break into the jewelry store.
Another helicopter angle now where you see drivers sort of making their way through a crowd of protesters.
I'm starting down over the contingent of 7 Chestnut.
This afternoon, this is happening.
They're still westbound from 10th, sir.
And many parts of the world are experiencing a raging
coronavirus,
a big concern. Mayor Eric Garcetti.
Like Team 3, we're at Jewelers Road now, and like Team 2 is at Burlington. They're securing that.
Received.
Like 1X, I'm moving to 10th and Chestnut 18.
Stay at least 6 feet away from each other to stop the spread of coronavirus. Obviously, that is not happening. And at one point in his news conference, the possibility that these protests could become events and epicenters of coronavirus spreading in our communities. He said he did not want these protests to become super spreader events, meaning one protester is exposed or carries the virus.
Jay to Steven, do you have a 22nd District unit using radio 70 for the priority?
Breaking into that store.
The city and county had to close testing sites today, testing whether or not you have
Viking PW2. That's going to be a mistake.
so that they can get a sense of what kind of effect that this virus has in our community since so many people are asymptomatic. So it's important that we remember this is happening in the midst of a
315, you need an EOC.
message to the city of LA. Keep your social
301.
distance, of course.
EOC, I need 2 sets of buses to the 15th District to transfer officers down here.
We see these large groups of demonstrators, but it is a concern for city and county.
Yeah, for sure. And keep in mind, this is the 4th straight evening of protest here in the Los Angeles area.
CI6.
Obviously, these protests have been going on all around the country. Minneapolis.
Do we have a disposition yet in the 18th District of the child shot in Tower Stewart?
They have their own protests.
Ricky, let's just put that back out. So my units responded to the first of the gun for the report of a shooting in the 18th. You can resume. It was unfounded. 18th District report of a child shot in the 18th at 51 Baltimore was unfounded.
But it's also interesting to talk a little bit about what happened last night. Last night was a very massive, intense protest here in downtown Los Angeles.
15 George, we currently have 3 buses outside of the 15th District loaded up now. Do you need 2 more? Is that what you're requesting? If you all 3, that's fine. So we EOC cancel those buses, get them down to 6 and Arch as soon as I can. Thank you.
No specifics or if that person is in custody. There was also a lot of vandalism. We saw looting.
Charlie 6, can you raise Isaac 7 for his location?
It's one of those situations.
Radio to Isaac 7, your location?
Last night to happen again.
Isaac 7, I'm still on that Hill West Plaza.
You look at this shot right here. Several patrol cars
Charlie 6, okay.
lit on fire.
Right, be advised. We're also going to have people trying to break into stores on the 1600 block of Chestnut. We got a bike team headed up, and it's a very small contingent.
Isaac 5.
Car 4, the V bus from Southwest, get there yet?
I just want to say, sir, the 60 cops and 6 sergeants, they're about 2 minutes away. They're getting on 676 now, so they'll be there shortly. 18 Command, we're passing the Broad Street ramp. We'll be there shortly.
But in some of our other
Isaac 1?
Isaac 1.
We have to mention, of course, businesses.
Yeah, I have 3 buses leaving the 15th District with a total of 84 officers. Do we know where they're supposed to respond to?
He is a liaison for business owners.
15, they're coming to 8-6 and Arch, and we'll deploy them from here.
We're 6 and Arch, they're on their way.
How we can help our regional economy.
Right, do me a favor, if you could you raise Isaac 30, have him give me a call.
So many of these business owners
Isaac 30.
have been able to operate for months.
Car 5 to car 4.
Doors to limitations placed on them because county health leaders want to slow the spread of coronavirus, so some of these businesses are not allowed to see the number of customers that they would normally see pre-pandemic. So, economic recovery is going to take a long time, and that is to say these business owners in places like the Grove and other places like downtown Los Angeles, where we're
Do you have anything mobile that can check out M-Lot down at the sports complex? We're getting reports of
numerous people filling into that lot in cars. Protesters.
So if I can do, we'll head down there. Secretary, we can take care of that for you if you want us to run down there real quick.
That's good, thank you. Let me know what we're saying, so we can get a group down there.
Yes, sir. Give us 1 minute. Watch your back down to 15 to 10, sir.
Transmission, repeat, please.
And business owners who have
Chief Frank, there's a group running up to 15th and Chestnut behind the bike officers.
Or you have a group at 15th and Chestnut running up behind the bike officers. 15th and Chestnut, you have a group running behind the bike officers.
2148, ma'am. You have a trash can fully engulfed at 15th and Chestnut.
We did notify fire for that man through EOC. EOC? EOC received it.
Hey, command.
Go ahead, sir.
We got the new word. We're on the way to 150 Walnut.
For our CBS viewers, we're going now to the weekend news. We will rejoin you here for our regularly scheduled newscast.
Go ahead, ma'am.
From Steel Center City, if you have anybody for TX6712, the local people champion abroad in Chestnut for the second floor of building on that.
All right, thank you now to our viewers joining us now here on KCAL 9 and CBSN Los Angeles. We are streaming live breaking news coverage of protests in the Los Angeles area as well as across the country now in response to the death of George Floyd. Sarah Donchie here alongside Chris Holmstrom.
Okay, what was on that transmission that people got somewhere?
One in Chestnut inside on the second floor above Dunkin' Donuts.
Pacific Park around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Things got a little intense. There was clashing between police officers. It was similar.
Yeah, this put in as a local people trap. From the caller, believe that someone is possibly inside on the second floor above the Dunkin' Donuts.
Killed by a police officer in Minneapolis. A lot of outrage right now here in Los Angeles. The mayor Eric Garcetti has.
I have a unit available started with a board in Chestnut to check that location for a local people trap second floor above the Dunkin' Donuts.
This morning, they don't want to have a repeat of what we saw last night. Also, we want to tell you about in West Hollywood and in Beverly Hills. Those
Like when they will swing behind there. Broad and Chestnut, you said radio.
8 o'clock because
Broad and Chestnut.
Broad and Chestnut with a contingent. What do you have?
You're saying there's a local people trap is on the second floor above Dunkin' Donuts.
The mayor offered a little bit more
in
terms of the curfew
Proceed,
restriction in the city or in the downtown area. I just want to give you a little bit more information. That area is bordered by the 101 freeway on the north, the 110 freeway on the west, Alameda on the east, and the 10 freeway on the south. That is the information that was put out by LAPD. That is the area they want to focus on. They need to clean up the area from some of the events of last night. 533 people.
All right, now it's laying fires out there at 15th and Chestnut. He's going to be wearing
the mayor addressed that briefly.
tank top, blue jeans. He has a black
a lot happening now
black
in terms
t-shirt
of
over
different areas. I know this is an area that you know very well.
Yeah, and
Still on
you know,
location.
Sarah, one of the things I want to talk about that we've been saying is we are still in a pandemic. There are still people
You said,
leaving their homes.
check there.
People concerned
Check here.
about coronavirus. We're still supposed to keep
You do have probably at least 100 vehicles down here. It looks like the drag racers.
And you know, this is actually affecting testing sites across
Drag racers at M-Lot. Drag racers at M-Lot. About 100 vehicles.
Coronavirus testing throughout all of
So if I
LA
can, I'll take my team down there.
Okay.
That all happened around 3 p.m. today. And Sarah, as you've been talking about,
Bird 640 guys are all on jet for a while.
it's very important to find out if you have the symptoms or if you're asymptomatic. But when you look at situations like this,
Nathan, too, there's no Dunkin' Donuts at Broad and Chestnut.
And it's almost frightening to watch.
Yeah, certainly this is going to be something.
All right, sir. Yeah, that's the report we got.
Give their next news conference about the coronavirus response in the city and county of Los Angeles and beyond. In Orange County, all of our surrounding counties, local leaders are doing the same thing. They're going to have to address this in terms of what they could see.
Do we have narcotics strike force bikes covering South Street?
They have kept a close eye on that and repeatedly have asked people to stay apart in many forms.
I just went on, we were down there, we deployed up to 1,000 Chestnut, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300 Chestnut. Did you need anything?
At the beginning of the pandemic, the guidance from the CDC and others kept decreasing. No more than 50 people.
I won't want to give us got a report from one of my teams. They've reached the Macy's at 13th and Chestnut.
And what's interesting, talking about these curfews, LA County just recently
Charlie 6, Isaac 19.
Go go out to eat. Obviously, they have to do that at a lower capacity. But if you look at cities like
Central
Beverly
to
Hills,
T-Van.
West Hollywood, downtown Los Angeles,
Hang on a
a lot
second.
of restaurants that are out there
Central to T-Van.
for
Hey,
the
ma'am.
people, you know, who
All right,
want to
then.
take a chance.
I'm sorry. I'm getting multiple calls for Macy's, 13th and Chestnut, for looters that broke inside their location. Just want to keep you advised, 13th and Chestnut, Macy's. You have units to start at?
Around the corner, we're headed over.
Saturday night.
24 amp, you
Enjoy
received.
your night as much as you can, but in those three cities,
One now, we're pulling up.
it's a curfew. So
All right, units, use caution.
I'll go 149 is found at Macy's. Take that.
not go outside because, as we've been talking about, this is just one of many protests.
All right, 12.1 X, we're pulling up the Macy's.
I mean, even
Are y'all units, use
Northern
caution.
California, you have Sacramento, you have Oakland, and the images that you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen.
That's not going on,
These are
you know.
images from earlier today, maybe
We
about
need
2
that.
hours ago. You can
I
definitely
have
see
2501 wagon available. Where do you need them?
police officers and the protesters, and it was so heartbreaking. just to
Christian,
see
have them come to
how
6th and Arch.
several
6th and Arch, 6th and Arch.
caught on fire. You can see one right there.
Point blank, we'll be en route to Macy's, 13th and Chestnut.
Seeing different shots of,
Receive.
you know, fires popping up, you know,
So, 3-3 on T-Town.
and
Proceed, sir.
want things to end peacefully.
Hey, J Band, it's Steve from Central. I got a large crowd breaking in 13th and Chestnut at the Macy's.
Right hand. That's
One now, we're on location. We got several people inside, but I have enough bikes out here. We have this covered.
Yeah, the
All
mayor
right, Macy's is covered. Macy's is covered.
We haven't stopped since then in the 1300 block of Chestnut.
Many of them have encouraged free speech. They have acknowledged the pain in our community.
144, you said stop a vehicle?
The mayor repeatedly said
Vehicle
that he wants
put
to
multiple
protect
items in the trunk.
But in this situation,
Because the black
one of the
bin,
things that he said
Jersey
is he
tag
said
of
that he wanted
X-ray
to take
8-5, Larry Robert Warning, Black Sea.
Black Mercedes needs to be stopped. New Jersey tag of X-ray 85 Larry Roberts. Black Mercedes. That vehicle needs to be stopped.
Is not perfect like many other places. And he also mentioned something in the news.
And 144 be advised, they still coming down the 1200 block of Chestnut into the stores.
Right, they're losing on the 1200 block of Chestnut. They're also losing on the 1200 block of Chestnut.
That has been a different situation.
Down 42 also Ward and Walnut, the Banana Republican.
Now, I just want to show you this.
All right, they're at Banana Republic. They're also at Banana Republic at Broad and Walnut.
Known for the famed shopping area.
They're going 100 B. We got one person coming out of me.
It looks like some of them are taking
Prisoners coming out of Macy's.
their businesses by boarding the windows.
And what's ironic is they just took those boards off a couple of days ago.
Right.
Like if you go.
There's a wagon here, 12 and Chestnut. That would be great. On 13th and Chestnut, right? The door of me in the back.
The rear Macy's, they need a wagon. 13th and Chestnut, rear Macy's.
Before radio, they taking in the target now, the 1100 block of Chestnut.
They're making their way down.
All right.
Glass to get in.
Right, they're breaking the glass at the target.
Saw what happened last night. I mean, there were several.
Think man, we're on location. 16 Walnut.
Last night, several businesses that were broken into. People running into.
Same everyone, they were just trying to break through Macy's on the 13th block of Market Street, but they ran back in.
Into an Apple store, and then they were
Like
just coming out with
T3, we're going to Target.
what they were, but
Receive.
these business owners do not want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to give you an update. So now that we're looking at these live pictures from Beverly Hills, the city actually put out a statement just a short time ago.
You have a crew of 20 black males
Acknowledge the fact that
going south on 7th Street from Chestnut.
And they're asking residents to stay inside,
Possibly.
and they're asking drivers.
All right, you have a group of 20 black males going southbound, headed towards 7th and Chestnut, possibly to Jewelers Row.
That's all I get at 12 to Chestnut.
The city is trying to put that message out to residents to let them know
Isaac
that
Ford.
it's happening
Isaac
in
Ford.
other communities as well. It's not
And make sure we have cars staying in that Jewelers Row. Do not leave that Jewelers Row.
I need units to be stationary at Jewelers Row. Stationary at Jewelers Row.
West Hollywood
Starting
and
everything.
Beverly Hills have now joined.
I've been relieved at Delivery Bell. I'm heading there myself. Myself and five officers on post.
Repeatedly said in this press conference, as of now, he's not
Like
entertaining
5,
any
wagon,
of it.
1600 Chestnut. Like 5, I need a wagon, 1600 Chestnut.
Wagon starting at 1600 Chestnut, wagon at 16.
Running northbound on 7th Street towards Chestnut.
But he said he's
About
not
20.
entertaining the idea of a citywide curfew. He's focusing specifically
We're down
on
here.
the downtown area that saw those large
Jada
protests
T-Van.
yesterday.
One more.
Now the cities of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills, independent
Yeah, 1900 block and 2000 block of Chestnut. They just breached the gap and a couple of stores longer.
But that is the
1900
situation
Chestnut.
right now, at least in terms of a curfew.
They breached the gap.
They're all on 7th Street from Sampson to Ramstead.
You see this protest.
Guard group on 7th Street towards Ramstead.
I'm going northbound on 7th Street.
They want a peaceful protest.
Jada T-Van, in reference to the Macy's, from Dan 254, they're kicking out the second floor window on the Juniper side and somebody's hanging out of the window.
Over at one of the Parks and
All right, do I still have units at the Mason?
Find me some units on 7th Street.
Wide shots from a few hours ago. There were thousands.
What's going for Daniel? I'm going to need a wagon or two to hit at 1400 Chestnut.
I saw a lot of families leaving. You know, people with their kids who
1300 Chestnut. I apologize.
right, who want justice.
All right, wagon 30.
Magic 30. 3 actually getting this. We have enough wagons for that.
But just as we
So 15, they're coming now. I'm going to send 2501 over there to 1300 Chestnut.
here in LA, but across the country, they start out
4x11. 1100 Sampsons. We have the wagon. We got 1 mail. Result.
1100 Sampson, can I get a wagon?
Wagons in return now.
Christy's live on the ground for us now. There for protests last
Where do you want them at? 1300 Chestnut or 1100 Sampson? Either four.
It seems like we're getting hit from 15th and Chestnut all the way down to probably somewhere around 12th or 13th Street, and also 15th and Walnut up to down to 1300 as well. We have resources we can put in them blocks and to shut this down.
Strike force unit using radio 6 on J with a priority.
I-630. At Macy's on Chestnut Street. We need at least 1 wagon here, like ASAP. We got about 10 bodies.
I have 10 prisoners at the Macy's. I need a wagon ASAP.
Morning.
I was for 1 Barney.
Walking Chestnut, there were all the stores, Boyd. We're smashing all the windows.
Pushing all the windows up.
We're over there right now.
At JDC Van from Central, they need more units. South of City Hall going towards Walnut, they got a large crowd near the Wawa, and also on the 1700 block of Walnut. Broad Walnut and 1700 Walnut, they got large crowds, they need additional. Additional units start over 1700 Walnut.
Another large fire. I'll let you know 1 second.
Central to Teton.
Proceed, ma'am.
1300 Chestnut, they're requesting a wagon to transport several prisoners at their location.
480, I got 2 to go. 1200 Chestnut also when that wagon gets done at 13.
Again, I got 3 wagons on location, 2401, 1901, and 2601, where you need them.
It was Friday night, and then we heard about protests going on.
Magic 30. When we get those ERTs situated, we got to get them along the Chestnut Avenue corridor. We got all our folks engaged with arrests everywhere.
But they also talked about the importance of partnering with other agencies. We know LAS.
I just we need them on Chestnut and Walnut. Thank you.
They're actually going to be having a press conference at 6 o'clock.
Core 5, can we move a sheriff's call up to that location?
But as you can see,
for these arrests?
Colorado's live shot, there's still a lot of people out there, and you know,
4x11 with the wagon that they pay us for.
everyday things. They're walking their dog, maybe they're going to the grocery store. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you're in one of these protests or walking in the dog, but it's definitely a sight to see. There's a lot of emotions all over the place, and you know, if you're just a passerby, you may be wondering like, you know, what's going on. But the main thing is stay safe, because what we saw last night.
It looks like these high-rises, they may have a fire in the courtyard somewhere around between 17th and 18th, all around Locust.
Is that he's calling for people, obviously, not to harm police officers. You know, he acknowledged people's frustrations. He talked
and between 17th and 18th on Locust.
In regards to that, but he's also asking.
Check there to the center of the courtyard where these high-rises are.
Difficult job that police officers have to do. This is
for
them, not to mention the pandemic, but just, you know, responding to a situation like this must be incredibly difficult. And he talked about
Charlie 2, you got a fire at 15th and Chestnut.
give kudos to LAPD.
All right, I have a fire at 17th, between 17th and 18th in Locust and 15th and Chestnut. Can I get fire board to that location? 2 locations where fires are being started, 17th and 18th in Locust and 15th.
As you mentioned, things being thrown at them, various objects. There were some reports that there were
Like when we'll ride down there, we just went through the target. There's nobody in there trying to secure it.
Scary, difficult, intense situation that was for those officers as well. So there's a lot at play here. There are, as I mentioned, a lot of different stakeholders.
Location 700 Sampson. Right now it's clear.
And the mayor did make a point
700 Sampson is
to
clear,
thank
sir.
police officers for protecting the city and for dealing with a situation like this.
Charlie 2 to car 4.
In many cases, allowing people to express
Car
their
4.
First Amendment rights. But
Yeah, they're not going to be able to proceed west on Chestnut, that group you're sending me. They're going to have to come in on from Walnut.
His words was to
Right to it. If they come in off the 16th, we have the 1500 block of Chestnut locked down. They can come in behind us and we'll push them forward.
but to keep things
R4, they're on foot. You say they can't come in that way on foot?
and that is a message that we've heard echoed by city leaders.
I believe they can come that way on foot. I don't think they can get that way on a vehicle.
Oh, they're on foot. They're coming to you now. On foot.
Skirmishes there.
All right, very good.
She had called on people to stop looting, to stop the violence. She wants people, not to destroy their city. That was her message that she was putting out there. That is being echoed by other leaders.
George 22 till
Yeah,
5.
you can't forget that there's a lot of pain and there's a lot of grief out there for a lot of people. And this isn't limited to just the Fairfax district.
Sam, listen, I got one of them on the bed.
Throughout the country.
There's 7 more left, and I got one turned upside down. They need to flat bed completely burned to the ground.
This one with George Floyd, who was killed by a police officer in Minneapolis.
So, received. Take that deal with a front half part.
This is day 4. Last night.
Jewish 1X. We got 2 more fleet trucks coming and a vendor. We'll be down there shortly.
New York City, Phoenix, Atlanta, Portland, Sacramento,
For one party, be advised, Mike and Chestnut, they breached both the CVS and the Target out here.
Last night we saw it in Core Comstock and Inland Empire. They're having their own. There's a lot of people who are outraged and,
CSM and Target.
Speak up and express your First Amendment rights. But when it gets to the point of being violent and vandalizing other people's property, that's when it's too much. And that's what police are trying to put an end to, which is why we have curfews in place starting tonight at 8 o'clock tonight, downtown Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills. And that could expand to other cities as the night goes on. It's still early.
None of the analysts or city leaders or
Like 20, management's on location, Burlington, we're clear.
all of them have condemned it, and all of them have asked citizens and protesters to respect officers as they try and do their job in what is undoubtedly a very, very difficult situation here. One of the law enforcement analysts we talked to earlier mentioned the fact that this is an overwhelming situation for any police department, including the Los Angeles Police Department, which is a huge force and a major presence in a very, very large city. They had mentioned the fact that the possibility of mutual aid of different agencies coming in. Chris, you talked about the fact that the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is expected to talk in about 15 minutes here to address the situation, probably to address their this, and it's quite possible that at this point in the afternoon now, after hours after this protest.
So at 17th on Walnut, do I have a wagon available? 17th on Walnut, I have 2 to go.
Charlie 2, 16th and Walnut. We need a wagon here. And if Car 4 can get those personnel down to me, I'm at 16th and Walnut now, right now with FICO officers. I've got 6 prisoners here.
I have a wagon for 16th and Walnut.
We got anything coming to the 1400 block of Chestnut?
They're going back to Chestnut.
Law enforcement is not taking
Clean first, huh?
For the 16th. And this is a story that's going to be developing. And we also talked to another law professor about the
2X, right 2X. You need officers or you need a wagon? 50, where do you need another wagon?
For some time to come. We're already in day 4. These protests are getting
Isaac 19, do you know where we're taking the prisoners at? Are they going to the Double Deuce or are they going to Central?
20 seconds.
This is a pandemic. And,
Isaac 30. I'm in the rear row of Chestnut Street. If I got a bike team, have them come here. I'm clearing it. I'm clearing the building. Turn it back along these buildings here. It looks like it's foot locked.
We got somebody up at the top of 16th and Chestnut.
Alright, I need somebody to take the rear of the Foot Locker, Chestnut Street. We,
Like 20, Phillips and Route.
to meet Isaac 30.
62X. I should have somebody, I believe it's officers on foot at 16th and Chestnut. Nothing should be coming east behind us.
Officer 16th and Chestnut should be coming eastbound behind us.
Protests that centered around downtown Los Angeles, and people can be charged with different things.
We got 2 trash cans on fire. 1500 Chestnut.
If they declare this to be an unlawful assembly, which they have the ability to do if they feel like public safety is at risk, that could mean that we do see officers actually start trying to...
Alright, 2 trash cans on fire, 1500 Chestnut. Charlie 9.
The mayor had asked, obviously, that the police try certainly not to escalate the situation, but also not
Charlie 9.
11, have Isaac 3, give me a call.
Isaac 3, can call Charlie 9, please.
11.
that is still a possibility. We could still see that
On you
now.
now.
But if that does happen,
Charlie 11.
the police does declare an unlawful assembly at these protests in the Fairfax.
Charlie 11, you said you go down to 15th and Chestnut?
We could start to see things change. We could start to see the dynamic change. It is our hope. It is our prayer that this happens peacefully.
Car 5.
Ready, Charlie 2.
Nobody wants to see
Ready, Charlie 2.
protesters or law enforcement.
There's a large crowd at 8th and South throwing objects at the police.
That is something we're going to be checking in with them on.
Yeah, for sure. And this
The large crowd, 8th and South throwing objects at the police. Charlie 5 hit a message. Car 5 hit a message.
As you can see, the crowd is getting a little smaller.
Car 5, disregard.
A lot of people are separating, and this has kind of been the case for the past few hours. You've got that big group in the Fairfax district. You've got another small group here. But I'm sure that's a bit
Sector 4.
Switching out with Sector 3. They're up with you.
Okay. Okay, J to T-Band from Sam 809. 17th and Walnut, fire board's being overrun with people. They're trying to handle a very large fire at that location. 17th and Walnut, they're getting overrun, really trying to control a fire there. Alright, 17th and Walnut, fire with the location needs some backup.
Isaac 30. Which fireboard at 17th and Ramside?
17th and Walnut.
City leaders condone, civil rights leaders condone.
Okay. I'll be heading over there.
And that's when it turns into a criminal act. Last night, another case of, for example, 500 people arrested.
FM1, make that an assist fireboard.
People were not abiding by the rules, and they were vandalizing
Alright, stand by. 809, assist fireboard, 17th and Walnut. Again, assist fireboard, 17th and Walnut, police by radio.
The rage is out there, the pain is out there, the grief is out there. And this is just one spot across America in the middle of this pandemic where tensions are high, emotions are high, and
Central to J-Van.
But it's important to note that this
Russell City assist.
as a very peaceful protest. There I've covered a lot of protests in Portland. That area is known for
Russell City assist. The unit is saying they just need some more manpower down there. We can send some more units down to 17 and Walnut. There's also some type of fire down there.
35 George, we're down at 15th and Walnut in the large crowd and extra locations.
Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing here because it's not the actual message that these
Actually, we're also going to need fireboard at 16th and Chestnut. So that's a train in a while.
Los Angeles Police Department will show.
I'm going to need a wagon, 1600 Samson. We got looters in custody.
I need a wagon 1600 Samson, a wagon 1600 Samson.
I'm off of 15th Street. I'm trying to move these people up in the same
Alright, we still need a truck for fire, 1500 Walnut. Go correct to 1500 Chestnut.
150, where do you need a wagon? I got 701 en route.
Just to repeat,
Yeah, 1600 Samson.
per the Los Angeles Police Department will
35 George, I got 35 here, 15th and Walnut. Good balance.
away from La Cienega to the west, La Brea to the east, Melrose to the north, and 6th Street to the south. And one of the messages that they've
701 is route 600
this is if you're
Alright, 701 is route
out
1600
and about
Samson.
walking, they want you to stay away from there because they want to make sure that
Isaac 9 at EOC.
we're gathering from people who are we're being interrupted by our control. We want to go to Beverly Hills where we have some breaking news.
Alright, I need a Sheriff's Plus 16th and Chestnut, and I need a Sheriff's Plus to take MSP.
Christy Fajardo was on the ground there earlier. It sounds like there may be some looting going on.
Repeat that.
See what we can get from Christy. Lori Perez is our reporter. Please excuse me. Lori Perez is in Beverly Hills. Lori, what are you seeing?
Come out in the 915 and Chestnut, 15 and Chestnut. Report explosion. Want to be something from a trash can. 15 and Chestnut. Come out. Report of an explosion at 9%.
It's a trash can on fire. We're still on location.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can see that there right now. This has been a mostly peaceful protest.
Carson by 9th District, report of an explosion, 15 in Chestnut in a trash can. 9th District, report of an explosion, 15 in Chestnut from the trash can.
And all up and down the day here.
Senator Bridge.
And from the T-Van dispatcher, they just said there's just a fire, no explosion. I'm about to let Central know. Central, in reference to your explosion from T-Van, it is just a fire, no explosion.
2x4 was threatening us, telling us he did not want us recording. Thankfully, we do have security here.
They're not in.
Assisting us.
1200 Chestnut. I got the target feed for fun.
At this point, there are some people who are trying to talk them out.
No unit still, 17 in Walnut, 17 in Walnut.
Isaac 30, I'm pulling up.
Are very high here, as they are throughout the country.
Right to us. Is that in reference to the trash can fire, 15th and Chestnut?
All of the stores along
Central Utah.
Hi, this is Local on location 17th and Walnut.
Asking for justice, asking
How's it going?
for reform.
Proceed Central.
But
Great.
there's also lots of things we cannot say on television. And right now, this is just a group maybe of about.
Live from Beverly Hills. We actually want you to
Proceed,
get
ma'am.
out of this area because safety
Yes,
is very
from
important.
Field Center City, is now requesting additional units to 100 block of South 17th Street that is setting multiple fires on that location. 8 additional units can take 200 South 17th from CO Center City. They started fires over there.
2:30. I'm with the firemen right now.
Lori has security with her.
At 6:30.
501 point.
So, we want her to be safe.
Is that 501 Barney?
Take the pictures up if you can. That's the
Over 140. Over 180.
Lori to stay safe.
There you go, large crowd, 1900 block of Chestnut, 2000 block of Chestnut.
I'm sure she's willing to.
All right, large crowd, 2000 Chestnut.
It's so hard just watching.
900 Chestnut.
Especially during this pandemic.
And we need to reiterate, the mayor is
1203.
very clear that lawlessness is not acceptable.
513.
District 30. I'm with the firemen. Where am I right now?
He was very clear about that. He was
503 wagon, we're on location at 6th South.
vandalism, of assault, or
All right, 503 is at 6th and South.
It's a peaceful protest, and that is why, and that is why he wants people to go
Like
home
1X.
and return when things are calmed down.
So
Like
what
1X.
Beverly Hills, that was another
The wagon going to Walnut. We're going to have 2 to go, breaking into Wawa.
Fairfax district. I believe you
Unit 8 run 1, that's 2 to go.
is that right?
12 command.
Talking to my producer.
401. We'll take Walnut.
401, okay. 12 command.
12 command. We got a prisoner right in front of Macy's, 1300 Martin Street. Where are we transporting prisoners?
22nd District.
Pulling the barriers away, and now they're breaking the glass in front of the store.
And Christy was saying,
And we don't see police officers
that's
here.
what she was saying. She's like, there's no LAPD officers, and at this point,
To go.
they just let them
1200 Market.
The city of Beverly Hills, has their police department, and I'm not
All right, 2 to go, 1200 Market inside the Target.
Again, this is just a tight shot, so you can't see what's happening beyond the borders of the town. Yeah, this is.
215. Where is the wagon?
Right now, this is what
1200 Market, the Target.
city officials have been concerned about, what they're repeatedly saying. Certainly, many local leaders have said this undercuts the message that sparked some of these protests. Lori, are you okay? Can you tell us
Isaac
what's
one.
happening now?
I mean, we're okay, but I will tell you that it is.
Yeah, is Isaac 30 available for a quick cell phone call?
Pretty tense out here. And I
Isaac
want to
30.
characterize this for you because this is a very small group of people compared to the hundreds that we saw marching.
Isaac 30. Yeah, who's trying to call me?
This is a group of maybe 50 to 100
Joe, Isaac
people
one.
who have now breached the barrier into the Gucci
Okay,
store.
I'm pulling over now.
In my opinion, they're not represented.
That's not, we're getting a local people trapped at the Park America garage. I have a female in the rear office on the ground floor who's unable to get out. 9th District, local people trapped 17 in Chestnut at the Park America garage. Rear office on the ground floor. I have a female inside who cannot get out.
Coming our way down.
He's Isaac 9.
Pretty Isaac 9.
And this crowd is about to
Car
take
4,
off.
I want to make sure that we are locking folks up when we have an opportunity to lock some we're going to have to lock folks up. If they're throwing, hitting, looting, we have to get them in custody.
Okay, here comes
Isaac 9, Chestnut, am I trying to raise? Yeah, car 5.
Beverly Hills PD. And
Wait, I want you to organize this. I want the sheriff's buses and all the you can muster up to come up. We'll go right up Chestnut and arrest everyone that's out on this curfew. Like cuff them and transfer them to the 22nd, and then we'll come right down Walnut. They're being chased around Center City, breaking into these stores. Okay, so you want to learn kind of what's here. You want to think, what do you want to let now?
Jada T-Van, in reference to that local people trapped, the 9th does not have anybody to start over if we can start some units over.
Gucci store.
Car 5. The problem right now is Chestnut and Walnut Street. The looting. We got to start arresting these people for violation of the curfew.
Again, this is a group of maybe.
Okay, where do you want me to start with Chestnut? 15th and Chestnut?
Heading down Rodeo Drive, but many hundreds more headed in.
Yeah, because they got to. I don't know that you're going to get there. You're probably going to have to start at 16th
There's barricades there on 15th. You can meet me at 16th and Chestnut. We'll take it from there. Charlie 2. I want to sort some units into Broad and Chestnut, the Walgreens. They're looting the Walgreens.
I need at the Walgreens, Broad and Walnut.
All right, we loading the guys up. We want loading box hurry up and we're on our way. Meanwhile, 1,400 block of Chestnut clear.
All right, 1,400 Chestnut.
We're just waiting for the rest of the county work people to get here. Once they get here, we'll load up and we'll meet down at 16 and Chestnut.
Jada T-Band, Central's requesting more units at 6 and Spring Garden, and they also do not have anybody to start off of that local people truck.
Isaac 4.
Isaac 4.
Isaac 4 is the location. I'm out here at 17th and Walnut.
For anything Chestnut, I also got an EU and they're breaking into those stores. Hour before they in the 1200 block of Walnut taking the AT&T store over.
Yeah, and this is.
Alright, 1,200 Walnut taking over the AT&T.
If they need more bikes over in Walgreens, like what they were, Luther Walgreens, fall off the road.
You could see they were almost able to shatter that glass.
Before Andy started into the Walgreens.
And once police officers came up, that's when that group sped off.
Before Andy had.
A very active protest that started around noon in the Fairfax district over at Pan Pacific Park. There were thousands of people out there protesting the
45 we're here. Slow everyone down.
Of Minneapolis, and hours later, those protests turned violent. There was clashing between police officers and protesters. There were several police cars that were cycling.
Charlie 2, can you read that 17th District wagon that's on Chestnut Street? Have them meet me at Broad and Chestnut right now.
These are two live shots.
17th District wagon, meet them at Broad and Walnut.
So this is one of those situations where
1701.
battle these protests
1701.
from so many different areas. You have LAPD,
I want Broad and Walnut.
and Beverly Hills Police
Yeah.
as well. And it appears that police are
Isaac 4. What's the location on the people test on the second floor? I'm here with Fireboard.
And resume 22nd assist, 1425 Poplar, you can resume at this time.
Where is it, 17th and Chestnut?
And it looked like a particular crisis was averted because police showed up just in time.
That is Broad and Chestnut.
Before, I thought you put out 17th and Chestnut, second floor, people test.
In the shot just before we lost Ray Perez's live shot, you can actually see some of the tactical officers, SWAT officers. It looked like those were Beverly Hills police.
Street. I don't have any further information at this time other than it's a T-Mobile tracker. Again, that's westbound on Walnut towards 32nd.
Even Chestnut, is that Park America?
Phenomenal reporter, good friend of ours. She has security with her.
19 ERC.
Now checking in with her to make
19 ERC, I know you're busy, but when you get a chance, can you ask
Alright, send for the T-Band.
hang out for 1922 car? We'll relocate.
I'm sorry, do that again. 19th District.
What a situation. If
Want you to raise up?
to see how fast those people moved on as soon as the police officers showed up.
50 next row.
Okay, so we have now
Yeah, sure.
Rodeo. The crowd has
3504 is on the air. Now I'm standby. We're walking the prisoner down the.
and you can see that they
Alright, 3504, stand by.
Just you, Charlie.
I don't think I've been asking if there's a
Charlie.
if they have
All right, you got a large fire at 3rd and Bainbridge.
I have a large fire through the Bainbridge.
I will tell you that right behind us on the heels is a very strong force.
EOC, we got that. I'm sorry, Central to T-Band.
Reported EOC.
I would say, these people, once they saw the police coming, they scattered.
Isaac 4 to the EOC.
There's a point at which they're not willing to mess with the police. I will say that they have been leaving their mark, as I said earlier, all up and down Rodeo Drive. You will see now.
Isaac 4 to the EOC. Can we have a fire report at 17th and Chestnut, second floor with people trapped? I'm here with Fireboard. They want to know.
Just on the temporary boards that we put up to protect the store.
Prisoners at that location. And there's a 15th District Supervisor on the air on T-Band. 13th and race 1502 wagon. The windshield was broken out.
waiting for some direction of where they want to
Lori,
make
thank you.
it.
We actually want to get to a
Talk to Jay.
press
You can
conference.
hear them chanting.
We have all
We
reference
want to get to a
contracts
press
for
conference
the
with LASD.
North and South.
Sorry, please repeat your
It's a
message.
simple
Reference
message. A
contracts,
simple
North and South.
Everyone
Isaac
has a
Dixon.
First Amendment right to protest the actions of government, no matter where they occur throughout our entire great nation.
Car 4, he raised Isaac 5.
Peacefully and respects everyone else's First Amendment rights, everyone else's rights to property, to be free from harm or injury.
Data T-Van.
Protest,
I have several messages from Central. 6th and Spring Garden, they need a wagon for multiple prisoners. At 6th and Spring Garden, they need a wagon. A 15th District Supervisor is needed at 13th and Race in reference to 1502 wagons windshield being broken out. From Isaac 6, they need all rapid response units to report to 4th and South. All rapid response report to 4th and South.
Recognize that.
Isaac 5.
There's people within your ranks that are protesting. They're not there to
Isaac
protest.
5.
For
Isaac 5, I'm calling you right now. I'm trying to call you.
They're there to create anarchy.
Isaac
We're
6.
going to support that. And I need
Isaac
civic leaders
6.
throughout Los Angeles County.
Do you have any
to stand
additional
up
resources
and
nearby,
to
sir? Yeah, we could use some help down here.
Focus on the point at hand, which
Any other
is
units available 3rd and
remember
South?
George Floyd, remember who he is, what he represents, hold people accountable for his tragic death.
600 South Lee Scout.
And then
600
that
South
way
Lee
we
Scout
can
is
move
the officer
together
police by radio.
Not as a community, but as an entire nation. We come all together. As a Latino myself, I have an experience that's different from people that are non-Latino, and that definitely have never walked in the miles in the shoe of those that are African American community. But I do understand what it is to be seen as somebody different and not fitting in throughout my career. And but I will never ever choose a path of violence to seek positive change in the community. That change comes from within.
1200
comes from us working together.
Wagon Rail was 1200 Chestnut.
And that is identifying. In fact, right here, I have all these outstanding community religious leaders throughout Los Angeles County that stepped to the plate. This is on a moment's notice. And they said, count me in.
Wagon
I'm
available
here to
for 1200
stand shoulder to
Chestnut.
shoulder with law enforcement to work to the betterment of our society. And I want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for being here. And we're here to support the efforts of the mayor, Eric Garcetti, and we're going to work very closely with the city of West Hollywood, for example.
15 morning.
Issue going on, and we obviously
Okay, myself and Commander going out 13th and Arch for that wagon.
We're providing services to the city of Los
So
Angeles.
you went out 13th and Arch for the wagon?
And we definitely, everyone is
Yes,
excited
the front windshield was punched out.
together to enjoy a
Oh, okay,
peaceful
no problem.
protest, make
Sam 801.
make a difference, but do
Sam
so in a
801.
way that we walk away the next day.
13th and Chestnut, trash fire, no explosion.
It's not trashed. Our businesses
Sam
are
801,
open,
okay.
starting to open now because of the pandemic, slowly but surely.
Like 3, they just broke into the AT&T at 1200 Walnut. They're running north now, I mean west, towards Broad.
All right, the people that broke into 1200 Walnut AT&T, they were in the westbound now towards Broad.
Point 5.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'd like to now call Pastor J. Edward.
5 by 2 female prisoners, 1600 Chestnut.
All right, 2 females to go, 1600 Chestnut, 1600 Chestnut for 2 females.
Thank you, Sheriff, for being on the way.
For a unit available to meet state, they need the on-ramp to 24th Street, block eastbound at 676. On-ramp 24th Street, eastbound 676 need to be blocked, state is requesting.
Well, we gathered with an opportunity.
Tom 3, we don't have any more for that.
Into a positive
Okay.
direction. In the aftermath of the
David 2.
killing of
Anyway, I can get one more wagon, Juniper and Chestnut, for juvenile.
Separate wagon, Juniper, Chestnut for juvenile, Juniper and Chestnut.
That makes us to become aware of several things. One among them is the seated and embedded racism that all of us must admit and must face.
I'm just checking. So you gave me 17th and Chestnut for that fire, correct?
Toward the process and
201
involvement in
there.
the process.
Sam 801 still in the air?
And a mitigation for the problem that has ripped this nation apart far too long. I don't believe we can
4-5
stand another violent.
You get me an ETA on the sheriff's bus for 16th and Chestnut?
Another death, because each one of them gets bigger and
EOC?
and stronger in the impact, and the dollars and the loss of dollars that it leaves in the state have become too strong. So we're simply calling to everybody, calling out to the communities of color.
So the other large groups are in the 5 and the 600 blocks of Bainbridge Street, the residential areas, starting to throw stuff at them, at the houses.
Are you having crowds, 500, 600 Bainbridge residential area?
So the lives of people who are impacted and who are also looked over and left out will now be.
Yes, Sam 801's on the air. Can they switch to JVM, please?
This is just
Sam 801, switch to J if you can, please.
We all must help to make justice run down in water and help
Shall we 6, Isaac 9?
like a mighty stream.
ORC. Yeah, what's your location?
Major 147, transport the 4 females to the 22nd. Mileage is 219.
PRW 578 to Thomastown, 9:08 p.m.
Data T-Van Central is requesting more units at 13th and Locust with the dry cleaners. 13th and Locust.
Any use available, 13th and Locust, dry cleaners.
My prayers.
Send me another one to Jack.
So yes, I'm just checking for 17 at Chestnut. Were we able to make any contact with that female that called the city? She's in Pocket Garage.
And everyone who's grieving right now. This is an all too familiar experience, and our suffering is real.
I just heard you. Plus just went around the hall.
Coming across the
West on Sanford.
paradoxes that create the problem.
Yeah, they're trying to get the ETA for the sheriff's bus at 15th and Chestnut.
That is the remedy that we have to find that sustains peace. And so as we
repeat that?
Recover from the outburst.
They're trying to get an ETA for the sheriff's bus for 15th and Chestnut.
What are the solutions we see?
4A, the sheriff's bus is coming down the 1400 block of Sanford. Should be there any second.
Frustration is relieved.
Arcade and 1000 block of Arcade. I'm gonna need you, and they're breaking into the houses and breaking the doors and windows.
What location say that was?
900 block of Arcade and 1000 block of Arcade.
900 and the 1000 block of Cater, breaking in houses.
That's going to westbound now.
And so my prayer is for those who are listening, who have a reasonable mind, who have a desire to see.
You also got a small group traveling westbound on Bainbridge towards the 17th district.
Systemic racism that is entrenched within the context and the matrix of our society. That we address it, we find the honesty in it, and what I would say confession of it, and that we seek to build bridges.
The 900 and the 1000 blocks you're saying.
Not experience something of this nature again. All law enforcement officers are not like the officer that commits.
What wagon I have coming to Juniper and Chestnut?
So to target all law enforcement is not a solution. You actually become a perpetrator. And so the prayer is to seek to build bridges.
Alright, which one is going to Juniper and Chestnut?
Thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for their open hands and arms.
Community
leaders and faith leaders to stand in this moment and say, let's come together.
You're not my two.
We're hurting too, but we are standing
Charlie 2.
to find solutions. So may God bless the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles.
Charlie 2.
Charlie 2.
Pretty, can you raise the flight units that are in Chestnut Street with me? And can you have them bring their prisoners to 16th and Chestnut, please? There's 2 wagons. I don't have the numbers. I think it's a 17th district wagon, and I'm not sure the other district wagon. But the bike officers that are with me on Chestnut Street know the wagon numbers. I need those prisoners brought to 16th and Chestnut.
Alright, bike units, take your prisoners around to 16th and Chestnut.
Like 180, I believe it's 1700 wagon. I don't know what their call time is. Just have them meet the chief at 16th and Chestnut.
Okay, all the wagons are answered by the number on their actual wagon.
That while America is suffering,
How many more?
LA County can be saved.
Same 7X569.
He has done a great effort.
Like 180, let 1700 wagon know. They're probably going to have to take another group of fireboards as 1500 Chestnut will block off.
We have a responsibility.
Alright, 1701.
480, fight 480.
We can burn the city down.
Bike 4A.
I just already know we're making our push down Walnut Street westbound. I need a wagon to follow me up behind.
I need a wagon to whistle.
Where do they need it?
All the right to be angry.
Alright, J to C, we need more units at 17th and Chestnut in reference to a very large crowd. 17th and Chestnut Central needs more units.
This is
something Andy, we're out here.
To think about. I have the right to protest. My heart and many of us feel the same way. Our heart goes to the family. We are outraged by those forces.
Same 7X car 5.
But ladies and gentlemen,
let's 1700 though. They can call Westport Chestnut now. We're moving fireboard equipment out. Westport Chestnut. Oh, I got you. We're here.
Community leaders this afternoon. And he
where they need a wagon to follow?
That his department has. And
Poor Andy, I need a wagon in the 1400 block of Walnut.
We need to take this message
to push westbound.
That the law enforcement is to protect you and to serve you. And we need to use the system to take the black sheeps out rather than looting and burning, because that is not going to give us
Charlie 6, Isaac 19. Can you meet me at 15th and Chestnut?
At the end, I pray for the leadership of this country. I pray for all those people.
Charlie 2, can you have Flight 4 X-ray start proceeding westbound? I'm westbound going Chestnut from 16. I want the bikes down here with me. I have 25th here, but I want the bikes with me too.
Alright, Flight 4 X-ray.
I pray that there will be calm.
Poor Andy, we already started. We got here for them block. I'm just waiting for the wagon.
Thank you.
Flight 5 Andy, I need a wagon, 1600 Chestnut, 2 female prisoners, forthwith. Need a wagon, 1600 Chestnut, 2 females, forthwith.
I need a wagon, 1600 Walnut.
Henry Porter, Southeast Community Association.
1600 Chestnut for 2 females.
Same 7X.
Same 7X.
News conference.
Are you trying to revise the time?
I live in the South LA Patrol Station, South Los Angeles. We've lived there since 65.
I got the state police package. They're on foot with some horses. They're not bringing vehicles. I got all the counties. Where do you want us?
Violence that's taking place.
I'm turning from Bruin Spring Garden with Buck. The deputy wants us to meet it. We'll step off and meet him at 16th and Chestnut, and we'll start sweeping Chestnut and Walnut.
And we've also
all right, you're turning off Spring Garden. I'll stand by for you.
Always been the same.
Okay.
The people that are disenfranchised, the people that suffer the most, are the ones that
they're not like 201 South Broad Street.
Once the outsiders come in and burn down your stores and they burn down and they loot what have you, it's difficult to
who's right here to rescue 201 South Broad Street?
Years. It took years and years and years.
Alright,
so what I'm asking
That's for the T-Van or J-Van.
Leader.
17 in Chestnut, 9 Crowley's requesting a wagon for prisoners, 17 in Chestnut.
To stand up and use
wagon available, 17
Let's
Charlie
not be
23.
crisis oriented and
Yeah,
wait until something happens before
Car 5 on his boat.
to act.
Rated car 5, Charlie 23 will call you.
What I've encouraged people to do is to be proactive. I know people throughout LA County.
The edible rings at 12th and Sampson was broken into. We have most people running out.
Get involved with the captain. Know who your captains are. Know who the you can go on a ride through with the deputies. Understand something.
These are 18738. 18738.
So right now my plea.
Alright, send for the day, man.
Is to
alright, they asked for them to expedite 17 in Chestnut, multiple prisoners, 17 in Chestnut, 9 Crowley on location.
Be you a watch captain, whatever title it is that you have, is that not only come out to address
Alright,
this
so
crisis,
JC receive, expedite, please,
but to be
17 in Chestnut,
proactive
9 Crowley, multiple to go.
educating our community and making sure
Expedite the leg from 17 in Chestnut, 17 in Chestnut, expedite.
what is going on right now. I was sharing that if the people that want to peaceful protest were to go and stand in front
Flight 2 Andy, we're going to need a wagon at 17th and Chestnut. We have a male staff in custody, gun recovered.
Alright, need a wagon for 17 in Chestnut, male in custody, gun recovered.
Flight 180 and 1701 en route to you right now.
So we need to step
Alright,
up
17 is en route.
Take that first step. Come out, organize your block, organize your enforcement, support what they're doing. I've been involved intimately with the Sheriff's Department as a volunteer since 1997.
Isaac 30, that team at 16th and Walnut. So heading down this way. We've got many other wagons. Looks all clear. Going west.
And I can go out into my community.
Mike, you got 15 X-ray on here?
Around me. And this is my challenge. Whether you are an athlete, whether you're in the movie, whatever industry you're in, use your voice.
George 7, Ray, video.
And correct this situation.
Mike 7 was that?
This is George 7. I was trying to call on headquarters. Coast Watch. Coast Watch.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we're going to have somebody with a flatbed. I just flipped one car over, and we're still going to need flatbed. Should I come back and get one, or do we have one en route?
George 20 is being used by us, and Fleet Management has George 21.
Thank you, Alex.
George 21.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Fleet Management has George 21.
I want to start with it. I want to make
Okay, they're not on our band. All right, thank you. George 20.
That's what I want to speak about.
CO 18.
Fair justice.
Are you ever out down to DSA?
Fair justice is all it
CO 18. We do have a wagon coming 17 to Chestnut. We got several prisoners, one for a hookah.
1701, I believe, is the route there.
Fine. Have an expedite. I know we got traffic issues, but we need wagons over here. Send another one too, please.
Change. Fair justice. And I'm going to
You need
start
2 wagons over there?
fair justice for the African American, the black community.
1701 is on the 1500 block. You can do clear traffic on Westbound.
The other 1600 blocks trying to get through traffic.
The community can come, be involved in re-raising these babies.
1701, just be advised, there's so much stuff in the shade, we're not going to be able to pass it.
That is also very key. Because if somebody comes
All right,
up to me
you got that wagon?
and they tell me to put my hands up and they don't look like me, I already think I'm about to
They can't
lose
get
my
through.
mind.
What
Criminal prisoners are being sent to?
So listening to faith and local leaders as well as Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We do want to bring you this update. Perhaps you've been watching on the right-hand side.
25 command.
Looting now underway.
25 command.
We saw people storm into the Alexander McQueen store and rush out. Some of them had their hands full.
25 command.
Live images brought to you by our ground crew.
Yeah, expedite that sheriff. Plus there's 17th to Chestnut. We got 10 to go.
These pictures are so hard. It's so hard to see. You can see all the graffiti.
Charlie 2. Can you raise those like units that are on Chestnut Street and have them meet me on 17th to Chestnut right now, please?
In Beverly Hills.
Alright, back to meet them on 17th and Chestnut.
Watching the video of these people.
Right, 2X, we got that. Do me a favor, see if you can raise 15X, have them meet us up there, please.
15X.
And then they ran out just
15X.
quickly.
And the
What's
police
me like 17th and Chestnut as well?
Keep in mind, they're moving right now. The camera shot's not going to be perfect. We apologize.
Alright, anybody know where the juvenile prisoners are being taken?
Something that you shouldn't. We're doing our best in this situation. Our team is moving. They're trying to stay safe here. We did see at least at one shot, the police are right
Here's
there.
a shot of them breaking in. Yeah.
Right. And this is the picture.
All right, we need a wagon of 1500 Walnut. We got 4 to go.
People piling into the store. And
The Walnut for wagon for 4.
Full of items. There are
1509 Walnut.
Beverly Hills Police.
Corrective, 1509 Walnut.
Are there. And they were successful earlier in deterring people from looting the Gucci store. Unclear what
You need a wagon with 1500?
or whether or not they're going to continue to push people down the street. Chris, I can't say it enough. Our
Alright, they request
2601 wagon has 1 juvenile prisoner. Do they have any juveniles that need to be transported anywhere?
Alright, any other juveniles out there need to be transported? Any other juveniles out there need to be transported?
Yeah, one of the things that we heard Sheriff Alex Villanueva say is the point at hand is to remember George Floyd. Remember who he is and hold the people accountable for what happened to him. Ultimately, he ended up dying while being in
Isaac 30. We got that 1700 wagon and 17th and Chestnut. We got everything secured right now.
We're seeing are turning into
Alright, good.
2620. 2 of them are going to be juveniles. 1509 Walnut.
Beverly Hills, it appears
We got 2 juveniles at 1509 Walnut.
police, they're trying to get her to go down the road.
I just went in and received that 2601 wagon this route. They'll be coming from 13th and Chestnut. What's the best way in?
A lot of people are grieving over what happened, and they're trying to, display their First Amendment right. But when you see images like that,
Walnut's clear, eastbound from Broad. I'm sorry, westbound from Broad.
Some of these higher-end stores, maybe they have a little better insurance where they can afford things. But when you look at the small mom and pops, it's like,
this is just, I mean,
these are people's livelihoods.
Isaac 19, 2601 is going to be at Broad and Walnut. If you can have them walk them down if it's too crowded for the wagon to get through.
This is the Fairfax district. This was at the Whole Foods there, where we're told by our control room there was
for Andy. If they get on the other side of Broad Street, it's a clear shot. There's nothing coming down Walnut Street.
When that started, although the protests have been happening in this area and police have
The one that received their routine.
it's possible. It is possible.
It's a straight shot from Broad all the way to 15.
Fairfax district. This is not far from Beverly Hills. She's right outside a Whole Food, one of the Whole Foods grocery stores. Christy,
6 Charlie. Did anyone request for a SEPTA bus? This is the location. We have one here at 11 and 5.
Police moving through that parking
Is anyone looking for a SEPTA bus?
The Whole Foods you mentioned a short while ago. We actually saw some of the protesters.
Yeah, that's us. 11 to 5.
At police. That's when they started.
Protesters
are also on top of the roof of that.
Yeah, I get a wagon and keep it checked up.
Anyway, at that point, police started moving in and trying to push the crowd back.
The wagon at 15 in Chestnut or 16 in Chestnut?
They may be moving.
Another one at
18 all afternoon long as they clear them out of.
Need a wagon 18 in Chestnut. 18 in Chestnut, need a wagon.
And also it appears at this point that the strategy of the
Isaac 9, raise car 5.
Do we have any user with an 18 in Chestnut, 18 in Chestnut reference an officer out there?
Half of it, half of them one way and the other half another way. And if you walk with me, I can also show you what they've done here at the intersection. You can see all of the graffiti. By the way, we are directly across the street from the Grove. In fact, that's the Grove.
Car 5, were you calling me?
Isaac 9, car 5 on the air.
Those buildings have also.
Alright, so we're bringing a package around. We'll get to 16th Street, close to Texas, if we can, and go dismount from there.
Trying to clear out their eyes. Again,
16 or 15?
That parking lot was full of people. You can see the police have pushed them out.
The bus we need at 16, but we're going to have to move these left. We're probably filled up back there. I'm going to need a second bus for female. Same time next. Where do you want us to come in at, though? You want us to come in on 15 or 16?
Protesters also on top of that building over there.
You can't come up 15. There's cement barricades. So if you come up Sansom, make a right on 16th going north, and then just stop at Chestnut.
Christy was describing, and keep in mind, this protest has been going on since noon. It started getting out of hand around 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've been showing you images all day, just the destruction that is going on. I mean, there's several police cars.
Alright, you can use 8th and Chestnut, 8th and Chestnut for more units.
Even everyday civilians who were driving down.
How are we looking with that 1700 wagon for 17th and Chestnut?
Was declared in the Fairfax district. Wilshire Police Community.
Doesn't get along. We're trying to make it around. They just told us about 4 more prisoners in our wagon.
So now LAPD does have the ability to make arrests in this area if they so choose.
We got a few prisoners here secured. We're going to need 1 other wagon still. We're going to need 1 more in addition to the 1700.
They're asking people, even if you are not participating in any of this, to stay off the street so there is no confusion between what is happening here and some.
I need another wagon touch down to Walnut. Another wagon touch down to Walnut.
This is a very small part of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a huge city. It is part of a huge county.
Be advised, you got a group going westbound 1600 JFK.
Not seeing scenes like this. This is happening.
We have a group going westbound 1600 JFK.
Very large city. But still, LAPD has their hands full, as well as some of our other local law enforcement agencies, including the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. They just
here, Northwest Quarter City Hall. I got 2 Daywork 5th District officers. They're looking for 502 wagon. They're relieved, but their vehicle got moved.
Anybody know where 502 wagon was relocated to?
You're mentioning this is a small portion of LA. Yeah, you're right. But this is also an area where there's a lot of families, there's a lot of homes, there's a lot of apartments stacked one on top of the other. There's also a lot of places.
We're going to need PGW 1728 Chestnut. We got a store with a window broken. We got a gas line possibly cut.
In a pandemic, and we're I don't
know right?
EOC? 12.4 on T.
But LA County has been given the green light to allow retail within capacity, to allow restaurants.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on 1100 Spring Street. Would we be able to have an EPW take a location out here with Charlie 11 and 1 Mill Stop?
Go out and get their errands done. Maybe
have a wagon available 1100 Spring Street.
There's a gas leak in that
It feels
basement.
like so long ago that we saw those big
Take it out the basement.
Can you make that too, please?
Saying we need to avoid crowds right now. Please don't undo the progress that we have made.
Radio EOC.
Level 2 station at a PAD parking lot.
And there's no social
Hey,
distancing.
502 is PAB parking lot.
And, you know, the mayor very briefly addressed it in his
Charlie 23.
He did address it. He did talk about the fact that he
Charlie
ideally
23.
wants people to keep 6 feet in between.
Yeah, 502 is not
That is
operable.
not happening in any of the
All right,
live
502
pictures
is
that
not
we've seen this
operable.
afternoon. That is not happening,
Okay.
and it is not happening among officers.
Yeah,
who
Charlie
have to
23, I'm at
keep
DOC. What do you need?
to spread apart.
They need BTW 1728 Chestnut. Gas time was cut.
We're now in our 3rd hour.
Flight 2X is going to be 1720. The storage is empty at this time.
All right, correction on that. 1720 Chestnut.
If they have not already, we're not sure here, but they are trying to move people out of the streets. Maybe some people on the ground, including some officers on the ground.
1X.
It looks like, I don't know if they're trying to.
I got the message regarding 502. These officers missed their bus back. They're relieved. Is there any other buses that are collecting day work personnel where they can get to?
Any other buses collecting day work personnel?
Where there was some looting or attempts at looting just a few minutes ago, Chris.
Just want you real quick. Where are we taking place?
Just watching this, it's so hard to watch. And if you're
22nd
just tuning
District.
in, we want to let you know that in downtown Los Angeles, there is a mandatory curfew in
There's a line.
starting at 8 p.m. tonight until 5:30.
All right, 3 X-ray. I got
Without
EPW 5 en route
setting
to
as
15th
the
and Chestnut. They're coming from the 22nd District.
West Hollywood and Beverly Hills.
All right, UPW en route to,
curfews in effect. I don't know if you had a chance to
15th
watch
District.
last night. This is actually the 4th straight evening of protests that have been going on across the country, specifically here in downtown Los Angeles. Last night, to give you some idea, the images were so heartbreaking and so hard to watch.
3 X-ray. Rate EPW4. What's your status?
533 people in those protests. Some of those charges include
All right, Isaac 9, still car 4.
battery on police.
Starting at 15th and Walnut. 15th and Chestnut, and we're coming up Chestnut
It
Street.
doesn't get dark until what, about 8:15. So it'll be interesting to see what happens once the sun
15
goes
morning.
down and there's not so much coverage. But it looks
Go
like
ahead,
Christy Fajardo is on
We're looking for 502. It's damaged and it's at the PAB for photographing.
trying to keep safety
See,
in
you
mind.
got it. Thank
Christy,
you.
what are you seeing now?
One X Olive Eyes, and they got their personal house keys inside the car. They got to take that location. Anybody mobile can pick them up? Give them a ride.
Shopping carts towards police officers. We also saw projectiles being thrown at them, water bottles.
They're going to be on the northwest corner of City Hall.
That's correct.
Have a unit available to take that location for transportation, northwest corner at City Hall.
Victor, we got PAL vans out there. See if we can raise the PAL vans.
PAL vans on the air, PAL van.
PAL van 1 here.
Sir, are you available to take the northwest corner, City Hall, to transport 2 officers back to the PAD?
Sure.
All right.
Car 5, can you raise Isaac 9 again?
Isaac 9. Do you have any registry 1836?
Isaac 9. When you get to 16th and Chestnut, can you evaluate the room we have on that sheriff's bar? We got 2 here. I'm looking at 2 buses right now.
Man, that'll be 18th and Chestnut. You have available a wagon for 18th and Chestnut. 18th and Chestnut.
Charlie 2. Can you reach Charlie 2X?
Radio to Charlie 2X. Charlie 2X.
Not sure if they actually got inside. We do again know that
1601, sorry. We'll take 18th Chestnut.
at that point is when we did actually see police moving into the parking lot and clearing the crowd.
PAL van 1 be advised coming from the Coast Guard.
Okay.
25 Frank.
25 Frank.
That has been sort of what we've been seeing all afternoon long. People slow down for
25 Frank?
25 Frank, man, yeah, that black Mercedes, they put that flash out earlier for looting the Macy's at 13th and Market. Just saw it. It's going westbound on Sampson Street, right at 16th. The attack here wants to pick it up.
Out there for many reasons. Obviously, very tense situation happening now in the Fairfax district, where an unlawful assembly has been declared. I just want to welcome.
Is it possible that you start in the area?
Channel 9 as well as streaming live on CBS.
We're looking for that black Mercedes. It's 147 at the Macy's. You should have a New Jersey plate.
Newscast at 6 o'clock. Breaking news: protests erupting in parts of Los Angeles now.
Yeah, Isaac 9, raised car 5. We got a room for 32 on the mailbox.
Here alongside Chris Holmstrom to bring you this special extended coverage. We have reporters on the ground in Beverly Hills and the Fairfax district to give you that different vantage point of what's happening.
Yeah, and as we've been telling you, 4 nights of protests have been going on.
Room for 32 on that bus. Room for 32 on that bus.
Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills. But what I found interesting is we actually spoke with.
I'm on the Tom 4. I'm on the Tom 4. Give me a call.
When was the last time that you remember?
Like 2, Andy.
Like 2, Andy.
Tom 4.
It's just mind-boggling to think.
We do have wagons coming 1700 Chestnut, right?
Nights go on, these protests are becoming more and more.
I know I have 1601 to reach at 18th and Chestnut.
From across the country.
I'm going to divert over 17th and Chestnut. We have 6 prisoners here.
In Northern California, Sacramento,
I do have additional.
3 is Flexco, 70 degrees.
a lot of people who are, in pain.
Charlie 6 to car 5.
George Floyd, he was killed in Minneapolis, and it's caused outrage. And there's a lot of passionate people out there who
Car
want
5.
to get it known that they demand justice.
Commissioner, what's the location?
To speak up with their First Amendment rights. Police say, hey, we're all about that. We want to help you out. We want to let you say what you have to say, but just don't be violent.
Car 5, were you trying to raise me?
We just want to remind our viewers there
Right to it. Where did they need that wagon at with 6 prisoners?
17th and Chestnut. 17th and Chestnut. 17.
We have the local at 801 Water Street, and there's supposed to be some children here, people living. We need fireboard immediately.
EOC 80.
So be advised, we're going to need 2 wagons. We got males and a female.
I need fireboard at 801 Walnut. 801 Walnut.
Jeff, I know you're in a different area than where Christy was earlier.
Charlie 23.
Charlie 23.
What things look like from
I'm police asking for a police report at 17th and Walnut.
So I am a few
You broke off, sir.
This is the corner of Beverly and Edinburgh.
Yeah, the fire board is looking for some police support at 17 and Walnut.
Right behind me, you can see a number of police officers this way.
In the sense of that, sir, is it possible if the captain comes back to his car, and you get out of the way for the set the bus and get out of here?
Right here. I apologize for some
44
of the
George.
graphic language that we are hearing right now, but emotions are very high.
EOC, did you receive the 801 Walnut for fireboard? EOC?
Let's go ahead and just turn
What's the reference on that? It's
well-disciplined LAPD.
firecracker or something like
A
that.
number of sergeants on the front line right now and kind of holding their ground
Charlie
at
2.
a very relaxed
Charlie
stance, right? So there is not a
Pretty,
whole lot
can you
of
get some bike units up to
going
me
on.
at
Down the
19th
street
and
also
Chestnut?
very relaxed stance from LAPD. They're
Bike
being
units
very
19th and Chestnut, please. Bike units 19th and Chestnut.
They are being yelled at. We are
Well,
gonna
Tom
go
4,
ahead
you can
and
resume those
take
EPWs to
a look
1100 Spring Street.
You're left, and you can see this is Beverly Boulevard. And I
Gonna go on 1100 Spring, you can disregard. 1100 Spring, disregard.
In terms of the
Alright, take a CID, give it a
You also raised Charlie 2X.
Feel the Charlie 2X.
Isaac 30, we're coming off the 19th and Chestnut.
Was once an LAPD unit. The reason we know that
24 Command, we've got a update from 24 Barney, who's over at 6 and Market. He says it's about a large, matter of fact, he says a large crowd coming down Market Street eastbound. They're over there by the Liberty Bell.
I have a large crowd coming eastbound. 6 and Market headed to the Liberty Bell.
3, I got a contingent from East Watson.
But I think, you know, this is very effective what's going
Car
on.
4, how large is that
Let's
crowd?
go ahead and compare and contrast in 1 sec.
It's probably 24 Command, probably about 70 to 80 people. It's no different, but it's coming down strong.
So, unfortunately, we have this.
Andy 200.
Andy 200.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we have any blocking units that we sent to Broad and JFK?
The blocking units are according to JFK?
We're going to let Jeff sort that out.
24 George.
I'm not sure what the situation is
George.
with this woman. Of course, Jeff is also trying to
Yeah, we trying to get some more wagons out on the street. Any officer that's at the PAB that has keys to the wagons that are going to the location here, that will meet me in the back in the parking lot.
This far away, but maybe
It looks like people are walking right in, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like people are walking into the front entrance and likely would have been closed at this point because of what's been going on there.
Our EOC, you can resume fireboard for 801 Walnut. Resume fireboard for 801 Walnut, EOC.
To try and get a handle on what's going on.
1X, if he's referring to 502 wagon, Cal Van 1 is transporting them to the PAB now.
Earlier police sergeant who mentioned the fact
that the problem is like it's about 2 blocks away. A large crowd is about 2 blocks away from the market.
That crowd, 70 to 80 people, is 2 blocks away.
Commands to protesters.
Do we have any vehicles about so we can get some resources down there? And do we have any bikes that can take to help out down at the 6th and the Liberty Bell area?
We got about 35 officers surrounding along with the Rangers at this point.
Market, approach 6.
About 2 blocks away.
Tactical information being shared by police on their scanners and their radios and whatnot. So we don't want to do that. But for a moment there, we were going over the loudspeaker
14 Sam Andy.
And presumably telling people to move back. Remember, Chris, this was declared.
1721. Can you notify fireward? You got a gas line that's off there. It's not yet 13 stores.
What's going on because these protesters that started out in the thousands and now they're all spread out.
They have a lot of background. You said, I know you need a PGW at 1720 Chestnut. What was the other part of your message?
Some people who were inside there.
Chrissy Fajardo's on the ground now.
1720 Chestnut. It's a plastic gas line inside the store. You can hear it hissing from out here.
EOC.
We have been seeing
Isaac 19. If you have any available units over, it's like 12 of Walnut. We can't contain this over here. We got about 150 people to run around here, just breaking store windows and going inside.
12th and Walnut, you have a large group breaking windows again. 12th and Walnut. EOC, I need a PGW, 1720 Chestnut, 1720 Chestnut. Gas line group. EOC, we got that.
We're going to use to help out with Isaac 19. And Reed Isaac 3, I need to find out about if you have any empty vehicles, any vehicles that we can use. I need to get some units over to
Isaac 3.
It looks like we're getting 3 wagons your way. What else do you need?
Okay, that's good. Send me the wagons. I'll get some resources over to Isaac 19.
Robert 19.
Robert 19.
In between 7th and 8th and Market Street, they're breaking out all the windows in all the stores around here and grabbing everything that they can.
Between 7th and 8th and Market, they're breaking windows and looting again. Between 7th and 8th and Market, they're breaking windows and looting.
3, I can mount a squad up from the PAB and I'll head up there.
Good. Take a wagon with you, Mike. You're going to need to make some arrests over there.
I just put on more Market Street as well.
There's even more police officers lining up.
They want to be up by coming up to the truck and want to help out up there.
And you can hear us.
We're 2 days. Be ready as to where I'm southbound on 16th Street. I mean, this is 16th and Walnut. I just 19. I'll just take my bikes over here. I'm fine, but we got a group of about 150 of them that are just smashing windows just like everywhere else. So we're trying to keep them contained.
So getting a report that they're back at the Macy's, we're closest to the city hall.
We're going through and trying to clear them out now.
Okay, great.
35 George. I got about 40 cops and police officers something assault and Walnut.
They're being told to move, now being pushed by officers. Many of them have their hands up.
Robert 19, you got about 3 or 4 open properties in between 7th and 8th and Market.
All right, we have about 3 open properties between 7th and 8th and Market.
This is about as close as we can get.
Who needs a wagon? I got 2 available.
We're not sure who that belongs to, whether it belongs to
200 wagon. What do you need?
member, perhaps a protester.
Sam Andy, send the T-Man.
Proceed, sir.
Just keeping you advised, ma'am. Fire department has struck a second alarm on the fire 1708 Walnut Street. Second alarm was on location. People all over here, 154 males. We're on 7th Street now. Anybody please?
Another rock, a very large rock. You see some of the rocks?
No,
so you can see what is being thrown. That is what is hitting
This is 13th Market. Something has 5 people stopped beside me. 13th Market. Pound 1.
Looks like bricks were also thrown.
Yeah, what am I thinking of officers at?
Northwest corner at City Hall. Northwest corner at City Hall.
More water bottles.
Isaac 4.
Isaac 4.
Okay, we have a large group on Market Street heading down towards 8th Street. Do we have another sheriff bus?
Do I have another sheriff bus?
16 day, and I have myself and 8 officers coming southbound on 7th Street towards Market.
Not sure they can hear because we barely could over the helicopter.
Well, thank you.
Zachary, that other group from Market is northbound on 9th.
Another group northbound on 9th from Market. So I have that 1720 Chestnut. Which unit is that 1720 Chestnut with the gas leak?
Any more in that parking lot? They are now pushing them past the Nordstrom.
Team 7X, Isaac 9, boss. We are at 16 and Walnut, ready to push westbound. All right, let's go.
So there's the gate that was up. You can see they did reach the gate.
3, like Team 3. You have a wagon for Macy's, stuff that has a couple inside that they're locking up.
Alright, I have a wagon for Macy's. Wagon for Macy's, I have a couple to go.
BW4 alert available. Yes.
But we do know that the Nordstrom was graffiti, but I'm not seeing any. The doors
Zachary, you have a group on westbound on the 900 block of Filbert Street.
Unless they did through another entrance.
Isaac 3, I'm walking up to Market Street now on 8th Street with about 20.
Repeating that the area is closed.
Archie 2 Detroit, looks like you have a large group coming out of the stores on 13th Street behind Macy's.
Isaac 10, be advised that 8th and Market, Century 21, group of about 20 trying to get in there now.
Alright, we have a group of about 20 trying. Oliver 1 Barney.
Yeah, be advised, 9th Street, just north of Market, they breached the fashion district.
They breached the fashion
40 going into the store.
Alright, they breached the fashion district. You have a group of about 40 going in. Alright, JDT 13th and Chestnut, they also breached the stores from Central 13th and Chestnut.
Yeah, the fashion district here.
Alright, Isaac 3, I'm moving up in there.
Oh, one point. It looks like you still got people inside. It looks like a Foot Locker.
Barney, you said they're inside the Foot Locker?
Yeah, that's correct. They're going to be on 9th Street between Silver and Market.
On 9th Street between Silver and Market. On 9th Street between Silver and Market.
Time 22X to CVS and 20th and Market.
20th and Market, CVS is breach, ma'am?
That's correct.
20th and Market. Go ahead, sir.
Charlie 6 to 4-5. 4-5. What's your location, sir? 5-2X. We're on the 1700 block of Walnut. Charlie 6 receipt. 35 George, 12th and Walnut's clear.
12th and Walnut is clear. 12th and Walnut is clear.
They're still getting home Macy's.
We want to break in real fast.
Right, 2X. We got any wagons in the area of 19th and Chestnut for male prisoner?
I need a wagon at 19th and Chestnut. 19 and Chestnut for a male prisoner.
DPW 4, we got it.
Okay.
26-20, we got 2 to go. 16 Walnut.
Just downtown Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills.
2 to go.
Right now, breaking news, we are learning an LA citywide curfew.
You have 16 Walnut?
I can't remember the last name.
16 Walnut.
The group that broke into the store behind Macy's on 13th Street is now eastbound on Market.
chief of police, Los Angeles Police Department.
They have a large group. It looks like they're trying to go into another business at 12th Market.
And large group is 12th and Market trying to gain entry to a business. 12th and Market, large group. They're broken to the Macy's there at 12th and Market.
35 Georgia coming north on 12th Street now with that.
Following that line of police officers and bringing us a really riveting, compelling report.
Tom 22, liquor store, 20th and Harvey.
Throwing rocks and bottles and pipes even at the officers.
Have the bikes at 16th and Walnut, meet me at 17th and Walnut. We're going to go southbound. All the bikes at 16th and Walnut, they're just left there. Have them come over to 17th.
Bike unit 17th and Walnut. Meet them at 17th and Walnut.
And 2 wagons at 18th and Walnut, 1 for a male and 1 for a female. Just going to be for curfew.
It does not look like they got inside the North Street.
I need a wagon also at 18th and Walnut, 18th and Walnut.
No glass is broken, so I know there were early reports that they might have gotten inside. At least from what
Nathan 2. For now, the Macy's is clear, but it's obviously open property.
Nathan 2 received.
Seems like they're getting reinforcements. And I had mentioned earlier that they packed up the LAPD.
Like Team's trading just hit the Wawa 12th and 12th and Market.
Alright, they just hit the Wawa 12th and Market. Alright, you said 11th and Market.
Up there with a squad now.
You need fire for it.
Well, I'm March. 1 thing.
Alright, there's a fire at the Wawa 12th and Market.
12th and Market. We need a wagon and another flight for go. I'm 5, I'm at 17th and Walnut over my team.
EOC TV. Proceed, ma'am.
Is it inside the wall on fire or the...
Oh, the wall was on fire.
All eyes on fire?
Correct, the wall was on fire. 12th and Market, we need fireboard. Wall was on fire.
EOC copy.
EOC received.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tom 22 at the liquor store on 20th and Market.
That's been breached, ma'am.
Correct. Wine and Spirit.
Wine and Spirit at 20th and Market has been breached.
We got fireboard coming at 12th and Market.
Fireboard has been notified.
It didn't look like people had actually breached the premises there, but now we're seeing
Nathan 2, can you raise Isaac 19, please?
Isaac 19.
Something is smoking there at the Nordstrom's at the Grove. You know, Chris, you and I are watching these images in awe, just like everyone else.
Isaac 19.
Now, the breaking news, a citywide curfew in
Isaac 19.
that begins at 8 o'clock.
It's Nathan 2, sir. Where would you like the rest of these boys to meet up with you?
Just an unbelievable,
I'm at a 12th and Market. They just ran into the Wawa Federal Fire Group. We got about 3 arrests out here. If you got a wagon, send them over this way. Guys, be careful in your rear. One just got down from Paddle Hill. Chevy and Paddle, gray color.
It is a whole other world out there, and as you can see,
Oh, good. No, it's proud. Yeah, what's
Alva 149, they're back inside the Target on Chestnut Street.
Alright, they're back inside the Target on Chestnut Street. They're back inside the Target on Chestnut Street.
Andy 200.
Andy 200.
I have a sergeant and 6 officers if you need them there on Chestnut.
But there's chaos, and I mean, Sarah, just watching this video.
Alva 149, be advised, they're pulling the boards off the wall, off the exits and glasses.
Walking down Rodeo, trying to break into. We saw them break into one.
Do you have any stations with flex cuffs? All my bike cuffs are out of flex cuffs.
And they just all ran in.
I'm really trying to get a better sense.
Alright, yes, ma'am. If you have anybody talking to Page 6 and South Washington Square, you will get out of vehicles with possible gas and there's no flash. This is going to be 6 from South Washington Square, PA coming in for 80.
The screens that we're looking at are only so big, so it's hard.
Charlie 100. Who needs flex cuffs and whether they need that?
I'm not sure if that's possible right
620, I got about 20 bike cops, 1600 Walnut. We're sweeping Walnut Street. We're all out of cuffs.
But, you know, Chris, to your
Nathan 131.
earlier with a law enforcement analyst who said,
Nathan 131.
Do I have about 30 cups? Where do you need them?
16th and Walnut for the cup. 16th and Walnut for the cup.
Assisted by law enforcement, and they are
Coming around.
for their own safety.
131. Can get a wagon, got a route to finish 11 Sam's.
Need a wagon at 11 Sam's. 11 Sam's and 4 prisoners.
And many have turned violent. Law enforcement and
35 George, you got a wagon on location for the Wawa across the market.
Receive.
1500, you can head over there 11 We also have 3 down from the market.
Alright, so we're taking a live shot.
I'm probably too. You have a unit with a line of stairs.
More clashes.
Alright, do I have a unit that can start over to 20?
Other than Market, we got a large crowd moving in right now.
Alright, 11th Market is a crash. Need a unit over at 20th and Market. Wine and Spirits. They've reached that with Tom 22X, 20th and Market.
Yeah, so it was quite peaceful until just a few seconds ago.
Arches is driving crowds will move south on 11th
Just
Street
went
from
over
Market.
to these parked police vehicles.
Community holders have
As you
11th
can
and Market.
see, they have smashed the windows of 3 of them.
The unit going over to 20th and Market to meet Tom 22X in reference to that Wine and Spirits.
But you can see the destruction of those 3.
35 George, you got strike force at 12th and Market. We're going to go down and clear out 11th Market.
There were some flashbangs. Oh, you can see them throwing stuff. And the crowd
3980, you got a wagon for Macy's?
moving away as the police are making their way towards this crowd.
I have another wagon for Macy's. I need a wagon for
This
Macy's.
has been declared an illegal assembly. These people have 2 minutes to leave, they say, or they will
Point
face
20, you have
arrest.
a wagon en route for 2 of them to 18th and Walnut for these 2 prisoners.
11th and Market, 11th and Market, 11th and
Police
Market.
are far outnumbered.
11th and Market, what you got, sir?
At this intersection, this is the intersection of Santa Monica
Yeah,
and
200 people out here, 11th
They
and
have
Market.
been effective in keeping the crowd off.
Additional units start over 11th and Market, 11th and Market.
Great, stay off the air. I'm at 11th and Market. We're good. There's just a large crowd. They're looting everything. We're good.
We can. And I want to show you.
Crowd's all over. We're
Yeah,
good.
a
I'm
lot
at
of them,
11th and
we've seen them
Market.
carrying hammers and 2x4s. They just smashed open. Let's not get too close. Let's not get too close.
If you have a wagon available for 18th and Walnut,
Yeah, a
18th
young
and
man
Walnut.
just told me, young man.
I have a unit wagon available for 18th and Walnut. I need another wagon at 18th and Walnut.
What I've been following you mostly has
BK, PKW2. Go ahead over
The
there.
only people who really advance shit is them, to be honest with you. It's very peaceful.
1903, ERT. We're in a wagon. Wherever you need us.
At the same time, it's...
Boy, George, we need a wagon and 11th and Market.
11th and Market, sir.
You to the 18th and Walnut as soon as you can.
Something in the car, you see?
Sir, I have one in route to your 8th.
Can you have a 16 warning, please return to 16th and Market?
Lori, that is so frightening. Make sure you stay safe. That was apparently a firework is what the crowd is
I
saying.
need a wagon on the
But
morning.
this
Need
is
a wagon.
happening in Beverly Hills, and you can see
Here,
those
Rick, to you.
cars.
They are trying desperately to get this crowd
Car
away
5.
from these vehicles.
Car 5.
Absolute chaos right
Do we have
now
any
in
available
this part of
wagons?
Beverly Hills, where at least one police cruiser
Do I have
is
any
on fire right now.
available wagons?
Smoking, some windows smashed in.
They were until those last few minutes.
We just want to know
If you were
Santa
out
Monica
at the
police
stage
are
here, I'm
also
12
out
points,
here
I can see if I can free some up.
assisting police, but Lori mentioned that they are outnumbered right now.
George, be
We're trying
advised
to
they
give her an
use
opportunity
AT&T
to
at
get
the
her
Market.
bearings here. This is just absolutely shocking.
Said they're moving at AT&T.
Really
11th and Market.
I'm in spirit.
people were climbing
We're
the
doing it
structure
now.
there. Just things really, really deteriorating.
I still need someone to start over the 20th and Market, Wine and Spirits. I need a unit over at 20th and Market at the Wine and Spirits, please.
Behind them, basically surrounding them, and then police on the other side. Chris, I just want to give kudos to our reporters who are on the ground covering this in the middle of a
Tom
pandemic.
Porter, shoot back on 20th and Market.
Tom 22X.
I'm up here right behind Buck County on the flank side.
And you know, your job is to get the information out there, let people know what's going on, especially for people who live in the nearby areas.
Oh, cool. We're going to run for that.
Stay in, this is what's going on, but also letting people know what's going on.
The unit en route to 20th and Market. You need someone at 20th and Market, Wine and Spirits, please.
They're grieving the loss of George Floyd. He was killed a few
12 by
days ago
12.
by Minneapolis police.
12 by 12, you're en route to 20th and Market.
Outrage has been going throughout the country.
Oh, wait, so he has 2 like Andy from the 50th and Market. We have 3 females.
Live in Beverly Hills. Jeff, what can you see? What can you tell us?
35 Charlie. Grade 35 George. Have them take 11th and Sheldon with some cops.
around the corner from Smyrna.
Isaac 30.
Isaac 30.
35 George, I got it.
With their hands in the air as we pan the
If I got any available bike teams, one bike X. We're in the 1100 block of Chestnut Street. We're going to need some presence here.
Like 3, we're 11th at Market. We can go down to 11th in Chestnut.
And LAPD did engage in dialogue.
How many bikes? Take them all. We're good.
This is where you see
Like 2 Andy Stars up to 11th in Chestnut.
a lot of graffiti on the wall.
One extra route to 11th in Chestnut.
A few minutes ago, we showed you one of the police cars that was
Change tags for additional units, 11th and Racer, crowd is moving northbound, 11th and Racer.
And we also,
additional units for 11th and Racer.
from us is a furniture store. It has been tagged up and the glass has been shattered over there.
2620, I got CGW out here, 1600 Walnut. They need it somewhere. Reps the fire.
Have been very peaceful with
PGW.
Over 3, they broke into the 7-11.
I'm just over, they broke into the 7-11.
Sorry, like 10th and 9th and Silver, they're running them off. We're walking down.
PGW was needed at 1720 Chestnut. PGW was needed at 1720 Chestnut.
14 team, the PGW is on location out here.
Thank you.
6-3, I had a 15th district wagon with me. Did you see where they are?
Objects at LAPD as they drove by.
15th District wagon.
1500. Route to Northwest for 4 miles.
You can see some of these confrontations right now. This is certainly a
Peter wagon at 11 to Market.
for the time being with people with their hands.
Car 4, I'm going to be sending a sergeant, about 15 cops, up to 20th and Market.
Beverly here. Hey, Greg, if you don't mind.
All right, I need a wagon at 11th and Market. I need a wagon at 11th and Market.
We're behind the demonstrators, so I kind of want to give the audience a little bit better of a perspective.
801 start up.
801, okay.
That's all right, hang tight. Hang tight, you're good, you're good. I got your back, I got your back.
Isaac 9.
I got your back, I got
Isaac
your back.
9.
So, you can
Yeah,
see
raise car 5.
pepper spray and some
Still want to clear. Right now, square.
LAPD try to push people back.
Car 5.
The 4.
So, you can see some of the flashbangs
Car
that are
5,
going
go
on
ahead.
right now, and we are right up against some of this.
Isaac 9.
Clean these programs, 15th and Market.
Did get hurt. Somebody.
Isaac 9, you want to know, you want car 5 to clear that Brickhouse Square?
Pipes that have been thrown in the direction of LAPD, and you can see right now they are still very disciplined as they are being screamed at. Right now you can hear a number of
Name, I have a supervisor, 15 officers walking up the 20th Market from City Hall.
Very mixed crowd, very combustible at this point. The majority of the people out here
throwing bottles from the liquor store.
Right, they're throwing bottles 20 at the Market at the liquor store. They're throwing bottles 20 at the Market at the liquor store.
From one block over is
Car 4, I have officers moving to that location.
Greg, do me a favor, let's walk
forward. They're coming to you, Tom, 22X.
This line right here, and we are going to get in here where it's a little
Town
bit
4 en
safer
route.
so we can
Town 4 put your location, 21st and Market. They're all in the liquor store.
chanting that's going on right now in terms of
3. We got 2 more at Target. Males. Can they stop by after Macy's?
You can see the number, the sergeants communicating with their
We
security.
have 2 more at the Target.
As they talk about how to deal with this crowd, but you can see
11th, I mean 12th and
towards the police officers
12th and Chestnut.
in this line. We know that they have
Barney.
moving and kind of clearing
On Barney.
block by block.
And 12th and Orange, on the Orange Street side of the terminal there, they breached the terminal.
Demonstrators kneeling about 100 yards.
Alright, they breached the terminal 12th and Orange. They breached the terminal 12th and Orange.
They have moved closer and closer, and at this point, some of the demonstrators are about
You got a group
10
of
yards
about
away from this,
30 to 40 of them.
you can hear some of the chants.
We have a group of about 30 to 40. They breached the terminal 12th and Orange.
Rallying cry for the demonstrators.
Car 4.
The demonstrators, this is certainly a very
Yeah, I have a sheriff bus and some officers are going to take over there to deal with the terminal.
And we
Car 4 received.
hands on right now. It's something that is certainly beyond our control, but you can understand some of the sentiments that are being discussed.
We have the windows on at 13th and Arch. On Arch between 12th and 13th.
Alright, between 12th and 13th on Arch, they're smashing out RPC 521 car. J to T from Central. They need more units at 12th and Vine. They have a group of about 25 people going northbound on 12th Street from Vine, and also groups breaking into Reading Terminal.
especially.
We do have the Reddit terminal. They have units en route to the actual when it covers 12th and Vine. The advisor leader, the 12th and Vine group does have a bad. Alright, so one of those guys are on the van, 12th and Vine.
We're at 20th and Market. We got a large crowd at CVS.
20th and Market, large group inside CVS.
Yeah, inside they're on now. We just need more units. We're by ourselves.
Fellow citizens trying to express themselves, and then
Isaac 30, raise it 2x right. Are we still engaged on the west side?
2x right.
2x, we're heading off the 20th and Market right now.
2x right, we're clear through 19th and Chestnut.
Plowed over, and a lot of these cars, it's kind of silly. They drive down the street and all.
You need it somewhere?
They get scared because people are going in their direction.
We're clearing Chestnut Street. We're going to head down to the terminal.
Where's you?
So far, we haven't seen any sort of.
Like 1A, any word on that wagon yet right through the wall?
I think a lot of that is just sheer luck.
I have a wagon available for 18th and Walnut. I need a wagon at 18th and Walnut.
I will tell you that what we saw.
We're trying to make our way through.
Trying to make their way through for 18th and Market.
Yes, terminal at 12th and Arch. We have a couple of security guards in here. We're going to keep an eye on the place for the time being.
Okay, they do have security inside the terminal. They do have security inside the terminal.
Oliver 144.
Oliver 144.
You got two officers out here at Macy's. They need help. They got multiple looters inside the store.
Alright, I need additional units brought over to the Macy's.
They got a bike team heading to the terminal.
Alright, can I get a unit start over to the Macy's? They're back inside the Macy's.
Chain stores like
144 radio. We keep eyes on them until they get back up. They don't have radio.
Businesses that are owned.
Who's got the prisoner at 18th and Walnut? Walk them out to 18th Street.
What is lost in some of
We're walking them out now. We're going to walk them north on 18th to you.
What they don't realize is that they are attacking someone.
Get the 18th, make a right. The wagon is behind the ladder. The wagon is behind the ladder.
To see some of that.
See, Texas.
And this is a perfect example of a gentleman who's.
And did already have Reading Terminal.
We try to through business on 1100. There's a group going in and out.
I'm sorry, RTC Trip Charlie, you're coming in a little low. Can you repeat?
1100 Samson looks like a copy of 1127, 1129 Samson. The 23, 1123.
Any force at least for the time being. If you'd like, let me go ahead and hand it back to you in case you guys have any sort of questions for me.
521 car. It's unoccupied. Windows are smashed out. The doors are all open. We're in the 1200 block of Arch Street.
A kiosk that is on fire.
It's from RTC 1123 Samson's got a large crowd going in and out of the building there. 1123 Samson.
I want to let you know that Pat Harvey is joining us right now. This is the fourth straight
Highway 1.
Massive protest across Los Angeles. We have
2X on the air, Highway 1X on the air.
Exactly is going on. I actually just got an alert on my phone letting me know that in the city of Los Angeles,
all highway teams meet me Delaware and Spring Garden.
At 8 o'clock tonight until 5:30.
See you, sir.
First, that curfew was first put out for
RTC showing 1100 Samson looks like they're in the target.
Also, West Hollywood. Now we're hearing.
Alright, they're back inside the target.
Bike 4A, we're going over 1100 Samson.
He's a retired police sergeant. And I asked
him,
when's the last time
And Isaac 30, the west side is clear down the locust.
He couldn't remember. So just.
Well, I just clear down the locust.
All our viewers on CBS2 and KCAL9 in the city of Los Angeles. And Chris, I can remember in 1992, I believe that is the last time that there was a city-wide curfew for
Except the one we have people at the Macy's.
The riots in 1992. We have an emergency situation now. We're going to go to Jeff DeWin.
Nathan Blake 36. Did you receive our transmission about 521 car being broken out and the doors open?
1200
okay,
yes, sir. 1200 Arch.
I'm sorry, Pat.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm sorry. I hear you.
Thank you.
So what we have right now are some of the
we just cleared
right from us. Luckily, hey, Greg, let's get
behind this
terminal
is clear.
Let's get behind this stand. All right, you're safe here, Dad. All right, so you can see some of the rubber bullets that are being discharged
do we
right
still
now.
need a wagon 18th and Walnut?
We also saw demonstrators throwing stuff at the police officers as well.
I believe they walked the prisoner out. Let me just double check. Do I still need a wagon at 18th and Walnut?
Like when we're putting the prisoners in the wagon now and they're taking them over to the double
The other day, we did see a number of people throwing stuff at police
George,
officers.
have all my officers that are in terminal. We meet at the corner of 12th and Arch.
And rocks as well as chunks of concrete. And
24 George units meet them at 12th and you said Arch?
And they started throwing at them. But right now you can see like here is Edinburgh and Beverly where you see the skirmish line. What makes this thing very tricky is you've got demonstrators as well, so they pour this way. I'm sorry, go ahead, Pat.
Be advised, ma'am, just keep you advised. There's going to be more fire apparatus. Fire department has struck a third alarm, 1700 Walnut.
Third alarm, 1700 Walnut.
You know what building it is.
35 Frank, we need a wagon, 9th and Arch.
You know, to be honest with you,
I need a wagon at 9th and Arch. 9th and
We're going to take the sidewalk, northbound 19th to Market.
I'm going to surmise that that
Isaac 30, I need a wagon at 12th and Market as well. We got one.
And I think it's
Alright, I need a wagon at 9th and Arch and 12th and Market. I need a wagon at 9th and Arch and 12th and Market.
A lot of this area is a traditional
what do you got at 12th and Market?
We've got generations of family that have grown up here. They have
we're going to have one to go.
Children here, and they have raised businesses up here.
Female.
So that is the tragedy in all of this. Is that when you
Male.
see
We got a male.
things getting burned down, you don't know who actually owns them. They very well could
I got a wagon with a couple of females in it down at 11.
family just like me or you.
Just want to do a swing around. We'll hold them here. Right now we got the corner clear too.
Negotiate with LAPD, and then you have other people who are like on the fringes of this thing.
Oliver 143, be advised, the 7-Eleven at 22nd Market's being looted.
And right there is, you see a class bar.
Alright, the 7-Eleven at 22nd and Market is also being looted. 7-Eleven at 22nd and Market is also being looted.
Jeff, yeah, we certainly don't want you to be in.
Now,
are those flashbangs from LAPD, or are these protesters actually just setting off fireworks, or do they have their own flashbangs?
George 1X.
Do you know the difference?
George 1X.
I think what, to answer your question is that there are flashbangs. There are also rubber bullets as well.
What was that message about 521 class? For the damage or needing?
So I'm going to
yes, sir. 1200 Arch. 1200 Arch.
Thank you for worrying about my safety.
What's wrong with it? What's real?
I want to show you exactly what we're doing right now. What we are doing, at least for our own safety, is just
Isaac 19.
Greg, show this doorway.
Isaac 19.
Basically, sheltered in here a little bit. That way, we don't have stuff flying over our head. So I appreciate your concern, but you know. We are trying to do the best that we can. We are being very mindful of our own personal safety as well.
1,500 locusts, we're also going to need a wagon, adult male.
I basically have my back against this door so that no one can sneak up behind me or around me.
Oh, you got a fire apparatus coming eastbound on Chestnut.
Certainly very volatile, and you can hear.
We also need a wagon at 1,500 locusts for a prisoner. 1,500 locusts.
That's right. I agree with
35 Franklin, breached the Fashion District.
That's exactly what we heard around the corner.
Fashion District. They breached the Fashion District.
Officers have had to deal with as well.
Charlie 6 to Isaac 19.
Some of the glass bottles that we saw being thrown in their
Isaac 19 over here.
You know what, Jeff? Just an observation here from where you are. If I can go back again to 92. What's so very, very different about this situation? 92 is primarily in South Los Angeles and downtown Los Angeles. The protesters tried to get to the west side. They tried to get to Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood.
I just want to I've never seen that. We're heading down. We're right at 12th Market.
Sort of contain where all of the damage took place. This has been
one there, give me some units, 1400 Chestnut. Got a store that they're trying to get into.
They have been able
1400 Chestnut. Go ahead,
from different departments.
Yeah, we got multiple persons inside the CVS at 20th and Rufford. Oh, we need a wagon here.
I need a wagon at 20th and Market CVS, 20th and Market CVS.
And we don't have the money. We are in debt right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic. I'm looking at
I'll take this white team. We're leaving one prisoner here. We'll go to the Fashion District.
Okay.
Get through and are trying
Go ahead.
to put out that fire.
Go ahead.
In the Grove facility.
Yeah. And it's so hard to see these businesses on fire.
Mike went in, the wagon took the prisoners. Also, let the units know a race car 4 or 5 from an NBC 10 News cameraman, apparently at 16th and Fairmount. There's individuals there armed with assault rifles. I don't know if Jack here maybe can swing by there and take a look at that to see if it's true. That's 16th and Fairmount.
As the day went on, this protest just went.
Jack, we're looking. We're not going to be able to see that from here.
Hills District. And now you're seeing the
we need a wagon here.
I need a wagon at the 20th and Market at the CVS. 20th and Market CVS, please.
On that particular strip. Now this is Melrose Avenue.
35 Compton. I got one on the 9th and Silver. It's got to go. He's got 4 shoe boxes.
A lot of shops on Melrose Avenue,
1612.
eating establishments, and here's the rub. I mean, we were just reopening the city.
Yeah.
A lot of these businesses and restaurants have been closed because of
Alright, I just had someone come up to me and tell me there was a girl that was just up here at 16,
I'm just hoping that tonight,
District 30, we're coming up on the Fashion District. Where they're supposed to be breaching.
peaceful protest in the downtown area.
35 Frank, underneath the tunnel, we got 2 and custody coming out of short. We're in a wagon. We'll walk them all up at 9 o'clock.
They were on the freeway for...
Sir, City, I need rescue and cops got run over. 8th and 7th and Chestnut. 7th and Chestnut. Eastwood Chestnut Street from 7th.
6th Street.
It's a white car flying down towards 6th Street, 5th Street now. I need rescue right now.
533.
And
And you know,
Chestnut.
it's so hard, you know, looking at these pictures, it's hard to believe.
Take that rescue now, 7th Chestnut. Officer down.
Yeah, LA County was
Center City Andy, we need a rescue squad. 7th and Chestnut.
Hair salon, so a lot of people were out and about.
Charlie 10, I'm sending rescue 44 from Front and Spring Garden en route now.
City leaders, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Mayor Eric Garcetti, they decided to put a curfew into place because they want to make sure that people are staying home.
6 by 14. He's eastbound. He just went up the Front Street. I think they made a right.
It's going to be a lot harder to keep
Going southbound on Front Street. He took it all the way down eastbound.
Area. I mean, we're going to 3 different
Welcome
reporters.
in. Have tech here, follow their car. Have tech here, pick their car.
Impact and high chaos.
Should be a white vehicle.
Remember,
We're heading that direction.
and it's never good when the sun goes
It's
down.
gonna be a white SUV.
And that many people that, in my opinion, are also here, and it's not just my opinion, from other parts of the country. All of these folks are not from Los Angeles. Some of them are anarchists. This is what I heard
by
from
2
law
possible
enforcement,
Range
so
Rover.
I believe that to be the case.
Well, Range Rover, you have a tag. Repeat that tag for me.
Hernandez now.
TCG is the first
Lori Parrish, who is
protester.
in Beverly Hills, and Lori,
Here, what's the location?
Last time we spoke with you, that they had broken into
700
the
Chestnut.
Queen shop. We see a lot of people.
People come in. Give them time crime on the air. Tell them to review the cameras and see what they can pick up. He took eastbound on Chestnut to front and he made a right. Southbound on Front Street.
We have Christy Fajardo, who is in the Fairfax District area.
Central T-Tom, and assist was dropped 8834 TF 8834.
Yeah, you know when you came to me last
50, we're 710, Chestnut is ready, also need rescue. He's talking, we just need a rescue unit with a backboard.
Enough that the police have actually pulled some of the officers
Bear
and redeployed them elsewhere. And we've been talking all afternoon long about
It's good back here, any eyes on that vehicle?
there in the front. Some of them are just holding their
Back here, we're back here, that's where we're trying to get the location.
Police, they are moving back when they're told. Others, though, from behind
But
have been
hang on at
throwing
7th and
items
Chestnut.
at
He was last in
police.
eastbound Chestnut, southbound towards front. Should be a white Range Rover. Partial tag of Eddie Tom George.
Everything's under control.
And actually says phone baton, so these
District
are
30, we got enough people here.
police
Just get us that rescue.
protesters. They leave behind the
15, we got to clear this block for rescue to get in here and just notify Jefferson. We got too many officers here.
You can see the police have actually
You gotta move the cars out of the way. The cars don't block rescue.
Street, so since we started going live, about
Probably 12 had somebody notify Jeff that Thomas coming in.
blocks eastward. And if you walk with me, I want to show you. Police actually also went through.
Again, reference the assist at 7th and Chestnut. We're looking for a white vehicle, possibly a Jeep. Partial tag Eddie Tom George. Last name eastbound on Chestnut and then southbound on front.
And there's another dynamic that sort of got thrown into the mix here. Park La Brea, the
18, they say possibly a Jeep or possibly a Range Rover.
people were actually coming out of the apartment complex to see
I heard
what's
it was a
going on.
possible Jeep running.
Of course, we're in the middle of a pandemic, so everybody's wearing masks. So really, police would not be able to tell if they were protesting.
If they give any further, I'll update you.
Probably not a good idea. The people used to hear
24,
here.
put a gunshot 3100 G George on sound. A gunshot 3100 G George on sound.
People were actually at another
Park standby. In reference to the 24th District, reported gunshots 3100 G. You can resume as unfounded. 3100 G Street, reported gunshots as unfounded.
from their balconies or from inside the property. But again, police have pushed back protesters. Tensions here have settled down quite a bit.
Do you have a badge number?
Street to market, contact eastbound traffic, please. We're going to be taking the street.
Is prevent other groups.
20th and Mark.
Yes, there's another person trying to get
2 by 2.
through. Probably
Yeah,
trying to get
finish it.
people, doing that as well. Apparently, or obviously, this is a big residential area as well, not just a business.
Do we have a badge number on an injured officer? I need a badge number.
Trying to get through
2 by 2.
the protest
2 by 2.
to get home and have been turned around
Yeah,
as you
Center
just
City
saw.
Andy. Is there any way they can get the cameras to find out if we can get the
whole plate number on that vehicle?
But we have seen this throughout the afternoon where things will come.
We're going to Jack City now. We couldn't get it off of there now.
Police and police just fired some rubber bullets. We've also seen M80s
Over
here.
144. We got a vehicle that just took the runoff over on Market Street. We're behind it now going.
According to officers here on the ground, though,
We're going north. On 7.
being set off by protesters.
I hear people on the
You
roof.
know how loud those are. But
That number's going to be Larry, Harry, Eddie, 5068. We're under the overpass for the gallery.
We're going to attempt to go back to our Lori Perez, who is in Beverly Hills. Lori, we tried to reach you a moment ago.
I just for location 7
set the scene for us there.
All right, we got it at 9th and Cuthbert.
Yeah, Pat. Hi, Pat. This is a much calmer
Is this in reference
scene
to
than
that
it was
something
just about 20, 30 minutes ago.
This is something that occurred on Market Street. I don't know if y'all had time to come over here about it yet.
Protesters who remain here at the intersection of Rodeo and Santa Monica. And the police, they're face-to-face with the police, really just chanting.
Jack Air, is this a reference to the white SUV?
Names saying no justice,
something
no
different,
peace. You
sir.
can hear them. The police have formed a barrier.
Served it almost hit an officer.
The 3 police vehicles that were smashed about 30 minutes ago. Those are Santa Monica.
35 Frank, I need a wagon, 9 for silver. I got 4 to go.
As mutual aid.
I
And
need
we
a wagon.
watched as
trying to get my vehicle.
a peaceful crowd, a small
White
fraction
Range,
of
I
them
believe, is
suddenly,
Eddie Tom
went
George.
back to those vehicles. Now, the police
26
have
is
been
Eddie
repeatedly saying
Charlie
to this
John.
crowd, this has been declared an illegal assembly. You
Eddie
must
Charlie
disperse,
John.
you
Eddie
must
Charlie
leave.
John. Partial tag
At
on that
this
White
point,
Range.
Some people have left, but again, 200-300 people remain here, again face-to-face, but we are ticking ever closer to that 8 o'clock curfew time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens at 8 o'clock, if there's more enforcement, if this crowd does indeed disperse.
That Range Rover, is that going to be a newer model or an older model?
Of this group with megaphones.
It looked like it was a new model here.
The curfew, encouraging them or just making them
Said it was
aware
driving with no
of,
headlights
the
on.
risks of staying out here. And so it remains to be seen what will
Like
happen.
too, it should have
when we get
extensive
closer
damage
to
on the
8 o'clock hour.
undercarriage
Again,
and possibly
you
in the
can
front
see
end of the
here,
vehicle.
this is a little bit of a calmer moment at this time. The crowd really just face-to-face with the officers here. After what has been a certainly tense afternoon here on Rodeo Drive, we did watch
35 George.
earlier as a small fraction of the
Yeah,
crew
we just stay at the terminal. Security's in there, securing it now. We're at 12 Mark. You got anything?
breached
Walking
into
distance
the
that needs to be
Alexander
addressed?
McQueen store, looting that store. Far more did not do that.
Negative at this time, sir.
Okay, we got 5 at 9th and silver. I need to go.
Nice and silver. Nice and silver. They have 5 to go.
Hey, Andy, if I can get a Windside wagon, I need one at 15th and Lucas still. I'll go 144. Can we get a unit over here, wagon, 9th and customers? This guy's real combative with the uniform on.
I don't think that the police will have a problem.
Can I get a unit over at 9th?
Things get out of hand.
Yeah.
9th and Cuthbert.
3 from us,
What
just
is it,
make it
about
6 to go.
7:20 now? We are getting closer to that 8 o'clock curfew
3, I
hour.
got a wagon. Resume that other one. They already got a prisoner. I'm sending them over there now. 9th and Cuthbert.
Until 5:30 a.m. People in this crew, I've asked them,
Get a badge number
if
for
they
7th and
have
Chestnut. I
in
need
this
a badge
group,
number,
do they
please.
have a destination? Are they going anywhere? Do they have a plan? And it does not seem they do at this point. Let's watch as they're moving
Engine
along one
officer
of the
7th and Chestnut. I need a badge number.
vehicles. You can see the tires are
See, the sergeant's going to call over to either the front or the
windows
center.
smashed in.
9
Yeah, they're starting to make some arrangements here to try and
Okay, 2326. Yeah.
this crowd out.
Well, that's a good sign, at least, that they're able to do that, and that's been one of the biggest problems. This is so widespread, and there are so many people that are out there on the streets of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas that it's been very difficult for law enforcement to get a handle on this. The LAPD is calling everyone, not just a tactical alert like last night. They are now on all hands on deck, which means, hey, we work 12-hour shifts, come back in. Because we need
We have 4 prisoners from the CDF and 20 from one of the they all being there's a special president behind all these officers.
West Hollywood, Santa Monica, Inglewood at this point. They need everybody. So if they're able to at least clear out an area, hopefully that's a good sign
repeat your message for me again, please.
Protesters, demonstrators,
we have 4 prisoners from 24 Market CBS.
Alongside Pat Harvey, who is here
covering
protests and looting and vandalism with us tonight here on
CBS. We're taking them to the 22nd for processing.
Extended breaking news coverage of this event unfolding in the city of Los Angeles and in Beverly Hills. We saw pictures earlier of a fire that was burning on the 7700 block of Melrose. And Los Angeles
is Isaac 30 on your air?
That fire out, but obviously law enforcement and first responders are trying to contend with a host of issues in different parts
Yes,
of the
sir.
city.
Be advised. We're trying to get some supplies and everything down to you when it's safe from the PAB.
We haven't seen a situation like this, at least to this scale, since then.
You know what, Sarah? In 1992.
Okay. Right now we're engaged. Do you need us to meet you somewhere?
Officers in the beating of black motorist Rodney King.
Negative. When it's safe, I have another truck coming to the PAB, and then we'll head down if it's safe to do so.
At the time, they were not able to get in.
Okay. Is this a second alarmist?
With the burning down of that police station.
That's affirmative.
The protest and the
okay. Yeah, we're engaged right now. I'll give you a heads up in a little bit.
And in downtown LA. The difference here to me is that this is so widespread, and a lot of this we're seeing now is happening on the west side of Los Angeles, which officers were able to curtail most of that activity in terms of the protesters and the vandalism extending to the west side. This is something that we're witnessing here, but I also would venture to say from talking with
35 Frank.
LAPD today, that
35 Frank.
35 Frank. We have a large group down on South 113 protest. If anyone comes off, so lock them off.
Have a large group southbound 13th Chestnut, large group.
But a lot of these folks are professionals, they're anarchists. I look to the 2000 Democratic Party. Okay. All right.
Can you repeat your call sign for me, please?
We're going to go now to
Nathan 101 in. You got a communications truck out here for additional batteries?
Fairfax District. Jeff, what's happening?
You have a communication truck for additional batteries. Location? Robert 19.
Robert 19.
Yeah, they need additional batteries.
You can see some of the smoke
anybody seen the sweeper truck?
North of us on Fairfax.
Has anyone seen?
See if we got a radio mobile communications back your batteries out here.
What's your location?
So we believe that's what we were seeing.
What's your location, sir?
With some of the smoke.
Wherever they will be, they out here. You get more than Chestnut in a minute.
Where you last saw us. And I do want to give you
Tom 6, there's a couple of sweeper trucks that brought in the Spring Garden.
You surmised earlier with some of the bangs that you heard. Chances are that was
Gordon Chestnut for the radio. Gordon Chestnut for the radio.
My law enforcement contacts through the years, and he corrected
Robert 1, 15th and Spruce, we're getting reports of a large crowd causing damage.
Beverly, and you can see just a line of black and white units.
You can start over the 15th and Spruce, have a crowd causing damage. 15th and Spruce, 15 and Spruce.
LAPD was basically standing their ground with the demonstrators. Hey, Greg, if you don't mind, let's keep on going.
We have expertise. Let me know if we can send more guys over that way.
For those of us who know this area, that's the major CBS officers, as well as sitting right next to
Sir, San Juan, can we send more teams up to 15th and Spruce?
The display.
Yeah, 15th, 15th Spruce. 20th Market, we have secure.
Right now, as we go down. Hey, Greg, if you don't mind, go ahead and just
only one warning, that group from 13th, that large group from 13th and Chestnut is now eastbound on Walnut from 13th.
And the reason we had to kind of duck out of there
was
estimate because some of the demonstrators were kind of going after our van to be frankly,
so what's to be about
get out of there and also
maybe
to be
50,
safe
60 guys.
And not basically be sitting targets for some of these people.
And where's the location and direction?
More, but you can see some of the control that
has
established here on Beverly Boulevard because
still a few on that 13th Street between Chestnut and Walnut.
At least this one block.
All right, car 4, everybody that just left the area 7th and Chestnut, take that location. Isaac 30, we got it, Chris.
Earlier,
Like one extra on that.
This is where we saw
what's the location?
This is some of the.
They're working eastbound off of 13th Street from off of 13th on Walnut. They're on Walnut going east to 13th. Let's keep eyes on that.
The volume of
That's the route, sir.
officers that are here. I can tell you.
Highway 1.
I was on Beverly.
Highway 1.
Like around the 4 o'clock hour.
All highways en route to the 6th District. Still 13th Street, Walnut en route.
Received.
Oh, 140, be advised, they reached the Wawa, Chestnut, and Broad Chestnut.
Alright, Wawa and Broad.
Walnut. In the store.
Alright, Broad and Walnut, the Wawa has been breached. Broad and Walnut, the Wawa has been breached there inside.
Nathan Bike 36. They're vandalizing all the marked cars that are parked under the tunnel on 13th Street between Race to Arch. Just chasing a bunch out. It's also some officers' personal cars over here. Like cleaning started up.
We're good. We're blocked the waiting room.
Alright, stand by, assist the officer, civilian by phone, 17th and south, 17th and south, assist the officer, civilian by phone.
Nathan Bike 36. The males are running north on 13th Street. We're staying with the vehicles so they don't come back around.
3 X-rays, 801 on T-band. That's correct. They need them at 5th and South. They were here from PAB about an hour ago.
Alright, go ahead, 801 wagon on T-band, 801 wagon on T-band.
801.
Yeah, 5th and south, 5th and south.
35 George, Broad and Walnut, we need a wagon. We got about 4 Wawa.
Need a wagon at Broad and Walnut.
Yeah, you might want to get a couple of uniforms over here, Broad and Walnut. They're trying to make an arrest. Crowd turning.
I need additional units at Broad and Walnut, at the Wawa, Broad and Walnut.
1 extra route up there.
Okay. 2X.
Around them.
Like 1A.
Like 1A.
As Jeff mentioned, in the era of social media, my goodness, we have flash mobs where people just show up at a facility.
Alright, 3 X-rays, 801 acknowledged.
And you just go there. You're not to do harm, but you just show up. Just because
Charlie 2, I'm moving over there.
now they can make any kind of notation.
So Isaac 9. CBS secure 20th and Market. We're going to sweep Market Street from 20th to 50th to Mercer Street.
Okay, CVS at 20th and Market is secure. CVS at 20th and Market is secure.
4A, any luck on that wagon swinging past 1500 Lucas?
I need a wagon at 1500 Locust. I need a wagon at 1500 Locust. J to C from West Van. They have officers from Amtrak, SEPTA, and Philly Police at 30th and Market. They got a large crowd coming over the bridge from 22nd headed that way. They've shut 30th Street down.
35 George, Broad and Walnut, secure. Just looking at that wagon to transport.
Like 2X, you can resume 1X. We're on location. We have about 20 bikes. We're good.
26 Warning, I'm on location at 15th and Spruce with 10 bike cops. Looks pretty good out here.
Brady, what's the status on the injured officer that was hit by the vehicle?
I do have conditions on the injured officer. I need conditions on the injured officer.
Charlie 2, can you get a wagon for Broad and Walnut, please?
Alright, I need a wagon to take Broad and Walnut. I need a wagon at Broad and Walnut. Does anyone have conditions on that officer? I need conditions on that officer for 7th and Chestnut. Hey, we're working on it. Okay. Alright, stand by in reference to the assist at 17th and South. You can resume. All officers are now accounted for. 17th District, resume the assist at 17th and South. All officers are accounted for.
He was saying he was not
8200.
anticipating that to happen.
8200.
Deteriorated, and now an 8 o'clock curfew is
Can you send a wagon to 13th and Filbert for a prisoner?
I'm sure you did. I got the alert on that.
I also need a wagon at 13th and Filbert for a prisoner. 13th and Filbert for a prisoner.
They should have received this alert.
35 Charlie, also Broad and Walnut. Got a couple of the other here.
Like you say, that's less than a half hour from now.
Alright, I need a wagon at Broad and Walnut. I also need a wagon at 13th and Filbert.
See some of these other municipalities follow suit with the city.
Isaac 9, did somebody say we have a large contingency coming down Market Street from 30th Street?
And that
Sure.
certainly has not happened since 92. but it did happen there. So this is just incredible. Our Christy Fajardo is
RTC Command, in reference to that white vehicle we're looking for, we found a tag on a white Jeep with a black top. It's Eddie Charlie John 1476 with a Michigan tag. It from the photo we got, it does look like a Range Rover.
Alright, just verify the tag again for me.
Probably 2-5. Just be advised, it's not going to be a Range Rover. It's going to be a Jeep Liberty. It's filmed by within the computer. Eddie Charlie John 1476. The owner's address is going to be 5403 Harley Terrace.
5403 Harley Terrace.
The rental car.
Alright, that vehicle we're looking for 7th and Chestnut Assist is going to be Eddie Charlie John 1426, a Jeep Liberty, white in color.
Yeah, color.
Car 4.
Car 4.
See, we have over in the supervisor of the market. We walk down to protect the cars.
Charlie 6 to Isaac 9.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do we have anything available from the west side? 1000 Walnut. They're looting everything over here. I need some bikes or something. I don't know if you can send any of them east.
Right now, sir, we're at 17th and Market. We're walking back from 20th Street. So it'll be a little bit for us to get over there. So, I mean, I-30. I'm trying to find out what large vicinity we got coming behind us on 30th Street, though.
Check here.
Check here. Can you check on that for us? Give me the size of that crowd that's coming from 30th Street.
Right there right now.
All right, Christy, I want you to stand by for a moment.
Does anyone know what the new command post is? I need the location for the new command post.
To our properties, to our businesses, to our society. But those controls that people are seeing now, the nighttime curfew across the city.
I just want to let Charlie 6 know I'm coming to his location. I believe he said 10th and Walnut, their location.
We're seeing this across the country.
Correct.
1200 Walnut, they're hitting all the stores.
I need leadership of the city. I need those.
Isaac 30, I want to get your bike team there. Try to shake off too.
To speak out to their frustration as to
I'm on our way
we cannot control. We cannot continue.
Isaac 30. Is there another command post, sir?
Years, and we need to come up with a projection of what we're going to
I'm aware of radio.
to funnel this energy in a manner that
Okay.
leads us out of it and leads away from the very
Radio, I'm going to CRD.
that are being.
All right, great. Just call the front desk. Thank you, sir.
Tom 20, could you turn back up 20th and Market, 21st and Market?
Going on now for
I need back up at 21st and Market, 21st and Market.
Officers attacked. We've had a tremendous amount of vandalism.
I'm 7X18,
burning
Charlie.
vehicles, structures, limited structures.
Charlie.
Thankfully,
Charlie.
but nonetheless, structures.
Isaac 9, what's the 20th and Market now?
Looting in some limited capacity.
20
On the highway, you could hear involved.
Today we are making a
2X, we're walking up to 21st and Market.
It will remain closed.
10-7 Barney. We have a couple to go. 1700 block of Market. We need a wagon.
They should stay home. They should recognize
At 1700 Market. I have a couple to go. 1700 Market.
About the city, there are people who are roving about.
Isaac 9, what do we have at 20th and Market? We just left there. What do we have there?
Right on the highway, sir.
About the safety of Los Angeles, and we will enforce it. Our effort is to educate,
Isaac 12.
and outreach, and engage, and encourage people to comply.
Right.
I have a couple of officers need a wagon at 12th and Filbert. You have one roaming around the 6th. They don't have radios, so I just happened to find them. They need a wagon here.
All right, I need a wagon at 12th and Filbert. 12th and Filbert. I need a wagon at 12th and Filbert and 1700 Market.
To not just our officer safety, but to the safety of communities. We'll get through this.
19 Charlie, we have looters in 19th and Chestnut. We need a wagon.
Is for the whole
I also need wagon at 19th and Chestnut. 19th and Chestnut.
You will be arresting people if they violate the curfew.
Yes, if we find people who are willfully out and knowledgeably
2X, we're pulling up 21st and Market.
then they are subject to arrest. And
All right, who came over with 1500 Locust? You have a prisoner there also?
just like the Safer at Home
Yes, ma'am.
public health order.
Okay.
Is that
Once again, I have prisoners at 1700 Market, 12th and Silver, 19th and Chestnut, and 1500 Locust. I need wagons at those locations, please.
Opportunity to identify those that are
There's the sheriff's box on Walnut Street at 16th and Walnut.
Alright, do I still have a sheriff's box at 16th and Walnut?
Law enforcement to be able to sift through this.
R5 at 16th and Chestnut. We still have room on it.
Interrupting violence.
Alright, we'll make our prisoners to go. We'll bring them with us.
Okay.
Maybe 100B. We have a rear target. Mills is ran in target.
Sheriff Villanueva on a couple of occasions today.
We're
working with our department operations.
You can start over to the target also. They have Mills inside the target.
They have
35 George, where's that target?
Nathan 100B, which target are you at?
Jail transportation as well as enforcement.
11th and Chestnut. I don't need any more units. I have a bunch of cops with me. I'm letting you know where we are, man.
So it is a whole of government approach.
All one bar.
I want to really thank while I have this opportunity this morning.
1500 block of Walnut. They're breaking into stores out here.
Downtown core.
North Street
Public Works.
and
Services.
right by the PNC Bank.
The power of their
1500 Walnut, they're breaking into the store. 1500 Walnut.
Lift of making efforts to
With reaction, well, highway units are headed there. 15th Walnut.
control in the downtown.
You can start at 1500 Walnut. Highway unit started for 1500 Walnut.
That are at risk for further
Running off the highway, tell it Oxford. George Food Gear.
My partners in Kevin James and Public Works for the men and women that came to bear and part of city government to help give some sense of
Northtown Bro.
in the central downtown core.
20. I have a unit with a priority. Give me your location.
I don't have a number. Last night, that number was 6.
Pursuit. Give me your location.
I've seen 6 officers just in these. In my engagement, very
2234. We got him down at
operation that has a number of different fronts. So I don't have the exact number at this point. Yes, they're impact injuries. These are rocks, these are bottles, these are concrete, and it's those impact injuries, those lacerations, those are the types of injuries. Last night there was an officer was hit in the head.
234 on the air.
Suffered a concussion, was unconscious. Fortunately, he survived that and was not admitted into hospital. But those are the type of injuries today.
1X.
And what do you say? Time to call in the national.
15th and Chestnut. I got a group of CNN media with credentials headed south. Advise the units at Walnut. No threat.
Since this pandemic started. And
You have media 13th and Chestnut heading up.
the way we deploy, some of the operations we engage in.
1-5 in Chestnut.
Correction, 1-5 in Chestnut. 1-5 in Chestnut.
This endeavor has now.
All right, I need that 20 seconds.
Alright, I need another wagon at 9th and Silver. We got a hospital case. If I can get an RPC to transport one of my officers to Central for Agasol employees.
We're doing that now.
Mike, do me a favor. The wagon at Golden Walnut. Have them come westbound with Walnut. We got 2 more.
Alert is ongoing.
What? 3 more.
Recognizes out there, but we are also using
Relationships
relationships with their resources to come help us. And
the 22nd District unit, you need a wagon at front of Oxford.
I'm not prepared to talk about that.
Last message for the
How's 30? When that wagon gets done at Golden Walnut, send them down to us in the, I guess we're in the 1600 block of Walnut here. 1500 block. We're going to have a couple more.
As Angelinos, what does the future look like in Los
What,
Angeles?
we got that horse. We'll send them down as soon as we're
Your
going.
elected officials,
Guys, let me get this 20 seconds.
government, and identifying what are paths out. Because this is
35
not
George.
it.
Hey, we're going to need a wagon outside the target, 2 in the rear. We got 3 to
We were
go.
just listening to LAPD Chief Michael Moore.
I got 3 to go at the target. I need that 2234. Are you okay? 2234.
Certainly will be interesting to see if they are going to get.
Count 6. I think they came with raw veins by accident. There's one not short apprehension.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Where we're good.
Off the streets. He did talk about a number of injuries to police officers. I believe he said 6.
35 George.
Impact injuries.
35 George.
Wounds to the body, that kind of thing. Probably from those flashbangs or.
George, we got 2 females, 1200 Walnut. They need to
The
go.
officer did suffer a concussion last night, but he was fine. He didn't have to be hospitalized.
Yeah, he also said in parts of the city it is not safe for people to move around. Our reporter Jeff Nguyen is really in the thick of it in the Fairfax district where he has been for several hours now. Jeff, I think our question to all the reporters on the ground, are things
Yes, and
improving?
be advised, I have
Are
4
people
bike
starting to heed that
caps.
advice
They'll be
and
patrolling the
go
convention
home?
center,
Or
watching
is
the
it
cars.
staying
The rest of us are available.
Receive.
Forgive me, I'm having a hard time hearing your audio, but I think you're asking whether or not folks are staying put or if
Go ahead,
this
sir.
person. Let me
100, beware spills out target. We had a couple of them that's running across the top of this
dozens of people who are still
roof light
on the
structure.
sidewalk right now. This crowd is certainly much thinner than it was even, the last 10-15 minutes when I checked in with you. But, one of the silly things that we've kind of seen is some of the cars that are still going through some of these streets. I will tell you from experience that when we were
46 Isaac 9.
down to Beverly, some of these north and southbound streets have road closure signs, and yet you still have, these two guys here, this white convertible that
46 Isaac 9.
I mean, there's really no reason why they are just kind of sitting there when there are pedestrians walking back and forth. I mean, at a moment's notice, that car can be a very lethal.
Yeah, Wind B5, I'm taking my guys up to Chestnut Street, and we're going to go eastbound on Chestnut.
And some of the rubber bullets were being shot. That driver, they're kind of ducked in, down.
All right, I just got 16th and 16th and Mark. We got a couple prisoners, and I'm gonna hydrate these guys. Where do you want them to go next?
We certainly don't condemn the folks.
Isaac 19, I'm at the target on 1100 Sanford Street. We got about maybe 5 or 6, 7, 8 prisoners that we need to go.
We certainly understand how, hurt people are by seeing the video coming out of.
Go to the target to pick up those prisoners. I think they have about 5 to 6 to go.
With the water bottles and the beer bottles and some of
Just for your information, Tom Ford needs a wagon there, 21st and Market Able prisoners.
We also need a wagon at 21st and Market, 2-1 and Market. We also need a wagon for a prisoner.
Also makes it very dangerous as well.
We're in here, still need 1 of 1,500 locusts. I got a whole squad of bikes here.
So
all right, I need one.
As long as we get the prisoner out of here.
Okay. I also need them at 1,500 locusts. I need transportation of prisoners at 1100 Sampson at the Target, 2-1 and Market, and 1,500 locusts.
In 1900 Chestnut.
In 1900 Chestnut.
Females at 1200 Walnut.
At home, you might say, what?
2 females, 1200 Walnut.
Just several hours. That's not a whole lot. But here's the thing. Time is really on their side, right? There is no
reason one turn from 22nd with 7.
And rush things and
all right, so WCRW time, your time is 10:44.
It is a slow, methodical
I'm in the wagon. I got 1 to go, 900 Market.
What should be tantamount in that process is to try to
Car 4.
things
Car 4.
as much as possible.
I got multiple wagons parked under the tunnels on 12th and 13th Street. We need someone to grab those wagons so we can start helping out with these arrests.
The better of a chance that hopefully there is a moment of sobriety for some of these people to see
24 George, can I get a location on Highway 3, please?
have what it takes to take on LAPD in this capacity, in this sort of violent, erratic capacity.
And 1100 Walnut for 1 prisoner.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
The one, we have prisoner here for over an hour. Can we get a wagon here, please?
Very different scene. Christy, what's happening where you are? I saw something
Right
on
2X,
ground.
give me a second. We're freeing it up from Road and Walnut.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, so they're making an arrest right now. They're actually also trying to...
Where's Isaac 3?
Isaac 3.
Some rubber bullets and some of those thrown projectiles being fired. And then all of a sudden...
Charlie 2. To Charlie 2X. Can you meet me at
I was looking in another direction.
15th and Walnut or 16th and Walnut?
We just saw them moving the skirmish line that way, eastwards. And they seem to move the protesters back another 50 feet or so.
Rito, keep this in mind. We still want to update on that injured officer from South Street, please.
So that is
all right,
what
sir.
is
Does anyone have conditions on that injured officer?
They're shouting, "Don't shoot!"
So, he's got a broken arm in the casket now, but he's pretty stabilized.
Appear to be approaching police. Not clear what's going to happen, but they do have their hands up.
All right, broken arm stable. Broken arm stable.
Receive radio. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And now you can hear that police are using some of those foam batons that I showed you earlier, firing those at protesters. Here's one protester.
PW5, whoever arrested this is, can you come to the wagon and write the paperwork up?
Firing rubber bullets at the crowd and pushing them eastward.
Black male, 30 years old, bald, medium build, wearing a white t-shirt and black jeans, last seen on 21st Street.
And police are now at Vista.
15 Frank, is there a wagon that's transporting female prisoners? Can they come to Broad and Walnut?
They're across the street. Yeah, we're seeing several arrests now.
Wagon is transporting female prisoners. They need you at Broad and Walnut. Broad and Walnut.
And they're using those zip ties.
Hell, we're pretty active right here. Do we have any more hot spots out here?
You can hear her. She's screaming. She's being lifted up.
All right. Do we have any more hot spots out there? Anyone know of any more hot spots?
She's probably the second or third protester I've seen just in the last couple
Like
of
2X,
minutes.
whoever's got that prisoner at 15th and Walnut, let them know we're going to have to get it on the wagon. This one is at capacity.
And I apologize, there are a lot of expletives that have been graffitied on the walls. We're doing our best to
So anyone in that wagon, 12th and Walnut, got like 40 down.
and if they do, we're sincerely sorry, but
Oh, yeah, he said that they're making their way to you, sir. He's packed right now.
so many expletives scrawled everywhere.
I keep my 4 mils to females.
Police telling
4
people
males, 2 females.
to come through. So some of the protesters actually were on this side
It's
of
on
the
the barn.
finish line.
So,
2X, I know it might be a stretch. We got a 6th or a 9th district unit using a wagon. They can maybe help us out.
So they are being allowed to join the crowd over there. Others, though, have been moved off onto side streets as police try to break up the crowd into more manageable, smaller groups. And that's what they've been doing for the last 2 hours or so.
the first street be in Ontario.
We're trying to get
On B Street, I have a light complected male in a white shirt assaulting a female on the highway and now chasing her with a motorcycle. 25th First Street B in Ontario. On B Street, have a light complected male in a white shirt assaulting a female and now chasing her on a motorcycle.
I apologize, Pat, I couldn't hear you. We're being moved back.
Okay, this is
a
restaurant and banquet hall. Are we still in the Fairfax district with this shot?
Yeah, it looks like this is
it's called
at
Maxime's. It's a restaurant and banquet hall.
the
so
500 block of North Fairfax Avenue.
Go ahead, sir.
It looks like it might be near.
Read the wagon,
right
1500
next to
Locust, one available.
Okay. And I want to just
All right, I need a wagon 1500 Locust, I need a wagon 21 in Market, 1900 Chestnut, 1200 Walnut,
saying exactly
1100 Market,
And 1100 Sansom for about 7 prisoners.
the death of George Floyd.
1100
We've had
Sansom,
reports
they have
that there
7
are so many
prisoners to go.
different groups that are involved, whether you agree with that
Isaac
assessment or
12,
not.
please make sure you have 12 and silver on your list.
That there are
12th
people
and
that
Filbert
have
is
come
also
here
needed,
to
12th and Filbert is also
Los
needed for a
Angeles
wagon
that
for
are
transport.
Members of different groups. So, for that reason, I understand that people
ETW 6 ready and native for coming back from the video now.
from well, we have talked to some law enforcement, and at the same time, we know that people do have the
Car 5, could I get a status of the bus at 16th and Chestnut?
people's businesses, even small businesses, being.
I need to know how much room we have on that bus.
Then that's something.
Tom 105, be advised, that bus at 16th and Chestnut, is it going up to the 22nd District? It's completely full.
District. This is a popular shopping stretch right there near Fairfax.
All right, thanks.
They have a swap meet there on the weekends.
Highway 38, Isaac 30. I got one for burglary over here. I need transportation.
A lot of popular shopping, small businesses.
15th and Walnut, 16th and Walnut, 16th and Walnut.
Everyone wants to see right now. In fact, in the mayor's news conference earlier, he expressed
Okay.
concerns that people could be coming from other places. and
Radio,
causing problems
we got
in the
another
city
one.
of Los Angeles. That was one of the concerns.
16th and Walnut for highway
So I
units.
think that's a fair assessment.
All right, I also need one at 16th and Walnut, 16th and Walnut.
Innocent people could be hurt that certainly are protesting the death of George Floyd, and there are many reasons why people feel the need and the energy to feel that that there is something going on, or that has been going on in primarily African American communities, and they're very upset about it, and they want to express how they feel. At the same time, they could be out there
Have all highway units come up from 16th and Walnut.
hurt as well. So
All highway units come up 16th and Walnut, all highway units come up 16th and Walnut.
Nobody wants to see that.
all
And
we were trying
remember,
to say.
the mayor talking earlier about the fact that this is all happening in the middle of a pandemic, no less, in a time where people gathering in groups, no matter what the circumstances are, could spread a virus that is deadly in certain populations.
You have multiple males, females going in and out, taking on items. Right now there's a vehicle on 13th Street, they're loading items up in the vehicle. 31 Charlie, Kate, Harry, 89, looks like a Massachusetts
Someone reminded me on Twitter about the Christopher Dorner shootout. We were on curfew then because a number of officers.
1 Charlie, Kate, Harry, 89, looks like a Toyota Silver
law enforcement around the city of Los Angeles. That happened to end up in the
Midstream,
but we were
South
also
Ocean Street,
on,
3-quarter Market.
then And I believe the chief mentioned 94.
Clover Market.
That was the earthquake, but that was for very, very different reasons.
We want to go back to Lori Perez, who's on the ground now. Our control room is telling us something may be happening on the ground there. Lori.
Yes, there does seem to be
Expect
some
actually to pull off these down on market
police make an announcement
towards
to the
Paul.
officers to make sure that they put on their tear
Eastbound on Market from 12.
That implication is, of course, that they're going to be employing tear gas. Now, I will tell you, the line of people, the crowd of people has really thinned out in the past
Isaac
half hour.
Whatever wagon company 60s in Chestnut. You got a further
There
here.
is a curfew, that this has been declared an
Charlie
illegal
2, Car 5. Can I get your
assembly,
location, sir?
are required to disperse or possibly face arrest.
Car 5,
We're
Metro Road and
to the front
Walmart.
of the line here. This is still the intersection of Rodeo and Santa Monica. There is a
Alright, I'm going to try to make my way to you.
that have sat down on the street.
I'm coming
I don't know
from,
what's gonna happen. We're getting
16.
closer to that 8 o'clock hour. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm grateful, I will say that.
No, you should try that vehicle in south as
There's
well.
maybe 100-200 people left here.
Same 7X.
And again, you know, the latest movement
Still a
is
female
the,
prisoner at 116 Chestnut. Is there a wagon or even a car to come over and pick her up?
kind of letting us know what's going to be the next
All right, do I have a unit or a wagon available for 16 in Chestnut for female, 16 in Chestnut, female transport?
The crew that remains insisting that they are here peacefully protesting, saying they do not have to leave.
So if anyone answers up, those 2 females at 1214
Thought
Walmart.
about that, and you can see they're jawing back and forth at this point. But so far, it still remains just
14 Walnut, sir.
going back and forth.
Correct,
Nothing still remaining peaceful at this point. And I hope, we all hope, of course, that
Car
remains
5,
that way.
can you raise
As we get
Isaac
closer
9?
to that 8 o'clock hour.
Isaac 9.
Like throughout the city of Los Angeles, here in Beverly Hills, there
Isaac
is a curfew
9.
going into effect at 8 o'clock. They do not want anyone in public on
Are
the
you
streets
ready
from
with the
8
bus
till
and Merc?
5:30 tomorrow morning. We do hear the
Alright, get them
protesters
dressed
talking
where we need
amongst
them.
themselves, telling themselves to hold the line, to be prepared. I don't know what
Car
that
5,
means, if
where
they're
do we
going
have
to be
crowds
arrested, and we'll have
in
to see
Center City?
in the minutes to come what exactly happens here. But there does seem to be some
Isaac
movement,
3,
some
just for your
preparation,
situational
as we get
awareness.
closer
I
to
have
that 8
cops
o'clock hour.
put in from 12th and Market to 8th and Market. We pretty got Smart Market Street covered from that stretch.
Live pictures that we saw there on Melrose, I believe that's where.
All right, what I'm looking for is any crowds, any groups of people that I can have go with the sheriff's bus and lock up for curfew. So I need the biggest crowd first.
We saw people running out. They have big glass doors.
RCC Charlie, you have a crowd on 13th Street, right off the Market where behind Macy's. They're looting several stores still.
That is where we saw people running out of earlier in terms of some of the looting that we saw.
Car 5 to Isaac 9, did you get that?
Near Fairfax High School at that store.
Either 13th and Market, Lake
And I
Mate.
have been talking back and forth about the fact that this is
Yes.
not what anyone wants to see in
Alrighty.
this current state that we're in right now.
Well,
Charlie
we talk
2,
about,
the radio. Can you try to raise Tom 1, please?
Radio to Tom 1.
Some people are willing to be taken into custody. That's
Tom 1.
for them. That is part of what
I'm meeting Car 5 over at Broad and Walnut. Can you meet me there?
Being taken into
Yeah,
custody
coming from
for something
15th
like
and
this.
JFK.
On the other hand, people that are vandalizing,
Keep in mind.
that's a different story. They could be
Proceed, sir.
facing different charges as opposed to just trying to exercise their rights for democracy to protest against something. So
I need at
we'll
least
see
6 wagons.
What is going to happen here? There's
Downtown.
so many people out in the streets, so if they're going to start arresting people,
Alright, so where do you
they
get your
are
report
quite,
to? Where are you staging?
there's a big task
Specifically,
on their
I'm
hands to do
at
that.
12th and Silver Street.
533
Have them report
arrests
to
associated with
12th and
protests
Silver.
last night in downtown Los Angeles, arguably a smaller area that was covered last night. So it's entirely possible we see dozens, if not more, arrests this afternoon and into this evening if these things continue, Pat.
And if they're taken into custody in a peaceful manner, well, that's democracy as well. But again,
W5.
violating the curfew, that is against
P.
the law.
W5.
Absolutely. law enforcement have
And I will be transporting
that if people
the males from
that
Broad and Walnut over
they
to
will be
22nd
taken into
District.
custody. They do say that they have the right to arrest people. This is a citywide
by 15th and
unprecedented, something we haven't seen in many years. Cities
here.
around the Los Angeles area are also instituting their own curfews.
All right, do you have room for that one person 1500 locus, sir?
Into the 5 o'clock hour tomorrow morning.
PW, we are full capacity.
Whether or not things are going to calm down by that time, considering we're just minutes away. There are still several people out there, Pat.
Well, yes, in fact, we did have a shot of some people that seemed to be
Isaac 9,
running
can you raise
into
the
a
EOC?
building or behind a
Except the
building.
bus that dropped off my Merc team, so my Merc contingent resumed until we get the Merc team back, that bus back.
Gathered in one area, and tensions are very, very high. But for the most part, most of the day, we can also say that this was a peaceful protest, and we're just worried about things getting out of hand. In the evening,
the Republicans Merc team over to 16th and Chestnut here.
That you depend in any other situation to serve and protect. So this is a very tenuous and a very precarious situation. And I think most people would just hope that at the end of the day, if there is change, voices are being heard. That's what protest is all about.
Lori Perez is on the ground still in Beverly Hills, where it was certainly a very tense situation earlier. Lori, what's happening now? It looks like people are still throwing things right behind you when you turn toward the camera.
CO 15 for me.
Yeah, the crowd is now throwing bottles and rocks at the police. You can see that young man just did that right then. The police.
Yes, sir. Do you happen to have a wagon or a two-person car with a cage for car 4? He's requesting several units down at 12th and Silver.
The equipment that they use to shoot rubber bullets out. And just a few minutes ago, they did start shooting something, and then the crowd kind of ran back a little bit.
Ready, we just cleared out 1500 Walnut. Any other spots right now for on the move?
The street here at Rodeo and Santa
1500 Walnut is clear. Are there any other hot spots? 1500 Walnut is clear. Are there any other hot spots?
You know, I am just really anxious at this point because they are.
All highway teams are going to start backing off of 1600 Walnut. We're going to go north on 16th Street. Just jump in the pack and follow us.
By those projectiles, and mostly plastic water bottles, but also we're hearing some glass shattering.
Yeah, they just blocked everybody in.
So far, the police are just holding the line. But I don't know how much longer they're going to sustain while so much is getting hurled at them.
It's for every seat, sir.
You know, this crowd needs to
Connect the radio. You have a rundown of any knowledge of what transportation units we have working right now?
Police are not going to mess around. And they will start making arrests if they need to. And that equipment is not there for show. They will use it if they need to. I've covered lots of demonstrations and protests that have turned riotous. And police will use it.
Which location do they need to go to?
All right, we are approaching the curfew.
But we do have
it's just a minute away.
Coming up to us like this.
We want that, I just need to know, because we're going to need you. What's your call sign?
Is the thing to remember.
I think there's we need that there wagon at 15th and Locust. You've been sitting a long time waiting for that. Gotta be Friday now.
Okay,
free up the bike team. Disregard the one at 16th and Walnut for highway.
Be about, and I'm assuming that that is what it is still about for.
All right, they need a wagon at 1500 Locust. I have a couple of locations on this list.
It is going to begin
Market,
in just a few minutes.
1900 Chestnut, 1200 Walnut.
9 News at 8 o'clock.
Thank you so much for joining us here on KCAL 9 News at 8 o'clock. Sarah Donchie alongside Pat Harvey. Chris Holmstrom is going to be joining us here momentarily.
It's 15th August. We had an hour for about an hour. I got a whole bike team all up. So I got to get them moving radio.
The city of Los Angeles, as of this moment,
Isaac, 30.
a citywide curfew is in effect. It applies to all of the city of Los Angeles, in addition to several other local
we have
cities.
a couple of
Beverly Hills is one of them.
transports, but I'm trying to free up a wagon. I don't have anyone coming available. I'm waiting for over an hour and 1500 Locust. And several other units on this list.
People who are out after that time. As you can
Yeah,
see,
they can cut them out there.
here in the Beverly Hills area, people are not necessarily heeding that curfew here. There are various demonstrations in different parts of Los Angeles focused on ones in Beverly Hills, West Hollywood area, and the Fairfax district. But we are also hearing about demonstrations that have occurred in the downtown Los Angeles area once again. You'll recall the downtown area.
Tom 3 to Charlie 23. Can you notify the state police? 676 westbound. They need to cut the Broad Street branch.
This evening that was supposed to be the initial focus of a curfew at 8 o'clock until 5:30 in the morning.
Have any more cars coming in Center City?
The curfew has been expanded to the entire city as a result of unrest, looting, and violence in some cases, as these protests have deteriorated in many places. Chief Michael Moore was addressing our cameras moments ago. He talked about some
Your EPW is 124. Give me a status, please.
blunt force trauma injuries like rocks, bombs,
EPWs 1, 2,
and lacerations.
3 and 4.
By my co-anchor Chris Holmstrom, who continues our extended breaking news coverage here on
EPW 2. We're currently at the 22nd district. There's 5 prisoners.
We're gonna go ahead and work on some audio issues here. But Lori Perez is our reporter on the ground. Lori, you've been here for hours and hours.
EP 3, 4.
And it looks like fireworks are being set off now.
EP 3. And a second. There's 6 bodies.
Sorry, guys. I don't know. I can't see.
4 out there.
I can't hear if you're speaking to me, but we are here in Beverly Hills at the intersection of Rodeo and Santa Monica. You can see that police have formed a line at the top of Rodeo. They are getting pelted by water bottles, plastic
myself.
and they have just started shooting. They're shooting, we believe, rubber bullets at this point.
So we have a 39th district wagon, a 14th district wagon also is on your system. Can you raise them, see what their status is?
They have the equipment that they use to...
Alright, they have a 1400 wagon and a 3900 wagon out there.
Tear gas. You can see the crowd dispersing now, running.
1400
You see that happen every now and then. You know, they deploy a flashbang or some tear gas in the crowd.
We want at 1500 block.
Then they settle
On Walnut, we're going to have 3 to go.
They're kind of crossing face to face.
1500 Walnut, 3 to go, okay.
Actually, at this moment, it is mostly just yelling and
70 to Sam 708, Sam 711. We're going to be on the move. I never got to get back here to talk to you. We're going to be on the move again. Moving 13th and Market area.
Understand, I've covered a lot of riots, a lot of demonstrations, and they need to know that the police
We want extra 4 to go, 1500
will
Walnut.
use it if necessary. They will make
4,
arrests
okay.
if necessary. And you know, whether or not these
Dan
are
962.
willing to face that
Dan 962.
Is something they need to consider in the next
You can set the numbers 1800 Walnut for a curfew. That's mechanic. I get the numbers.
no one is supposed to be on the streets.
Oh, 1 moment, sir.
Police have made it abundantly clear. They
Sam 7X.
repeatedly said
Sam 7X.
this is an unlawful assembly. They
I still have a female prisoner at 160 Chestnut that I need to pick up. We cannot redeploy until we get this prisoner picked up, and we need to redeploy now.
Alright, do I have a unit available to pick up the female prisoner, 16 in Chestnut, 16 in Chestnut, so they can redeploy?
Talking a little bit about this curfew that is in place, put it at 8 o'clock tonight. Tell us a little bit about how that
Can you just try Central, see if they can help us out with a car? If need be, I'm at 15 in Chestnut with a group of about 20. We can guard the prisoner. If you want to walk her down the way.
I got a group here at 160 Chestnut. I'm sure we were here.
In Minneapolis need to continue to demand justice, but this is no longer peaceful protest. It's very clear to see this is vandalism and destruction.
I got a location at 160 Chestnut.
Again, we are going to curfew this.
Yeah, there's 4 sergeants down here.
The chief,
I'm saying make sure they know who the rest is.
because people can move in a big city from place to place, even between.
Richard Dan, that was our guys. We had to tell you about we're being redeployed.
Our curfew is now under effect.
Isaac 30. I'm going to have to Flex walk them up here to 15th and Chestnut with our pressure's rock.
She sir, my guys connect 16th and Chestnut.
For protesters and for our peace officers alike. And we won't let
How we want.
be a victim of this, no matter who is doing this, what the motivation is. We're a strong city.
Can I get Highway 1X, Highway 3X, maybe Broad Walnut?
Earlier in the afternoon and the evening around 5 o'clock. So much has changed since
Highway
then.
1X
In that
is
news conference, you mentioned the fact that you
Highway
had spoken
3X
with
is
Governor
here.
Newsom and that there were no plans to call in the National Guard. Has that changed? And if so, how many of them might be coming
The
to
officers that were assigned at 3900 wagon is vandalized, and you can take the keys over PAV and give them a plate ASAP.
But I have asked the governor for it. It's very clear that this isn't just an LA thing. This is happening across the country. It's happening in our neighboring cities. We're seeing it here throughout.
Charlie 10, race Charlie 11.
And so we've asked
Charlie 11.
to give us at least 500, could be as many as 700 of our National Guardsmen and women to keep the peace. And, you know, very simple message for people. If you're out after the
Charlie 11 is Charlie 10. That supply drop has arrived. You need to start pushing it out as soon as you're ready. Charlie 11, okay.
We've been through this before in Los Angeles. We know what this destruction leads to. Our jobs didn't come back to the level they were in 1992 for nearly 24 years because of the damage that was done to businesses. This should be a weekend.
The unit with the keys for 3900 wagon, you need to take the CAD ASAP. The unit with the keys for 3900 wagon, take the PAD ASAP.
We have to do the work in the space. But tonight is about making sure we all defend our city.
Yeah, you know, this is the fourth night of protests. Last night, watching some of the pictures and images coming out of downtown Los Angeles.
I mean, they'd possibly be robbed.
More than 500 people were arrested. Have you spoken to Chief Michael Moore at all about arrests that have been going on today? How many people have been arrested? Do we know?
That number is probably changing every minute because an unlawful assembly was declared some time ago in the Fairfax area. You know, it's a slow, methodical thing, but people are getting arrested.
3980, you have a wagon for Macy's?
You know, I want to be very clear to folks, especially young people who might think this is a really cool and defining moment.
I need a wagon also for Macy's. I need a wagon also for Macy's. I have multiple units out there with prisoner transportation. Trying to free up a wagon for everybody.
Last night, our officers with incredible
380.
Iron,
380.
brick, concrete.
Fly the officers at 12th and Filbert. Momentarily out of the wagon en route to the...
Okay, 12th and Silver, they have a wagon coming to you.
And Isaac, 19, don't forget 1100 Sansom, I got 6 out here waiting.
Alright, 1100 Sansom, they have 6 waiting. 1100 Sansom, they have 6 waiting.
380 received. Trying to put together another wagon for you. I'll get them out here to you, sir.
Even if you're not one of the bad actors that are out there,
exactly.
destroying our city, and we will not stand for that.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the National Guard. Obviously, there's a lot of people who live in this district. There's a lot of businesses in this area as well. When can we expect
just got information that that vehicle, the truck officer, may have been in the McGee rehab, and I'm sorry, 16th and Ring Street. They may have a video on it as well.
Thank you.
And part of the reason when folks ask why we go from initially the chief just asked me to have these persons to downtown and why, I asked them to go citywide.
Go ahead.
Then sign the paperwork to do that. It makes it much
Not sure who knows what here, but eastbound Lake at Bloomington, there's another large entourage headed eastbound. And they're headed kind of, supposed about 8 to 10 blocks before they hit Hiawatha. These other ones here at 30th Avenue South, they stopped. There's a hard barricade at 29th. Stopped all the vehicles. Just for information.
All at once, take everybody into custody, but I hope the folks will find their better angels. And actually, if you're listening to this, go home. Do not be out. And if you're out, you know you're staying out.
I'm going to give 1810, I'm going to give Washington County a call. We'll get you a route. And Trooper 8, good copy. The Mac is listening.
That has been on people's minds for months now. For months, you and other city and county officials have asked people to stay home to slow the spread of coronavirus. The pandemic, as we know, is ongoing.
Information on calls 1158. Edgewater, we have 10 shots heard. None of the address.
On several occasions. You have been very clear that you don't want people to gather at all until, you know, as of late, when you have expressed support for people demonstrating.
Gulf 6 to 1990, we are clear ready for assignment.
How do you square that when you see all these people here standing so close together in the middle of a time when they're supposed to be staying apart?
Arrest Team 3.
All right, we have a few technical issues with Mayor Garcetti, and we lost him. We'll try and ask him that question a little bit later. But we do have the mayor of Beverly Hills now, Lester Friedman.
Ramsey County Transport arrest vehicles here. We have moved off of Marshall. Do you want us staging anywhere else? No, sir.
peaceful.
We can go back.
During the day, and then all of a sudden,
Go back to
it now changed from being a protest to being
our downtown area. We're going to execute more arrests down there.
having respect for the life of
Copy. Would you like all of the Ramsey County to stay attached to my arrest
Some of the scenes that we saw earlier today when a group of people made their way from the Fairfax
Yes,
district to
please.
Beverly Hills. We saw images from Rodeo Drive
Copy, thank you.
trying to break into a business. They got into one business. People
Strike forward,
ran in and
1990.
started, taking items from inside that business. What was your conversation like with
Strike forward, go ahead.
as far as how you're going to go about it?
Would you like us to jump on Ops 4 and handle some of these calls or back up or stay clear?
Well, we were
Affirmative. Ops 4, Channel 2, Channel 3, please. All of 60 and 70 strike teams. 60 and 70 number strike teams.
So we do have our resources.
We copy that.
Our police department is well trained. They were ready for this. There were between 2,000 and 4,000 people that came in.
Strike Team 13 is clear. The Marshall Bridge going back into the footprint.
It was a peaceful protest. There were a couple broken windows, some spray paint, but for the most part, people were protesting.
Strike 34.
Then all of a sudden in the late afternoon, it looked as if we wanted to take advantage of the situation.
We're in the clear also for calls.
Are causing the trouble.
You know, I want to ask you about an alert that was sent out earlier in the afternoon before things got as crazy as they've gotten in these evening hours now. You were asking residents to stay
clear, thank you.
Of course, there's a curfew now, and you were asking motorists to stay off the roads. Can you tell people who live in Beverly Hills, what officers and city officials are doing to make sure that people who are just living their lives there are protected and safe throughout all of this?
Well, we have an excellent police department, and our police department is being supplemented by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and we are also benefactors of mutual aid from other accompanying cities so that we can keep our residents and our visitors safe.
Yeah, just seeing these images are pretty intense. As far as the curfew goes, the curfew is also for Beverly Hills. What have police been ordered to do in the event that people are out and past 8 o'clock? It's 8:13 on a Saturday night. The curfew's in effect. What are police doing now?
People are being
Golf 1. To arrive at this location. Golf 1 is going to go back to
by the police lines that are having people go back to where they came from. If they refuse to leave, they are subject to arrest. And the arrest will occur.
People also going up and down the alley. We have central squads en route.
Mayor Lester Friedman of the city of Beverly Hills. Thank you so much for joining us on the phone.
Cancel everybody not on scene. They're concerned citizens protecting running funds and the other businesses nearby.
In Los Angeles, just one of many cities all across the country. These have been going on.
Copy, no further response needed at 868 Randolph Avenue.
Even up in Northern
Just concerned
California,
citizens at
Sacramento,
2214.
Oakland, a lot of people outraged because of the death of George Floyd. We know one of the police officers was arrested and charged with murder, but people are still angry. They're angry over police brutality that's been going on for a very long time, which is where these protests came from. They're in pain, they're grieving, they're speaking up. This is their First Amendment rights, but once things start getting violent and vandalism and graffiti starts to happen, that's when things take a change. You look at all these patrol officers. Earlier in the day, I believe there was probably a dozen police cars that were, bashed and lit on fire. You saw people breaking into businesses and stealing items from inside as well. There was also civilian cars that were vandalized as well. And we've been seeing these images from all three different reporters that we have on the field. We have 3 different crews out there. But it's heartbreaking to see. And another thing too is what Sarah mentioned is we are in the middle of a pandemic, and sometimes it's hard to realize that we are.
270 by on that last call. A couple of the citizens do have long guns, long and not threatening. Again, they are concerned citizens. That's all.
2.5 months. This was a weekend that LA County you were allowed to go out, you were allowed to shop, you were allowed to go to a restaurant if you wanted to, and get your hair cut. And then we see images like this, which is the opposite of what we thought this weekend could have been.
868 Randolph Avenue has long guns, long, not threatening, just used for self-protection at 2215.
Back on the phone with us now. Mayor, I want to we're going to get him in just a moment. I was told by the control room that he's getting on the phone with us, so I want to give him a second to do that.
But it's interesting with the National Guard.
Right, I just want to reiterate that piece of news here. Mayor Garcetti telling CBS 2K9 that Governor Gavin Newsom has agreed to send 500 members of the National Guard to Los Angeles to help out with protest response. He said they could be here.
Copy and confirm that was strike 2.
7 hours for them to get here. So that is one piece of news out now. I was having a conversation with the mayor here on KCAL 9 News at 8 o'clock. But these are both live pictures now that you're seeing. It looks like some or something being deployed here. Mayor Garcetti joining us now. Mayor, I want to ask you what I...
Not sure if it's been aired, but there's a large group in front of Alvarito on Cesar Chavez. They're locals guarding the businesses there. First one this fall.
Demonstrations and free speech. How do you square that when we're in the middle of a pandemic?
Copy. First squad information. There's going to be locals guarding the business in front of El Burrito Mercado. Once again, locals protecting the business. 2216.
201, copy that.
2216.
As I've been censured, our actions can kill people. And that's what happens in these situations. Innocent people can fire, can get killed. We saw somebody last night who fired at police officers through a crowd of protesters, and thank God no protester nor police officer was killed, but they could have been. Our city can be set back, not just for a couple years, but as we saw before,
Is that strike 9?
we need each other right now more than anything else.
Strike 9 will be at 8th Street in Lafayette. What's the vehicle on investigation?
Dispatch copy. Thanks for calling. Ethan Lafayette.
Yes, in Lafayette.
People break the windows of small businesses and take everything they have. They'll never come back. And you should care about that business, but even if you don't, you should care about the people who work in that business. You should care about both of them. And so...
270 Tango. Probably clear out 7th and St. Clair. That's going to be GOA around scene.
For the rest of your life.
Copy. Clearing 7th and St. Clair GOA 2218.
All right, Mayor Eric Garcetti joining us on the phone. Hang tight, Mayor. I just want to call your attention to the images on the screen. It looks like some cleaning.
One individual masked up.
It's Flight Club. Flight Club is a high-end sneaker store.
Does Echo 2 approach our position on a mini bike, no lights, no plates.
Major looting appearing to be underway there.
Deploy chemical.
Mayor Garcetti again joining us on the phone. Obviously, a lot happening tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things I want to talk a little bit about is, the images that we're seeing.
Echo 2, what support do you need?
Few days, as we've mentioned, this is a nationwide.
No, we're good.
He's
retreating from our position now.
What I'm curious is what's the nationwide discussion like? Obviously,
Echo 2, any injury
there needs to be a discussion
by your
nationwide,
teammates.
also from a local level as well. But are you meeting with other city leaders, whether through Zoom or through phone calls, to figure out how you're going to deal with this together? Because this is an issue that obviously is not going to.
526 Tango.
Absolutely. We've been in
526
contact,
Tango.
not just today, but from the beginning of this.
We just had some people outside of the campfire, Oakdale and Belvedere, say that they heard fireworks in the area.
We're in contact with about 12 mayors from our major cities across America as we head.
Copy. For witnesses outside the campfire, Oakdale and Belvedere, fireworks were heard in the area. 2219.
For just wanton chaos. And we can't let that happen, not just us as leaders, but all of us collectively.
Washko, thank you. Let me know when you get settled there, please.
And when they can't, we will be there to protect one another. That's what a civil society is.
Copy. We're just on the bus right now.
We're more resilient than other cities that are experiencing this for the first time, but would also have to lead to real.
Strike Team 9, we are code 4. Please update us. John and 8. John and 8, we're code 4.
Does that mean we're perfect? Of course not. But we can.
Thank you, Ken. I need you to repeat.
How do you start hiring from the community?
Strike Team 9, we are code 4 out with a suspicious vehicle on John and 8.
And the services they
And you're clear.
deal with people the way they're crippled before they even.
So we're code 4, we're out with 1.
We have to address those things, but the wrong way to address
Copy.
those things is by violence. Violence never.
Part 1 to 1990. Can you call me, please?
I would keep saying that with my fellow mayors, and we all share that America is made up of armed
Who needs a call?
and our good judgment. And
Part
we're
1.
more human in this society. And I know some people don't
Copy that, stand by.
but all three are critical. Without each, we can have no progress, and without justice.
Strike 22.
They have to all move together. Tonight, we will be there.
Strike 22.
And I encourage everybody not to.
We're getting multiple calls in that area. We have callers from 984 Margaret that also heard 4 shots fired. They also see a brown pickup truck, Chevy pickup truck that keeps driving around the block of Cypress and Minnehaha in the area of the church.
Jails and prisons across our state which have seen outbreaks of the virus in certain cases. How does that apply tonight? We're seeing mass arrests yesterday. We saw 533 arrests associated with the protest downtown. No telling how many arrests tonight as a result of these demonstrations. What's happened at them?
Copy, thank you.
What is going to happen? Are these people going to just be immediately released out onto the street, assuming they committed a lower level misdemeanor?
No, not necessarily. It depends.
Right, 3-1 Tango.
That is not.
We got a few fireworks go off right before we got on scene. You could change the fireworks and clear us this one off.
Copy.
We'll have probably attempted murder, like we saw last night, or attempted slaughter at the very least. Or somebody firing a weapon at people.
173 Tango to 1990.
People are lighting fires, destroy.
1990.
These are serious crimes.
We're currently blocking traffic at Cretin and Marshall, taking over for someone who had to leave. Is there another squad that can replace us so we can go back to the district?
Police officer, they may not be able to.
Cretin and Marshall. Can you give EOC a call, 65853, 65853.
National Guard,
Copy.
And we will make sure that we hold the city down and we move to a day where people can still talk about the pain.
It's about 1200.
Fundamentally wrong.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about earlier your press conference. You talked about testing sites and
Squad 1200
close testing for coronavirus due to public safety.
1200.
Any idea if that's going to be closed
1200.
as well for people who
They have not done so already. Direct all 2 or 2 personnel back to staging to meet with Commander Ellison. All 2 or 2 personnel back to staging to meet with Commander Ellison.
We should let, violence or people keep people away from coronavirus.
Commander Larson, can you have their team lead and drive up to the middle of the bridge, please, and meet me? I'm walking towards you.
Plans to continue to move forward.
Copy that.
Are off days, luckily for tomorrow.
Good to know. And also, a lot of businesses were vandalized.
Current to 1990, we are on scene on 4th.
Businesses and buildings that have damage or fires and such.
Good copy, thank you.
These are businesses that have been hard hit by the last 2 months. Some of the hardest days, the hardest days of their existence. And absolutely.
Copy, thank you. 2223.
We will use whatever we have. But this is our collective responsibility.
I'm going to call you with those locations.
We can't set our city back. The communities that are already struggling back. If a small business gets it probably gets taken.
We copy the shots fired at Georgia Street. Is anyone going to that?
Think about the consequences.
Affirmative 625.
And for those very few who won't think and continue to do it, we're going to make sure that you meet the law.
Mayor, I know you've spoken about various social justice issues at hand here and the level
206, did you copy? 625 is en route to that.
Brought up in the wake of the death of
I did, thank you.
But I want to ask you a question. Some of your critics have said that you're not supportive enough of police officers.
Are we diverted?
An officer who might be
Negative 206, just asking what's going on.
Squad 520 Tango, us and Squad 526 Tango there, we can check out that shot fire.
Copy that. Just advise we have another caller now, 7 and 9 shots from 567 Striker.
Squad 520 Tango, copy. 206, we copy, we're going to be all set.
Copy that. 625, you copy, you can be clear.
We copy, send us a Virginia call, please.
Copy.
Go.
make sure that
We've been released by Cart 2, Lieutenant.
about an hour ago, there was an issue on the bridge.
Thank you.
But also of the way that they say their duty was to protect people's rights. But let's be clear.
Squad 520 Tango, South of Squad 526, Tango I-23.
When somebody
Copy that,
destroys a cop car or somebody breaks a window or steals things from a small business here in Los Angeles, they're destroying the rights of all of us and the rights of those protesters to have peace.
1200 to Golf 5.
And I think that all of us, including those who are peaceful protesters,
1200, go ahead.
and should be unified.
1200 to Golf 5, we're getting a report of multiple vehicles traveling east at University from Cromwell. Stage in that area. We'll try to get you some.
All right, Mayor Eric Garcetti with Los Angeles, thank you so much for talking to us.
Copy that. We will head up to University. Golf 4 is with us.
Greg Mills, he's actually live in downtown Los Angeles where there was
Strict 10, we're clear of maintenance. We'll head there
looks like
as
there's
well.
some activity going on. Greg, what's going on in downtown?
Strike 13, we can head there.
As you can see, a caravan of police cars are going flying by.
Strike 7,
Highway
we're a couple
Patrol,
blocks out.
mostly Highway Patrol. So I'm thinking they're heading to the 110 freeway right now, which is just up the street in the direction they are heading. We are at 3rd Street and Hill, and there's at least, I'd say 20, 25 cars that are
available,
well, since you started the intro, what's that, about 15 seconds ago? But also police are here right now, and as soon as they all go by, we'll go over to a fire here in the middle of the intersection, 3rd Street and Hill. Witnesses say the fire's been going on for about an hour. About 200 people here. They started the fire, just grabbed anything they could. It smells horrible because the cones and other things that are rubber are in it. Now here comes
We're heading to University, Cromwell, but it would be good to have a cart team or a street team at Cromwell and Wabash.
See the whole lineup. Still Highway Patrol.
I want you to come up with a plan. At Uni, Cromwell, I need
go to some video that we
Strict
shot about 20 minutes ago. And you will see people looting, tons of people looting, but you're watching this right now. Just let me know when we're going to that video, and I'll tell you all about that. We're at 3rd Street and Hill. What you're going to see in a few minutes, a few seconds,
Uni,
was
Cromwell
and Hill just a few minutes ago. But let these police cars go by, Highway Patrol,
Uni, Wabash.
freeway, and then we'll show you some
Drew, I want you to get some resources, and I want you to own that.
Hill. I saw the guy break the window. All
Copy
he got
that.
was some potato chips.
We are 23 University in Cromwell. They said we'll meet cars at down at Cromwell and Wabash too.
30 people went into the Walgreens at 4th and Hill.
Yeah, we got 13 going to Wabash. I need a couple more strike teams. 7, are you available? Alright, 7 and 10 are on their way there. Give me another strike team to route to Go 5 location. Uni,
and some
Cromwell.
head through a metal bar at our van. Luckily, he had no arm. The coward didn't strike his target, which is us.
Strike 6, we'll start that way.
Really dangerous situation. We were at 4th and Hill,
Strike
and
6.
nobody was there at the time. No police were there at the time. It was just us, and a bunch of looters and people very, very angry. No protesting at that time. We were in Orange County earlier, and there were protests. But this is what the scene is right now at 3rd Street and Hill. Again, a fire that's about to go out. Police are over here on the other side of the street. There's about 10 police cars right there. I think we're going to go investigate what CFP was doing, heading up to the 110 in just a moment. But again, this is at 3rd and Hill. Looting, we
Strike 19, headed to Uni, Cromwell.
a couple hundred people there, and many, many were going into the Walgreens there. They tried to break into another store.
Strike team 9, suspicious vehicle, no plates. It's a Chevy Captiva. We're at Uni and Robert, facing westbound.
Well past the 8 p.m. curfew. Back to you two.
Greg, this is so hard to watch.
Who's
because
on
if
with
you were
that
watching
vehicle?
KCON 9 News last night or CBS News at 11, we saw a lot of images similar to this going
Strike
into
team
the
9,
night, into morning hours. We know LAPD arrested
Strike team 9, Uni Robert, suspicious vehicle, no plate.
A lot of the folk Beverly Hills in the West Hollywood area. But
We'll
it
start
was
that
a
way.
huge city, downtown Los Angeles. They were the first
Strike
to
34,
actually
Uni,
have a
Robert.
curfew. It's
talking to me.
Give me your exact
Yeah,
location.
that was to you, Greg. But we also want to
Hold on for just one moment,
Cromwell.
because I want to draw your attention
Right.
right now to the images that you see on the right-hand side of
Alright.
the screen. This is the
Give me
That's off of Melrose. That's
Drew,
multiple fires burning now on Melrose. It looks like a trash
Or you
fire,
give me
a
a
couple
call
of
on my
trash
phone,
fires in
will
the
ya?
middle of the street, including
We're gonna send you
the dumpsters
some
that were
arrest
pushed into the
assets.
middle of the street, and then a palm tree on the right-hand side of the
Golf
street.
5
And
copy,
still
I'll give you a
dozens
call.
of people out in this area. Certainly, I do want to say a smaller crowd than we saw earlier in the daylight hours, but there is this curfew in effect. LAPD says they are
Strike
going to
7,
arrest people if they are in defiance of that curfew, and we're waiting to see now if there are any officers over here, and this might be right there next
right
to
off
that
of Melrose,
store, right?
yeah.
In Melrose and Fairfax, right by Fairfax High School. The officers we saw here earlier may have moved on, and we're going to see if they
Washington
come
County
back. I have a
Platoon
question
2
for you,
is on
asking
CS Support
about
Parkway Bridge.
why are the officers standing when, you know, in a row when only a couple of blocks or even a block behind them there's looting, and you can imagine some of the logistical challenges as well as the communication challenges. They're having to talk to each other, talk to other agencies to keep each other apprised of what's happening where.
Go ahead.
And when there's this much chaos going on, sometimes it's hard to keep track of it, as you can imagine, but it looks like there may still be looting here. It looks like
Echo 2 to command, we're still looking for somebody to cover that Cromwell,
so you can imagine
Wabash intersection.
the officers on the ground to let them know what's going on.
We could probably use
as well
one
as
more
to
smaller
firefighters
asset up at
working with them
Territorial.
eventually to get some of these fires out if they don't go out on their own.
Strike 5 over
One of the
Territorial.
situations when you look at fires like this, just that palm tree, any little bit of wind, those embers will fly, and that's how fires are caused. And you know, hopefully LAFD gets to this area pretty quickly. But as you could just see, Fairfax District, Beverly Hills, and now downtown Los Angeles, three is where there's violence. There's violence.
Who else is en route to that Uni Cromwell that's not on scene
We
yet?
also talked about how the city of Pasadena also
19
issued a
arriving
curfew
shortly.
as well, because they want to make sure that, you know,
All right, I think you have what you need then, guys,
you know,
right?
just looking at these images, Sarah, just
Commander, I tried to call you. We absolutely have what we need. We need that squad that is just arriving. I think it was 19 to head north from here to get Territorial, that bridge, and secure that. Then we'll have all bridges across in this area.
And I wanted to know what it would be like, you know, once the
All
sun
right.
went down.
And those arrest assets are
but still,
I want to check
like
and
3
see
minutes
here.
out.
It looks like this
Give
is
my phone a call,
on the
please.
left-hand side of your screen. I want to say that's actually
Got it.
Fairfax. It says Beverly Hills, but it's actually Fairfax.
Strike Team 13.
We're being told a couple different things here by our control room, but I'm pretty sure it's the Fairfax district off of the 7,000 block of
13, go.
They're at that corner store. I'm not sure.
We have one in custody,
Trying to break in.
Cromwell Wabash,
but
who has a gas can. It was near a building.
as well as an eyeglass shop. It's on the corner.
All right, let's get arrest team to turn him over to. Copy 271, where's the location for the casings? Behind the tobacco store in the lot. Copy, behind the tobacco store in the lot, casings located at 2233. I'll call you. Strike Team 5 is at Territorial.
We have a group of people in the street that are blocking their way. In fact, it looks like maybe
Strike
even
5,
somebody purposely
Territorial,
standing
thank
right
you.
in front of the ladder truck right there, preventing them from getting through to the fire. They're actually blocking the fire department, and I don't see any police yet. A spare the LAPD helicopter that's overhead.
Don't let cars come up here.
All of this too, and you know, we heard yesterday of people trying to interfere with fire department at various protests yesterday.
Hey guys, we need vehicles stopped down there to the south of us.
This is not a good situation. This is, you know, a terrible situation for the people who live in this.
The car coming south of here coming up to cars are in 5 block behind us. Strike 7, 1990. Go ahead. Strike 7 and 1990, we're at Franklin and Cromwell. We need I-94 and 280 that dumps off onto Cromwell. Shut down so cars stop coming up here. Strike 6, we're in area. Cromwell will try to lock that down. there anyone near McBull and Smith Avenue North? Assist medics with a Flumper, dark color sedan.
210 Tango, we can head that way.
Copy. There is squad to go with 210 Tango, assist medics, McBull, Smith. 227 Tango, I copy you. I'll make Bull and Smith.
Golf 5.
Golf 5, we've got plenty of resources where we're at. What we would need is a strike team to be at the bottom of 280 where they're entering onto Cromwell. If we can get somebody at that exit and stop the strike team or Cromwell.
Copy, we're working on it, but I need you to just tell someone to do it. Do it.
Copy that.
Strike 6, Sergeant Johnson, we'll take that.